Croeso to day 3 of the Swim Wales Summer Championships 2026. Welcome back. If you've been joining us for the past 2, whether that's in the arena here at the Wales National Pool or following along on the live stream on ARCAE Sports YouTube. Great to have this event live streamed. And do remember, swimmers, to share the link for the live stream around with friends and family so they can watch you in the pool, see your success and cheer you on wherever they may be. There are QR codes up around the venue that will take you to the Swim Wales link tree, and there you can follow the button that says live stream. That takes you to ARCAE Sports YouTube page for live streams, and you'll be able to see all of the day's action on replay as well as today being streamed live. Another really exciting day coming up for you. We're going to start with the 200-meter individual medley. We'll then move on to the 50-meter freestyle, 100-meter breaststroke, and close out the session with a 1,500-meter freestyle, just men racing in that. As we are ready to go, please can we give a big hand to our officials as they make their way onto the pool deck. In this 7th session of the meet, the opening session of day 3, your technical director is Gareth Bennett. Your referees are Dave Avery and Marion Williams. Your AOE, Fran Flint. And the starter, Jeff Brown. Good to hear that our crowd are in fine voice. Thank you, officials. You may be seated. We'll need that cheering as we go through the day to give the swimmers all of your support. I'm Will Shepherd. I'll be guiding you through the action as ever. And once again, I'm joined up here on the gantry by Alex Sargent. Alex, welcome back.
Yeah, good to be back. Day number 3. We've got lots of good racing ahead of us today after some pretty successful couple of days of racing. Last night we saw the women's 200 butterfly, men's 200 butterfly, men's and women's 100 freestyle, and men's and women's 200 breaststroke champions crowned. A couple of storylines we're following. The 100 breaststrokes on today. Who can get the triple will be the question. A couple of our swimmers have won the 50 and the 200 meters. Can they win the 100 as well?
Speaking of going for that triple, let's bring you up to date on who are the individual medal leaders at the moment at these summer meets. Both Zach Jones and Joanne Andrews have won 3 medals each, 2 on Wednesday, 1 yesterday. But we have 2 swimmers, 2 young swimmers who have already won 4 golds. Nora Jefferson, the 400 IM, the 200 free, the 800 free, and the 200 fly. A real range of events there. And then Sienna Hopton, just 12 years old, the 400 IM, the 50-meter breaststroke, the 100-meter backstroke. She added the 200-meter breaststroke yesterday as well. So those 2 young swimmers leading the way at this event so far. Who can add to their medal tally today? Who will be winning their first medals of the meet? We are going to find out as we go through the day, and we will start with event 311, the women's 15 and over 200-meter individual medley, swum in 12 heats, and we begin with heat 1. Day 3 of the Swim Wales Summer Championships 2026 underway here at the Wales National Pool in Swansea, Abertawe. And we have 3 swimmers in our opening heat of the 200 IM. Lowry Philpott swimming in lane 3 for Novio Cigar. The City of Cardiff have Lily Rice in 4, with Pippa Lawn going in lane 5 for Torvine. Lily Rice, the oldest of the 3 swimmers in the pool here, 22 years old, while Philpott's 15 and Lawn 16. Lawn, of course, coming from not only a storied club, but so many of the Lawn family from Torvine, performing brilliantly at these Swim Wales meets over recent years. And it is Lawn and Rice who are neck and neck, having gone through their fly leg and well on their way on the backstroke now. Philpott's not much further behind. And Alex, we were talking when we had the 400 IM on day 1 about it being the ultimate test of an all-round swimmer. We now have the 200 IM. I think I prefer the 200 IM because, I'll be honest, I love a quick race. I love the speed. And the fact that it's the same thing, but just that little bit faster, I really enjoy.
Yeah, this 200 IM, as you said, diverse, using all 4 strokes, proving strengths and weaknesses. And I'd argue they're probably more on show in this 200 when everyone's trying to go that little bit quicker over the shorter distance. Breaststroke we saw being a key factor in those results, setting yourself up nicely. But on this 200, it's definitely the breaststroke. Looks to be Lily Rice at the moment in lane number 4, the Cardiff swimmer.
Rice and Lawn, while they're going head-to-head right now in the water, their times will be compared to British Para times. Rice racing with an S9 classification and Lawn with an S14, SM14, this being the medley. And so their times will be adjusted as a result. Philpott and Lawn both racing with the same classification, so their times will be directly compared. We're on to the final 50 for Rice and Lawn. Rice coming into this with a 3:09.58, Lawn a 3:11.67, but it doesn't look like there's going to be 2 seconds between them, Alex.
Yeah, this is going to be close. Pippa Lawn having a really good swim here, as is Lily Rice. I think Lowry Philpott is also under her entry time. She's down on paper as a 3:27, so don't rule her out for a PB or a season's best. All these girls will be fighting for positions later in tonight's para final.
Rice getting a real kick on this freestyle 50. She finishes with a 3:10.37. Lawn a 3:12.86. So that 2-second margin did come through in the end, as we now see Philpott into her final 10 meters, clocking a 3:27.66 as her entry time. So going just slightly over that. It's always tough being in the first heat of the day, 3:33.21. And we will hopefully see all of these swimmers later on in the mixed classification final.
Yeah, some strong swims there this morning to start day number 3 off. That was heat 1. We will move on to heat number 2.
Up to 6 swimmers in this second heat, and a terrific start from Ava Jones of the City of Cardiff in lane 2. Neath's Amelia Short goes in 3. Ava Lednow Moulton of Wrexham in 4, the fastest seed in this heat with a 2:52.40, where all of the swimmers come in with a sub 3-minute time. So we, as ever, will be getting faster and faster. Pembrokeshire County then have lanes 5 and 6. Fionn Griffiths on the inside, Nia Kyle Franks on the outside, and then ARCAE Morgan Bassini of Merthyr Tydfil in lane 7. The only 16-year-old in this heat, with the other swimmers all 15 years of age. And one of the things I particularly like about the 200 IM is that where we had heat declared winners in the 400 IM, we will actually get finals in this evening's session with the 200 IM.
We will indeed. We've got 2 opportunities for these swimmers to swim fast if they make it through into those tonight's finals. These earlier heats, they're all about setting themselves up to try and make those finals. It might be a bit of a stretch at this point. However, if they have a good swim, and I mean an excellent swim, they might make it into tonight's finals. If they can go a PB this morning, then they've got the ability to potentially go a PB again tonight in those finals, and that's what I like to call a double dip.
Fionn Griffiths leading in 5 after 100 metres. 1:18.63 her split there, giving her all but 1 second over Aoife Jones, who started so well on the butterfly. And Jones coming back here and possibly pushing into a lead on the breaststroke, having had a really good back-to-breast turn. But so did Amelia Short in lane 3. And halfway through the breaststroke, it's probably between Amelia Short in 3 and ARCAE Morgan Bassini in lane 7. As you're saying, Alex, the breaststroke 50 can be so pivotal, and we could be seeing Short and Morgan Bassini set themselves up here for a straight shootout between the two of them on the return 50 of 3.
Yeah, definitely. This breaststroke playing key. If we look at our leaders here, they are actually, it's ARCAE Morgan Bassini. She obviously had a good breaststroke. The 16-year-old swimming very well indeed on that breaststroke leg. If she can keep this together on this freestyle, she'll hopefully aim to be winning this heat. Going well also in lane number 3 is Amelia Short, looking very strong on this freestyle. And next to ARCAE is Nia Callie Franks, coming back well.
Morgan Bassini coming into this with a time that was 4 seconds slower than any of the other swimmers. That's not going to happen here, but she is being overhauled in these final 10. Look at Fionn Griffiths, who led at 100. She wins at 200. Fionn Griffiths with a 2:52.60. Just 800ths between Griffiths and Morgan Bassini for first. Kale Franks coming back in third. And only heat 2 of the day, and already a finish within a 10th of each other.
Close swimming in heat 2. We move on now to heat 3.
A full pool for the first time today on day 3 of the Summer Champs. Grace Duggan swimming in 1 for RCT. Avon Valley's Ava Davis in 2. Elizabeth Hardy of Oswestry in lane 3 with Celtic Dolphins' Erin Davis in 4. Ella Banks swims in 5 for Welshpool with Bridgend County's Hannah Davis-Jones in 6. Isabel Suffling in 7, racing for Flitwick. And Lya Williams in 8 for Conway. Majority of these swimmers 15 years old, aiming for their final in that age category, but a couple of 17-year-olds in lane 5 and 6 in the form of Banks and Davis-Jones, with Davis-Jones leading after 50 through the fly. Banks in third. They're split by Ava Davis in lane 2, the Avon Valley swimmer in the dark green cap, as our swimmers make their way back towards the start end on their backstroke leg. Halfway through that, it is Davis-Jones of Bridgend County, who is pushing herself into a little bit of a lead, pursued by Grace Duggan in the lime green of RCT in 1.
Well, we know that the breaststroke normally opens the field up, but on this backstroke field, quite spread out. In lane number 1 is Grace Duggan, 1:18.08 for her, versus Hannah Davis-Jones's 1:18.83. We'll wait and see if some of the breaststrokers can come back through the field. But at the moment, it is those two. Too early to call the winner of this race then, as we know what is unfolding in this later 75.
our swimmers continue their march through this heat of the 200 IM. And Duggan, who took the lead around about halfway through that backstroke leg, maybe 2/3 of the way, going past Davis Jones, has continued to hold up to the wall. Just slips back now by 3/10. Davis Jones once again in the lead. So we are going to have a race between the two of them. I don't think any of our other swimmers will catch them on the freestyle here, unless we see a real change of events. Davis Jones very close to her outside lane rope, trying to avoid giving Banks on her insider toe, but Banks is catching her and getting closer and closer with every stroke. Banks will take second, Davis Jones first, Duggan coming back in third, a 2:49.24 for Hannah Davis Jones of Bridgend County, winning this third heat.
Yeah, great swimming there. Interesting, we didn't see a change of our leader after the backstroke, so she obviously had a really good breaststroke there. We'll move on now to heat 4.
Well, our swimmers are away in this fourth heat, and it's the outside lanes that have got the better starts. Darcy Davis of RCT in 1, with Amersham Sophie Morgan in 2. Pembrokeshire County's Elena Hall races in 3. In 4, Daisy Sale from Conwy, with the City of Cardiff's Ruby May Cooksey Owen in lane 5. Ella Luxon in 6 for Wickham District. Bridgend County's Isabella Jones in 7. While Scarlett Ballinger of Rhondda swims in lane 8. It's Jones that leads with a 34.28 after the fly. Cooksey Owen in lane 5, second, and Sophie Morgan in third. So a top 3 spread across the pool. All of that may well change through this backstroke 50.
Great to see lane 2 and lane 7 maximising their lane space this morning. We've seen the outside lanes swimming phenomenally well. It is Izzy Jones at the halfway mark that appears to be leading the way.
She comes into the all-important back-to-breast turn in the lead, 1:17.93 to Sophie Morgan's 1:18.28, but Morgan with the better drive off the wall is now in the lead. And have a look at Cooksey Owen as well in 5. She's gaining, as is RCT's Darcy Davis in lane 1. So we've got a 4-way fight now for the lead as our swimmers go through the breaststroke leg. One more turn, one more transition for our 8 swimmers in this fourth heat. Morgan having taken the lead just off the last turn, 2:07.15 at the final split, a 2:07.27, just 12 hundredths between her and Isabella Jones. Cooksey Owen still holding that third place, with Darcy Davis having slipped back after a decent back-to-breast turn. Now it looks like it could be a 2-way fight. Cooksey Owen further back into the field now in lane 5. And it's Isabella Jones of Bridgend County who leads the way. Not wearing a customary black cap, but underneath the flag she goes. And into the final few meters, Isabella Jones with a 2:45.62 will take out this heat. Sophie Morgan in second place. And Daisy Sale coming through in the end to take third.
Yeah, Izzy Jones taking the win there in heat number 4. Fantastic swimming. We will move on to heat 5.
Heat 5 gets underway with Evesham's Jessica Griffiths in lane 1. Navio Gwyneth's Lucy Margaret Grant in 2. The other side of the empty lane is Wrexham's Victoria Madra. Amy Price of RCT in 5 with Holly Kersley in 6 for Cumbran. Another Holly Buckley in 7, racing for Winsford. And Bolton Metro's Matilda Forrest in lane 8. How about this opening 50 from Holly Kersley of Cumbran? She's going to go into the wall with a really useful margin. A 35.58. Sorry, 33.58. Misread that. Nearly 2 seconds up on Amy Price on the lane to her inside.
Just a gentle reminder, please could we have all remaining swimmers down for the women's 200 metres medley. If you are in the final couple of heats, please head down to marshalling. Thank you. Looking back at the pool then, in lane 6 is Holly Kersley. Looking very strong indeed on this backstroke. She's powering her way through the field. Interestingly, up quick in lane number 5 as well is Annie Price. She looks good at this stage. Maybe she'll have a good breaststroke that can challenge Holly Kersley for the lead. Also going well is Lucy Grant in lane number 2.
Grant and Price pretty much neck and neck as they approach 25 on the breaststroke. And a runaway leader is still Holly Kersley, sorry. Kersley coming into this with a 2:45.80. That was only 5/10 off Madra's quickest seeding time in lane 4. It may well have been a converted time. At the turn, a 2:04.39 split for Kersley, and all she has to do now is blitz her way down this freestyle leg with a lead of 4.4 seconds over Matilda Forrest. She's up to second now. Amy Price holding third. Grant having slipped to 6th through the breaststroke. She may well claw her way back here on the freestyle. Kersley in 6. Clear water ahead of her. No one within touching distance. She's got a body length on Forrest. Forrest still holding that second place, but here comes Amy Price in lane 5. Price trying to get up into second. She is closing on Kersley as well. It's probably going to be too little too late. Kersley gets there with a 2:46.47 for the win in this heat. Price coming in second. Forrest will take third, and then Victoria Madra, the fastest seed, taking 4th.
Very good swimming there in heat 5 as we move on to heat 6.
Heat 6 is Ruby May Bendon of Cumbran, burst to the surface first in lane 1. The City of Cardiff's Marie Faulkner in 2. Another empty lane 3 in this heat with Maisie Rees of RCT in 4. It's Morpeth's Juliet Chambers in 5 with Freya Thompson in 6 for Pembrokeshire County. Merthyr Tydfil have Evie Jones swimming in lane 7 while Maya Dillon races for Stockton in 8. And again, there's something about these lanes 6 and 7 in these heats, because it is going to be Evie Jones and Freya Thompson who go into the first transition in the lead. 33.7 for Jones, 33.93 for Thompson, ahead of the rest of the pack.
Yeah, a bit more of an even field at this point in the race. 75 metres in, this is where you start to build through the race as we go into this breaststroke leg, especially if you're a breaststroker. If you're not a breaststroker, you would have had to have gone a little bit earlier, and maybe that's what lane 7's Evie Jones is doing. We'll see if she can hold on this breaststroke, because she looks to take the touch at the halfway mark, but 3 swimmers in a line behind her in 5, 2 and 1. Marie Faulkner, Ruby Mai Brandon, and Juliet Chalmers.
Yeah, how tight was that? Just 6/10 between those 3 swimmers in the battle for second. And all 3 of them now battling for first with Evie Jones in lane 7.
Yeah, look at lane 5 coming through here nicely. That's Juliet Chambers. Really strong breaststroke, as is Marie Faulkner, the City of Cardiff. We've seen breaststroke in the City of Cardiff yesterday in the 200 metres, and they were phenomenal, so expect to see her come through the field.
Closing in on the final turn. The lead still with Jones. And Faulkner, sorry. Taking the lead just at that turn by only 3/10 over Jones. And in between the two of them was Chambers. So three-way battle for the lead. And it looks now like Chambers and Faulkner are shaking Jones off. The Merthyr Tydfil swimmer having had such an impressive swim over the first 150 metres. But she's going to be in a fight to hold on to her third place here as Faulkner and Chambers pull away. Faulkner v Chambers, and it's Faulkner of Cardiff who takes the touch in a 2:43.28. Chambers second, Jones in third, and Bendon coming back fourth.
And look at that, City of Cardiff doing it on the breaststroke leg there. I feel like that's becoming a little bit of a theme this week. We move it on to Heat 7.
Cardiff once again showing their prowess in that previous heat, but now there is a chance for the Torvine Dolphins with three swimmers in this seventh heat. First of which is Imogen Givens racing in lane 1. Pembrokeshire County's Una McFarlane is in 3, and then two more Torvine swimmers in the central lanes, Ariana Sullivan and Orla Rose Lewis. Grace Gillingham in lane 6, swimming for Novia Banga, the oldest swimmer in this race, 22 years old. The next oldest swimmer is just 16. Ellen McCall-Jones of Holywell in 7, and in 8 it's Mia Ryan of RCT. It was Sullivan from Torvine who led at the fly turn. Gillingham, though, looking good in 6 through this backstroke 50.
Nice strong backstroke here in lane number 6. That's Grace Gillingham from Novio Bangor. Looking very strong indeed at the halfway point, but as we saw, all can change on this third 50. 1:11.82 for our leader. 1:14.30 for Ariana Sylvan. And in third, Orla Rose Lewis with a 1:15.06. Torvine having an absolute fantastic meet for some of our younger age groups. Looks to be moving them up into this 16-year-olds. Let's see how they fare over this 50.
Orla Rose Lewis really going after Gillingham on the breaststroke leg. Her clubmate Sullivan trying to go with it. And don't count out Ryan in lane 8 at the bottom of your screen. She's having had a good backstroke 50, decent drive off the wall, but maybe now just being left behind by Lewis and Gillingham as they come into the turn. And there's only 0.52 between them at that turn. Sullivan holding third place, Ryan in fourth. Here they come, getting up to full speed on the freestyle. Neck and neck between Gillingham and Lewis in 6 and 5. Sullivan trying her best to catch them in 4. These three breaking away now. There'll be no catching them for any of the other swimmers. The red cap of Gillingham, the white of Lewis. So closely packed together. Now Lewis starting to pull away as Sullivan goes with her. Sullivan drawing level with Lewis, but no, just not quite getting there. Lewis will take the win at 2:38.83. Sullivan in second. Gillingham settling with third in the end, but a decent time ahead of the finals later on.
Yeah, that was a great race from those two teammates there. We'll move on to Heat 8.
Marley Jones of Novia Gwyneth swims in lane 2 with her clubmate Leah Williams alongside in 3. Owen Hughes in 4 for RCT with Pembrokeshire County's Elizabeth Clissold in lane 5. Hannah Gardner in 6 for Bridgend County, splitting the two Clissolds with Bronwyn in 7, also representing Pembrokeshire County. Novio Cigar's Hunneth Jones in 8. Here's the first turn. Hughes leading, a 33.06 opening split, giving the best part of a half-second margin over Hannah Gardner. Jones holding third, the Clissolds a little bit further back.
Yeah, looking good down that front 50. She's obviously trying to go out quite fast, having almost 2 body lengths over the rest of the field here. This would be how I'd try and swim the race if I wasn't very good at breaststroke, which I'm not. So I'd try and be out nice and quick down this first 100 meters and then see if I can hold on this breaststroke. But Owen Hughes is our fastest qualifier in this heat with a time of 2:39.82. Only just in front of lane 5's Elizabeth Chisholm. So expect to see her come back on this breaststroke lane because she currently sits at the back of the pack now. But if she has an amazing breaststroke, we could see her come back through the whole field because they're that tight.
Hunneth Jones in lane 8, currently our second place swimmer, doing her best to catch Owen Hughes, who just went out like an absolute rocket over that opening 100. But it's as close as it's been since the start between those two swimmers. The green cap of Hughes, the red of Jones at the turn. There's a 1.22 between them. Hannah Gardner, third once again. And now our swimmers turn and burn onto the home 50. Still with Owen Hughes. Still with the RCT swimmer in lane 4. We haven't seen our top seeds winning many of the heats so far today. A lot of success coming from the outside lanes. But it's going to be to form. It's going to be by the book here. Owen Hughes, a 2:38.02. And super tight for second. Hunneth Jones just getting the touch by under 0.2 of a second over Hannah Gardner in third.
Yeah, fantastic swim. She led right from the very beginning. She wanted that one, took it out hard and held on. We'll move on now to Heat 9.
Heat 9 underway. Maya Jones of Wrexham swimming in lane 1 with Navio Cigar's Freya Burns in 2. Olivia Ling swimming for the City of Cardiff in 3. In 4 and 5, we have 2 swimmers with identical entry times, 2:37.6. That's Swansea University's Janelle Blanche and Swansea Aquatics' Maris Williams. Ariana Ribeiro goes in 6 for the City of Cardiff, with RCT having swimmers in 7 and 8, Lily Williams and Grace Brady. It is Blanche from Burns from Williams at the opening turn, a 31.61 fly split for Janelle Blanche, our leader.
Just a reminder, can we have our first couple of heats down for the men's 200 meters IM? First few heats down for that. Looking here then, Janelle Blanche from Swansea University. She trains in this pool, so a bit of a home field advantage, would you say?
Yeah, surely it's got to help knowing this water well, knowing the facility. You just are able to get into that routine at the start of your day, between races. And of course, it means there is plenty of support coming from the university students and staff. It is Freya Burns leading the way in lane 2 right now, being caught by Janelle Blanche. through into the final 50 here. And what a tight battle we have got. Freya Burns, who was leading so well at 100, was being paced down by Janelle Blanche. And then Olivia Ling. Olivia Ling was in 6th at the 100-metre point. Well, she's in first right now as they come into these closing meters. The blue cap of Cardiff just ahead of Freya Burns. Into the finish they come. It's won by Ling, but how tight for third? Look at those times flash up. Wow, incredible. There was just 0.32 of a second between third and 6th. The order goes Ling, Burns, Williams, Ribeiro, and Blanche in that top 6. Wow, what a tight finish.
Very close indeed. We move on to the first of our seeded heats, Heat 10.
Heat 10 underway with Daisy Dewsbury of Swansea University in lane 1. The City of Cardiff's Rose Williams racing in 3. Karis Crickle-Torvine in 4. And 5, Emily Hall from Warrington, who's looked really strong at the meet so far. Cardiff's Gwenley and Evans in 6. Esselt Rees of Novio Gwyneth in lane 7. And Saren Keylock from Wickham District going in 8 at the turn. Hall leads. And it's by the best part of half a second over Karis Crook in lane 4. Hall and Crook starting to turn this seeded heat into a little bit of an arrowhead as they come down the backstroke leg.
Just a couple of general announcements then. Please, could we just make sure that all the stairwells are clear at all times? No sitting and no standing on them. If we can just use them for walking up and down, that would be fantastic. And then just a call out to all coaches and team managers. Please make sure that you are wearing your accreditations at all times whilst in the venue. Thank you.
Hall and Crook still locked together in this fight, having led their way into the fly turn. They did the same on the back to breast, but possibly being caught a little bit here by the 2 Cardiff swimmers, Williams in 3 and Evans especially in lane 6. Evans having a tremendous breaststroke leg here. She is moving up and past Emily Hall. It should be Crook that gets the touch at the final split. It is indeed 53.49, putting her half a second up on Evans, who's another half a second on Hall. But all of that can change on the freestyle 50. That's the beauty of the 200 IM. You are never safe, no matter what lead you build, because the swimmers' different strengths rise and fall as they go through the race. And it has to be said that Karis Crooks has risen and risen and risen as she comes to take this win in the end quite comfortably, a 2:25.58 after a brilliant final 50. Second is Emily Hall, Gwenley and Evans third.
Well, she was flying down that last length, wasn't she? She was very quick in the 100 freestyle last night. Got in and amongst the medals, so it's good to see that. We will now move on to our next heat, Heat 11. Well, we have had some fast swimming so far in our first 10 heats. 2 more heats of action in this women's 200 IM, and then we'll move on to the men's event.
Six swimmers taking to the water in this penultimate heat of the women's 200 IM. Decent start from Marley Roberts of Novio Gwyneth in 1, motoring her way down to the first turn. Isabel Allen of Cardiff swimming in 2, and her club mates Mari Gibson in 4 and Edith Lee in 5, but they're also having an excellent first 50 here. Scarlett Robinson of Ulverston in 6, Ellesmere's Molly Bates swimming in 7. At the turn, it is Lee from Gibson by 0.12 of a second. Robinson just below them on your picture, the closest to catching.
That men's event I was on about, obviously, is the 50 metres freestyle. We shall see that up next after this women's 200 IM. So don't fret if you thought you were a man meant to do 200 IM today and 53, just 53. Looking at the race then, in lane 6 is Scarlett Robinson. Looking very strong at this point in the race. Also lane 1, Mally Roberts. Looks like she might get the touch here. She does in that outside lane. 1:10.74 versus Mary Gibson's 1:11.03 and Scarlett Robinson's 1:11.24. So very tight at the front. Whole field separated by just 2 seconds.
This has the makings of a classic heat, with the swimmers so close, with 2 strokes down and 2 to be completed. That's Mari Gibson trying to pull away on this third 50. Once again, looking to prove that the breaststroke leg can be pivotal in the 200 IM. 1:50.8 as she turns for the final time, giving her a lead of over 4 seconds on Ulverston's Scarlett Robinson in lane 6. Gibson can enjoy clear water through this final 25, leading her competitors home to the finish. Robinson in second, and then tight for third. Lee and Bates most likely to claim it, as Gibson comes in to finish in a 2:26.15. Robinson taking that second place, 2:30.29. Here we go for third, Molly Bates, 2:35.60.
Fantastic swimming there. That should comfortably put those girls into the final. We move on to our final heat, heat 12.
Our final look at the 200 IM in the 15 and over age category. We'll, of course, have the 12 to 14 age category in the afternoon session before the finals this evening. The Daily Lewis Jones of Wrexham swims in 1, Swansea University's Ella Bissix in 2, Torvine's Emmy Sherrod in 3, Katie Rees in 4 for Swansea University, Nia Skinner in 6 for the Forest of Dean, both of them involved in a thrilling final yesterday. Novio Gwyneth's Aoife Dwight-Clark leading, however, in 7, with her clubmate Alao Edwards outside her in lane 8.
Yeah, strong lead here from Aoife Dwight-Clark. She looks fantastic at this point in the race. Swims very strong indeed in lane number 7. Swansea University swimmer Katie Rees goes in lane 5. She may be best of the rest alongside Emmy Sherrod. She had a good 400 individual medley yesterday, or on day 1, I believe. Also a good 800 free yesterday. That's what it was. Katie Rees, the winner of our 400 medley. So expect to see her translate that into a good 200 medley. Aoife Dwight-Clark did the work on the fly in the backstroke. Appears to be Katie Rees having the better of her on this breaststroke 50. But we know Aoife has a very strong freestyle, so it'll be interesting to see what happens down this final 50. Can Katie Rees bring it home?
The individual medley, an event where tactical nous and experience really comes to the fore. Katie Rees has plenty of that. Her years training here at the Swansea High Performance Centre. She's going after Dwight Clark now. It's going to be a straight battle between these two for the remainder of the freestyle leg. And they're going to come in to the closing meters. Almost locked together. Dwight Clark doing everything she can to keep these strokes long, stay smooth, kick hard, and keep the lead. And she does into the wall. 2:29.36 for the win in this closing heat of the women's 200 IM. Second taken by Katie Rees. And third, Emmy Sherrod.
Yeah, what an awesome finish that was on that last 50 meters. Unfortunately, we've got a disqualification report to announce. That's in Heat 8, Lane 8. So Heat 8, Lane 8, sadly you are disqualified. Moving down to the other end then for our men's 50 meters freestyle. We get the action underway in Heat 1.
Four races in this opening heat of the boys, or men's 15 and over, 50-metre freestyle. Gethin Jenkins swimming in 3 for Bridgend County with the City of Newport's Christian Banjona in 4. Noah Ware in 5 for the City of Cardiff, leading the way comfortably past 25. Swansea University's Isaac Johnston swimming in lane 6. Banjona keeping this lead ahead of Ware, but Ware maybe now coming through in the final meters. It's going to be really tight. Oh, in the end, just 13 hundredths of a second. And it is Noah Ware who does take the win ahead of Banjona. Jenkins in 3rd, Johnston 4th. We move to Heat 2. Frank Jenkins-Roberts of the City of Cardiff swims in 1 with Novio Gwyneth's different Price Glisham in 2. Dylan De Cruz in 3 for RCT. And then nothing to separate our next 2 swimmers on entry times, both 28.98. City of Cardiff's Junisuke Altordai and David Longry of Cumbria. Neath's Declan Smith in 6 with Novio Bangers Maxwell Burke in 7. Kai Johnson in 8 for Merthyr Tydfil. And might be nothing to separate our 2 middle lane swimmers on entry. There will be at the end here with Altordai coming home in a really good 28.37 for first. Robert Jenkins in lane 1, taking 2nd place, and 3rd going to Smith. We move to Heat 3. George Donnan in 1 for Hollywell. Hereford's Joe Hamer in 2. Our middle 4 swimmers separated by just half a tenth on entry. Chester's Tom Harris in 3. Harry Griffiths in 4 for Celtic Dolphins. Pembrokeshire County's Tristan Thomas in 5. Harry Arnold in 6 for the City of Cardiff. Blackburn's Tom Jones in 7. And Brecon have Finley Thomas in lane 8. Tristan Thomas in lane 5, trying to punch his way ahead through this final half a length. And he will have to win here, but really tight for 2nd. Thomas first, and then look at those times flash up. 2nd place taken by Finley Thomas. 3rd, George Donnan, and 4th, Tom Harris. Your winning time, Tristan Thomas with a 27.87 as we go straight on to Heat 4. Just a slight pause here as the starting equipment is sorted out ahead of the fourth heat. Already, we've seen some really tight racing in these 50-frees, as you would expect. The ultimate sprint event in any swimming meet. We've got 16 heats in the men's events, and the women's events will follow that. So many of the heats see multiple swimmers separated by just a tenth or two on entry times. Where we've seen that so far, we've often had a winner who seizes the race by the scruff of the neck and pushes out in front, as we do now. Prepare for heat 4. Into the water for heat 4. Johan Pryor in 1 for the City of Cardiff. Seals have a William Lyons in 2, with Jake Samuel and Merthyr Tydfil in 3. Oliver Lerigo from Aberystwyth in 4. Julian Ray in 5. Racing for the Forest of Dean with Abigail Venice, Rhys Spinks in 6. Finlay Owen in 7. For Buckley and Bridgend Counties, Nathan James in 8. This one much, much tighter. No clear leader. Maybe looking towards lanes 3 and 4 with Jake Samuel in 3. Pushing to the wall, and it is Jake Samuel who takes it by 1,500 over Oliver Lerigo. He's second. Third place going to Rhys Spinks, and fourth, Julian Ray. As we move to heat 5.
In 1, Brody Giles from Bridgend. In 2, Thomas Williams from Novio Cigar. In 3, Thomas Schofield from Heads Valley. In 4, Ethan Angel from Novio Bangor. In 5, Inigo Howe from Hereford. In 6, Oliver Hale from Swansea Aquatics. In 7, Oshan Davis Nelson from RCT. And in 8, Harrison Hughes from Treger. Going well then, in lane number 8 is Harrison Hughes. In 5, Inigo Howe. They're going to go to the wall, neck and neck, stroke for stroke, and it is lane 8, outside burner, 27.14, Harrison Hughes.
This race should be incredibly tight, with just 900ths of a second separating our middle 6 swimmers. Noah Wilson swims in 1 for Hereford. Pembrokeshire County's Ben Morgan in 2. Griffith Gray in 3 for Swansea Aquatics. For Salisbury, Samuel Stanford Jason in 4. William Jones in 5 for Justice. Shepshed to Johan Everly in 6. In 7, it's Elaine Galbraith of Novio Cigar, with Bridgend's Alex Ballantyne in 8. Ballantyne could be in with a chance here, as is William Jones in 5. Coming through, Morgan in 2. And it is Morgan that takes it at 27.05. Second, William Jones, 27.23. And third in the end, taken by Griffith Gray. We move to heat 7.
In 1, Simon Williams from Novio Gwyneth. In 2, Tobias Bergen from Forest of Dean. In 3, Jai Chown from Novio Bangor. In 4, Samuel Dixon from Reeds. In 5, Noah Jones from Torvine Dolphins. In 6, Isaac Penland from Ostry. In 7, Gwen Rees from Wattage. And in 8, Samuel Willis from Co-Hereford. In our centre lane then, Samuel Dixon looking strong from Reed Swimming Club. Over in the outside lanes, it's a blanket finish. Lane number 2 looking like to have a late surge. It is Tobias Bergen, 27.17 to take the win in that heat. Great swimming there, boys. We move on to heat 8.
Henry Gilligan swims in 1 from RCT. Celtic Dolphins, Cole Morgan in 2. Elliot Evans in 3 for Mould. With Nice, Harry Robert Truman's in 4. Noah Spruce in 5. Racing for Whitney. Tor Vines, Joshua Vong in 6. Alexander Payne in 7 for Droitwich. And Novia Bangas, Kai Hughes in lane 8. All 8 of these swimmers within a tenth of each other. 3 of them in 3, 4 and 5 with exactly the same entry times. And now they come to the wall, nearly in unison. Joshua Vong taking it with a 26.41. Roberts Truman in 2nd, and 3rd going to Evans. The winning time just under 3 tenths ahead of the rest of the field. Up next, Heat 9.
In 1, Thomas Williams from Bristol. In 2, Derry Hardy from Wrexham. In 3, Kobe Chapman from Penarol. In 4, Gethin Lewis from Bridgend. In 5, Tom Davis from the Newport. In 6, Tristan James from Bridgend. In 7, Jack Stewart Lavender from Novio Cigar. And in 8, Thomas Evans from Kingston. In the middle lanes then, the 2 boys in the middle, Tom Davis, Gethin Jones, they look to take the touch. It's Tom Davis, 26.65. What a swim that was. First time sub 27. Moves him up the rankings for sure. We move on to Heat 10.
Cambrians, Dylan Williams in lane 1. Novio Cigars, Max Elms in 2. In 3, it's Joseph Stacey of Swansea University. Guildford's Lucas Goody de Diego in 4. Lloyd Jones in 5 for Swansea Uni. Harrow's Dylan Roberts in 6. And Zach Williams in 7 for Torvine. Really even inside the final 15. Maybe now Joseph Stacey of Swansea in that green cap, bursting forwards. He should be able to see out the win here. Tighter for second. Stacey does take the win, 26.46. Second place, Lloyd Jones, just 22 hundredths further back. And in 3rd, Dylan Roberts on to Heat 11.
In 1, Tobias Luke Bastian from Cardiff. In 2, Charlie Birdsall from Cambridge. In 3, now Parry from Nevia Gwyneth. In 4, Olo Thomas from Torvine. In 5, Ocean Richards from Swansea Aquatics. In 6, Charlie Bowerman from Barry. In 7, Marcus Fudge from RCT. And in 8, Oliver Langridge from Hollywell. What a flying start then in lane number 5, Ocean Richards. He has really long arms as well, so expect to see him have a good finish. 26.06 for Ocean Richardson from Swansea Aquatics. Very good indeed, as we will now move on to Heat 12.
Matt James in 1 for Worcester. Rochford's Thomas Lloyd in lane 2. Alfie Page in 3 for the City of Cambridge, with Conway's Reggie Samuel Park in 4. Novio Cigars Finley Phillips in 5. More and more Swansea Uni swimmers as we move up towards the seeded heats. There's 2 of them in 6 and 7. James Holland and Jacob Lee. Cambridge's Alexander Pashley in lane 8. Really tight here between Park in 4 and Holland in 6. But of course, there will be a review after that start. 25.48 for Reggie Samuel Park, taking a win in lane 4. Up next, Heat 13.
Now that was a flyer. Swims like 3 times a week, and he's had to stay on for like 2 more months because the coach just said he had to race keep his squad placement next year. In 1, Owen Spinks, Torvine Dolphins. In 2, Evan Winston from Cardiff. In 3, Enzo Schilling-Griffiths from Navia Gwynedd. In 4, Blake Davis from Cardiff. In 5, Jacob Helps from Swansea Uni. In 6, Benjamin Greenslade from Tiverton. In 7, Reece Lynch from Ellesmere. And in 8, Harry Marsh from Cardiff. Great swim out in lane number 7 at the moment. Reece Lynch, anything can change in the wall as the middle lanes are starting to come through. It is Reece Lynch with the touch though. 25.56 for him. Blake Davis in second there, 25.63. Look how close some of those races are. Joint third there. Wow. And joint 7th as well. Moving on now to our next heat. Heat 14.
This is the first of our seeded heats, so we may well see a spearhead formation coming towards the end. The 29-year-old Emir Mika, Swansea University, swims in 1. Clubmate Alfie Hawkins in 2. Jet Bamber of the City of Cardiff in 3, with another Swansea Uni swimmer, Dexter Poole, in 4. Maximus Major from Torvine in 5. Wrexham's Rhys Darby in 6. Joanne Mills in 7 for Torvine, and Swansea University's Charles Kershaw in 8. Here we go, Dexter Poole blistering away, incredible pace, dumps into the wall for a 23.91. Major second alongside him with a 24.57. And third going to Rhys Darby, returning from the Commonwealth Games.
23.9, setting the bar high then for our first of our seeded heats. You'll be happy with that. We move on now to our next heat, Heat 15. In 1, Richard Jenkins from Surrey University. In 2, Leah Woodrow from Taunton Dean. In 3, Sebastian Major from Swansea Uni. In 4, Noah Ham from Black Lion. In 5, Luke Hoey from Swansea Uni. In 6, Morgan Pugh from Torvine Dolphins. In 7, Dylan Hughes from Stockport Metro. And in 8, Oliver Dougherty from Mount Kelly. Leading the way then in the middle, now Fisher pulling away with his long, long arms to the wall. He goes 24.00. So close to that 23 mark. He'll get there in the final, I'm sure of that. As we move on to our final and fastest heat.
Swansea University have Daniel Johnston in 1 and Eamon Smith in 2. Bradley Price of the City of Cardiff has more than a decade on anyone else in the pool in lane 3. Morgan Greenway in 4, racing for Swansea Uni. City of Cardiff's Maxen Friday in 5. Lucas Thomas in 6 for Novia Gwynedd, with clubmate Elliot Milieu outside him in lane 7. We do have a small wing formation emerging here as Greenway comes to the wall in the lead. Who's going to get second just behind him? A 24 dead for Greenway, 24.18 for Maxim Friday, just 12 hundredths ahead of Bradley Price, who collects a 3rd, and Lucas Thomas finishing 4th.
Yeah, solid swim. They're all in and around that 24.00 mark. It'll be a great race to watch later tonight. We have a disqualification report from this event. Heat 12, lane 6. Moving on then to our women's 50 meters freestyle. Heat 1. In 1, Bethan Pimble from Chirk. In 2, Effa Jones from Cardiff. In 3, Julia Ostricki from Pembrokeshire City. In 4, Catherine Koo from Pembrokeshire City. In 5, Elena Hall from Pembrokeshire City. In 6, Eva Davis from Afan Valley. And in 8, Heidi Rogerson from Cumbrian. Winner there, Catherine Koo, 30.71. Takes the win of Heat 1. We move on to Heat 2.
Ellie Jenkins in lane 1 for Swansea Aquatics, with Flitwick's Isabel Suffling in 2, Evie Casto, another Swansea Aquatics swimmer in lane 3, Isabella Upton-Borman in 4 for Novia Cigar, with Pembrokeshire County's Elizabeth Griffiths just 300ths behind her on entry time, Amersham Sophie Morgan in 6, Scarlett Ballinger in 7 for Rhonda, with the Celtic Dolphins, Erin Davis in lane 8. This is a really good race here between Griffiths in 5 and Morgan in 6. Upton-Borman just off their shoulder in 4. She could get there, though, on the touch. It's going to be the three of them coming to the wall together. And it is Morgan who holds on in the end, taking the win by 13 hundredths ahead of Griffiths. She's just 11 hundredths ahead of Upton-Borman in turn. A 30.66 win for Sophie Morgan as we move to Heat 3.
In 1, Nancy Hughes from RCT. In 2, Ava Lennon-Mountain from Wrexham. In 3, Grace Duggan from RCT. In 4, Juliet Chambers from Morpeth. In 5, Amelia Rodson from Heads Valley. In 6, Gareth Edwards from Caerphilly. In 7, Layla Carter from Monau. And in 8, Una McFarlane from Pembrokeshire City. Looking great in lane number 7. Outside lane is Layla Carter. She gets the touch there, 30.76. That's quick for Heat 3.
Heavenly Sanders in lane 1, racing for Bridgend County. Hollywell's Poppy Johnson in 2, Freya Thompson in 3, another Pembrokeshire County swimmer in the water. Newtown's Rennie Thurston in 4, Emily Dash in 5 for Pembrokeshire County. Blackburn's Laura Jones in 6, Amelia Sinovich in 7 for Conwy. And Novio Cigars, Isabella Davis in 8. Look at Sinovich here in one of the outside lanes. Well, she's bursting forwards. Davis trying to go with her in 8. And their closer challenger could be Sanders all the way over in lane 1. To the wall it is Sinovich first, Davis second, and Sanders third. A 29.60 winner for Sinovich going sub 30.
In 1, Serena Standring from Winsford. In 2, Victoria Mandra from Wrexham. In 3, Fionn Griffiths from Pembrokeshire. In 4, Ava Rose Bastian from Cardiff. In 5, Seren Keylock from Wickham District. In 6, Ellen McCauley-Jones from Hollywell. In 7, Emily Grace Bastian from Cardiff. And in 8, Amy Price from RCT. Leading the way then in lane number 7 is Emily Grace Bastian from Cardiff. 30.01. Won't be long and we'll see a sub 30, I'm sure of that, as we move on to Heat 6.
Heat 6 in the water with Maris Williams for Swansea Aquatics in 1, Miley Watkins in 2 for Neath, Novio Cigars, Isabella Taffet-Salfer in 3, Maya Jones in 4, racing for Wrexham, Oswestries, Alexi Roberts in 5, Emily Sutton in 6 for Novio Gwyneth, Novio Cigars, Holly Patterson in 7, Lola Goodman in 8 for Swansea Aquatics, Watkins, Taffet-Salfer, Jones and Roberts all coming into this with entry times of 30 dead, but at the moment they are all being smoked by Goodman in 8 and Taffet-Salfer in 3. Here comes Taffet-Salfer with the touch at 29.40. And Lola Goodman also going sub 30 with a second place that is recorded in a time of 29.68. Third going to Emily Sutton. On now to Heat 7.
In 1, Mally Roberts from Novio Gwyneth. In 2, Evelyn Hopton from Wickham District. In 3, Abby Godwin from Swansea Aquatics. In 4, Mally Fitzgerald from Bridgend. In 5, Anastasia Kamurik from Novio Cigar. In 6, Gwen Ann Evans from Cardiff. In 7, Ollie Williams from Novio Cigar. And in 8, Ella Banks from Welshpool. And it is Evelyn Hopton, 29.17. I said we'd get a sub 30 soon. Look at that. 5 swimmers.
Neve Stork of Cardiff in 1, RCT's Ella Duggan in 2, in 3 it's Erin Devon from Wrexham. Janelle Blanche of Swansea University in lane 4 has just 1/100th of a second on entry time on Macy Rees from RCT in 5, Florence Meyer in 6 for Trafford Met, Nice Kessie Owen in 7, and another Trafford Met swimmer, Rose Taylor Bernard in lane 8. Florence Marr in 6, just edging into a lead here that she'll hope to hold through to the finish, but she needs to be really careful of Erin Devon and Neve Stork, both of them coming through. Marr just holds on, 29.31, 1/10 ahead of Erin Devon in second, who has only 500 on Neve Stork in third. We move to Heat 9. Carrie Bissix of Neath swimming in lane 1 with Faith Goodlift, the 26-year-old from the Celtic Dolphins in 2, Freya Burns in 3 for Novio Cigar, Swansea University's Poppy Weaver in 4, Owen Hughes in 5 from RCT, Novio Bangor have Grace Gillingham in 6, and the City of Cardiff's Aurelia Innocent in 7, Novio Gwyneth's Leah Williams in 8. There was just under 1/10 of a second separating 7 of these swimmers coming in on entry time, but Innocent is looking really strong here, being pursued by Weaver in 4. Innocent takes the touch with a 29.13. Weaver second and third. Owen Hughes. We go on to Heat 10. Asilth Rees in 1 for Novio Gwyneth, with Colchester's Aoife Fuller in 2. Another Novio Gwyneth swimmer, Alau Edwards in 3. Sarah Leyland in 4 for Penaril. Caradon's Megan Daniel in 5. At Pembrokeshire County's Kellen Gilderdale in 6. Rachel Davis in 7 for Swansea University. And Novio Gwyneth. Serenity Thomas in 8. It is Serenity Thomas and Megan Daniel who are pushing closest to the wall here. Daniel now starting to pull away, and it's going to be a good win for Megan Daniel. A 28.4. Second, Serenity Thomas 4/10 further back, and Gilderdale in third.
Just a quick general announcement, please, with the car with the reg plate DG10FAA. Please go to reception, please. The car with the number plate DG10FAA. please report to reception. Thank you. Heat 11 then underway. In 1, Ava Hughes Rolls from Torpine Dolphins. In 2, Lana Howes-Davis from Crawley. In 3, Carish Morgan from Millfield. In 4, Olivia Williamson from the Isle of Man. In 5, Catherine McAllister from Bournemouth. In 6, Bowen Clissold from Pembrokeshire County. In 7, Elizabeth Musty from Monau. In 8, Marley King from Pennyroll. And it looks to be lane number 4's Olivia Williamson to the wall. And it is 28.56. Very quick indeed down that first 50.
Libby Geach of Novio Cigar in lane 1 with Cardiff's Isabel Morgan in 2. Swansea University then have Emily Lush in 3 and Abigail Crawley in 4. Anna Fox is in 5 for the City of Cardiff with Wickham District Summer Martin in 6. Ellesmere's Joanne Andrews in 7. And in lane 8 from Novio Gwynedd it is Nell Hughes. Joanne Andrews in 7. Had a bit of a lead at 25. That's now been taken by Anna Fox in lane 5. Fox and Crawley coming to the wall together here. And look out for Lush as well. It is Fox, 27.89. Just 900ths ahead of Abigail Crawley, who takes second. She's got 400ths on Emily Lush in third as we move to up and ultimate heats of the women's 50 free.
Lane 1, Alexandra Bassett from Southend. In 2, Ella Kindred from Hereford. In 3, Grace Nichols from Pembrokeshire. In 4, Rebecca de Torres from Cardiff. In 5, Effa Daffa Clark from Novio Gwynedd. In 6, Poppy Offset from Cumbrian. In 7, Emma Worthington from Chirk. And in 8, Ariane Silverton from Torvine Dolphins. And it is in the middle, Rebecca de Torres and Effa Daffa Clark. And it is, Effa touches the wall there, 27.37. The swimmer from Novio Gwynedd. We'll move on to our final heat.
Seven swimmers in the closing heat with Isabella Lidgett in 1 for the City of Cardiff. Torvine's Imogen Givens in 2. Another Cardiff swimmer, Edith Lee in 3. Isabella Jones in 4 for Novio Cigar. Torvine have Cara Scrick in 5. Eastbourne's Amy Grace Bull in 7. And Lowry Lewis in 8 for Neath. Here comes Isabella Jones of Novio Cigar, 26.39 coming into this for the 21-year-old, and she is going to dominate this final heat, winning by nearly a body length. Coming in just behind her, Cara Scrick will take second, and third is Lewis over in lane 8. A 26.63 is the winning time for Isabella Jones, and that sees us through the heats of the 50-meter freestyle.
That was lightning quick in that last heat then. 26.63 for Isabel Jones. We now move on to the men's 100 meters breaststroke. This will be swum in 7 heats. We start with heat 1.
Johan Everly of Shepshed swimming in lane 3. Cumbrian's David Longry in 4. Nathan James of Bridgend County in lane 5, and Luke Hopkins from Torvine swimming in 6. And it's a terrific start for Everly in lane 3, already with a body lengths lead on his challengers. As we see our opening race in the 100-metre breaststroke, we had 50 metres on Wednesday, day 1. Yesterday we had the 200 metres, and as we touched on earlier today, a number of swimmers in the finals yesterday evening. It doubled up, having won the 50s. They then won the 200s as well. And like we were saying yesterday evening, if you win either side of the 100, then surely you come into this 100 with supreme confidence. So we'll see a number of swimmers hoping to do the triple on the breaststroke later on this evening, as Everly still leads in lane 3. His seeding time just around half a second slower than the fastest seed in this heat, David Longbury, but he's going to flip the script and some here. Under the flags he goes as he continues to power towards the wall and record a time of 1:18.56, and nearly 5 seconds under his seeding time. James coming in second. Third will be Longbury in lane 4. And then Luke Hopkins of Torvine comes back with a 1:32.47. Oliver Lerigo swimming in lane 1 for Aberystwyth, with the City of Hereford's Joe Hamer in 2, Bridgend County's Brodie Giles in 3, and in 4, Different Price Clisham of Navia Gwyneth. Tredegar's Harrison Hughes in 5, Samuel Stamford Jason in 6 for Salisbury, with Blackburn's Tom Jones in 7, and Harrow have Dylan Roberts in lane 8. At the 50-metre turn, it's Brodie Giles with the lead and a split of 36.09, second Stamford Jason.
Couple of storylines to follow then in this 100 breaststroke. We've got reigning champion in the 50 and the 200 meters across these heats. Let's see when we get to those finals tonight. Obviously they've got to secure their space, whether they can do the triple, sweep the breaststroke events. It'll be our first triples of the week, along with the 50 freestyle. To the 200, we've had those as well. And it is, lane 6 is Samuel Stanford Jason at the wall there.
Taunton Deans, Leo Woodrow swimming in lane 1, with Tristan James of Bridgend County in 2, Cardiff's Harry Miles in 3, and then Alexander Pashley of the City of Cambridge in that light blue cap swimming in lane 4. His seeding time 1:17.38, just 200ths quicker than that of Newport's Benjamin Soban in lane 5, celebrating his 15th birthday today. Joshua Vong swimming in 6 for Torvine. And then the other side of the empty lane is the City of Cardiff's Jonosuke Altordai. And let's have a look as our swimmers come into the wall. The lead is with Pashley, Vong in 2nd.
What a way to spend your birthday. I know I'd choose to be here at the Swim Wales Summer National Meet. What better place to be on a hot summer's day, racing.
Well, as our pool of swimmers come down now into the final 15 metres. It looks like Pashley will have done enough to see this one out, but the battle for second, Miles in 3, Soban 5, and Vong in 6 is still to be decided. There's the win with a 1:14.57 for Pashley. Coming back in second, Harry Miles, Vong taking third, and Soban in fourth. It's a happy birthday to Ben. Hopefully we'll see him celebrating in style in the 15s final later on this evening. An electric start off the blocks from Jack Bamber of Cardiff, and you would expect nothing less given the pedigree of this swimmer. Noah Jones in 1 for Torvine, with Novio Manga's Ethan Angel in 2. Shimon Sekula swims in 3 for Rhondda, with Hereford Samuel Willis in 4. Thomas Evans in 6, racing for Kingston Royals, with Pembrokeshire County's Rhys Thomas in 7 and Logan Lovell in 8 for Swindon Dolphins. And they're inside the final 5 metres now before the turn at 50. 35.39 for our leader Bambra, and he is just 300ths up on Ethan Angel in lane 2.
Yeah, Jack Bambra having an amazing meet. We saw him in the 200 fly yesterday and the 100 freestyle. Looking really strong here in this 100 metres breaststroke. Breaststroke obviously not his most favoured stroke, being a distance freestyler. But we'll wait and see how this race unfolds. At the moment, he is leading. However, the more breaststroke pedigree in the field may be coming through. Ethan Angel in the bottom lane, in lane 2, coming through very nicely from Novio Bangor. Lane 8 also going well, Logan Lovell, but it is going to be lane 2.
Ethan Angel confirming himself as the winner of this heat with a 1:15.24, 3/4 of a second up on Jack Bamber in the end, who led out of the blocks, and Logan Lovell in the outside, lane 8, taking third. First of the seeded heat sees Luca Owen of Holywell swim in lane 1. In 2, it's Cumbrian's Luke Williams. Evan Davis in lane 3 from the city of Cardiff. And in lane 4, not looking to be slowed down too much by the bronze medal hung around his neck from success in the Commonwealth Games over twice this distance. Rhys Darby of Wrexham. Novio Cigars Finley Phillips in lane 5. In 6, Nicholas Taylor of Torvine. Pembrokeshire County's Finley Bennett in 7. And in 8, Holywell's Oliver Langridge. Davis leading at the turn, Darby in second.
Yeah, bronze medalist at the Commonwealth Games, and he's come back down here to race his other events. It's going very well at the moment, as too is Evan Davis, the 20-year-old in Cardiff. 110 is his PB. 107.5 is Rhys Darby's. So we'll wait and see how this race unfolds, with Rhys coming back through the field here. It's going to be a close finish.
Very tight indeed. Darby now looks to just get his nose in front, and to the wall he goes. A 1:08.71, the winning time for Rhys Darby. Around a quarter of a second ahead of Evan Davis, who's second. Third for Finley Phillips. Will there be more precious metal for Rhys Darby come the end of the day? Penultimate heats of this men's 100-metre breaststroke as we absolutely fly through it. Novio Manga's Kai Hughes in lane 1, Alfie Doyle in 2 for Torvine. RCT have Rhys James in 3, Luke Hoey in 4 for Swansea University. Eastbourne's Cale Tennant swims in 5 with Archie Thomas in 6 for the city of Cardiff. Swansea University's Alice Baker in 7, and St Neots' Ethan Woolsey going in 8. It looks like it should be Hoey and Tennant leading the way into the wall, just under 2/10 between them in 4 and 5.
Yeah, Luke Hoey looking superb here at this point in the race. Swimmer from Swansea University, 106.8 is his best time. Going with him is Cal Tennant from Eastbourne in lane 5. This will be a good race later in the evening. I wonder if they'll let Rhys Darby swim in the able-bodied final. That would mean he'd be able to push on in this event. I don't see why not.
Yeah, I believe Darby is here swimming in that category. So Hoey winning this in the end quite comfortably with a 107.66. Tennant coming back in second, and Alfie Doyle of Torvine taking third.
Yeah, controlling margin there from Luke Hoey. Up next, our final heat, heat 7.
The 7th and fastest heat of the men's 100-metre breaststroke sees Rochford's Thomas Lloyd swim in lane 1. Oshan Richardson in 2 for Swansea Aquatics. RCT's Freddie Brock in 3. And look at this start from Jack James of Swansea University, absolutely bursting through the opening 25. He'll have a lead at 50 for sure. Oliver Jones from Cardiff in lane 5. Jake Neve in 6 for Ellesmere. Torvine have Johan Mills in 7, and it's Enzo Shiling Griffiths in lane 8 for Novio Gwyneth. And the lead by over a second for James at 50.
Yeah, Jack James looks phenomenal at this stage. He was a crucial part in Swansea's relays teams last week at the Aquatics GB Next Generation Championships. He looks good at this point in the race. Also going with him, interestingly, is Oliver Jones. Oliver Jones has a PB on paper down as a 108.1. And Jack James has a 103.7, but I wouldn't say 5 seconds separates them.
Much closer than that, so Jones will be really happy to have come in around 3 seconds quicker than his seeding time. Jack James just does take the win with a 104.24. Freddie Brock in third. And we have just heard, as the men's 100-metre breaststroke comes to a conclusion, the women's 100 breaststroke up next, that following this and before the 1,500 metres, we will have a swim-off in the boys 15 and over 50-metre freestyle. That will be between Morgan Pugh of Torvine and Eamon Smith of Swansea University. So those swimmers can get themselves ready, if their coaches can make themselves aware that that swim-off will take place following the breaststroke before the 1,500 metres. The first heats of 8 in the women's 100-metre breaststroke. Lily Rice racing in 3 for the City of Cardiff. Merthyr Tydfil's Rocker J. Morgan Bassini in 4. And Torvine's Pippa Lawn in lane 5. Lily Rice coming into this with a time of 1:47.61 with an S9 classification. Pippa Lawn with the SB14 classification coming in with a 1:39.92. So we'll eagerly await to see what times they set in this opening heat of 8 for the women's 100-metre breaststroke.
Yeah, looking good down that first 50 metres. Rocker J. Morgan Bassini. She looks good in lane number 4. We're looking at 3 and 4 competing for a place in the para-final later on this evening. Rocker J. Morgan Bassini looking very strong indeed. The 16-year-old from Merthyr Tydfil. 1:30.98 is her entry time. Now she may be under that if she keeps this pace up. But she's pulled ahead of our other swimmers.
Into the finish, Rocker J, Morgan Bassini of Merthyr Tydfil, a 1:31.60. It's just a little over her seeding time. She'll wait to see where that places her for the 16s final later on today. And then Rice and Lawn converging on the wall almost in unison here. Lawn, let's say 1:47.16, and Rice, a 1:47.84.
As we clear the water, we've got 7 more heats of action in this women's 100 meters breaststroke. Then we have a bit of 1500 meter freestyle action towards the end of the session. How exciting.
Plus that swim off as well. The first time we'll have had a swim off in the meet. We were promised one on day 1 that then wasn't needed in the end, but we will have one today.
Yeah, that will be good fun to watch. We move on now to Heat 2.
As this second heat gets underway, Swim Wales would like to take a moment to thank Just Go, the official poolside accreditation sponsor. Their continued support helps deliver a smooth and professional poolside accreditation experience across all national, regional and development events. Swim Wales is grateful for their partnership and their ongoing commitment to the Welsh aquatic community. Sophie Morgan of Amersham swimming in lane 1 with Novio Gwyneth's Emily Sutton in 2, Brie Allen Davis in 3 for RCT with Cardiff's Ruby May. Cooksey Owen coming into this with a 1:28 dead. Just a 10th off that on seeding times. Lya Williams in lane 5 for Conwy with Hollywell's Clemence Bat in 6 and Darcy Davis of RCT swimming in lane 7. And it is Davis having a really good swim here. This race, taking the reverse formation to maybe more accustomed to seeing, with Davis in 7, Morgan in 1 and Sutton in 2 are leaders as we come into the final 15 metres. An iconic lime green cap of RCT trying to stay ahead of Sophie Morgan, but under real pressure now. Morgan coming through in lane 1, and she could take Sutton with her as well. She does indeed. Morgan wins it with a 1:27.21, but just 100th of a second is all that separates Emily Sutton in 2nd and Darcy Davis in 3rd after 100 metres of breaststroke.
Fantastic swimming there, girls. As we move on to Heat 3.
Few withdrawals in this third heat mean we start off with just 5 swimmers. Jessica Griffiths of Evesham in lane 1. It was Phoebe Marsden from Conwy who got the best launch off the blocks, just alongside the quickest seed in the heat, RCT's Nancy Hughes in lane 4. And then closest to you in the grandstand, Elena Hall of Pembrokeshire County swims in lane 7 with Serena Standring of Winsford in lane 8. The swimmers now coming to the turn, and it's a 39.46 split. A couple of tenths up is Phoebe Marsden on Nancy Hughes.
Yeah, looking good there at the halfway point is Phoebe Marsden and Nancy Hughes. They've pulled away from the rest of the field, and we've seen from doing so that they are racing each other stroke for stroke. They're racing in different age groups here. Nancy Hughes racing in the 17-year-old age group, whereas Phoebe Marsden are representing the 15-year-old age group. So it'll be interesting to see if age is on her side here for Nancy Hughes.
A great battle through now into the closing meters, and it's going to come down to the touch, the straight rate in unison, and it's Nancy Hughes, a 124.56 for the win by about 0.3 over Phoebe Marsden. Third place, Elena Hall. Fourth, Standring, and Griffiths comes in to collect fifth.
We move on now to Heat 4.
Isabella Daly of Bridgend County, decent off the blocks there. Bolton Metro's Matilda Forrest alongside her in 2. Poppy Johnson in 3 for Hollywell. Winsford's Holly Buckley swims in 4 with Torvine's Orla Rose Lewis in 5, who's already had a decent morning and now leads past 30 metres. Hunneth Jones of Novio Cigar in lane 6, and Holly Patterson, her club mate, the other side of the empty lane, and it should be Patterson challenging Lewis into the turn at 50. Let's see who gets the split first. It's Lewis with a 39.04. Forrest then splitting them on a 39.52. Patterson third.
Yeah, what a race we've got on our hands here. Very different outside lanes. Lane 8, lane 2, and lane 5, all leading the way. All different aspects of the pool. And that's the beauty of these Welsh National Championships. We've seen such a good representation in our outside lanes in these heat swims. People in these outside lanes then qualify for the finals and have the opportunity to swim again in the evening session and race faster again.
Neck and neck to the wall here between Matilda Forrest and Orla Rose Lewis, and it's Forrest, second at 50, finds herself first at 100 thanks to a terrific second leg there. 123.52. Orla Rose Lewis second, and third is Holly Patterson. See who gets the best of the underwater section. It looks like Juliet Chambers gave herself a really decent chance of a good run up the opening 50 in lane 2 for Morpeth. Wrexham's Victoria Madra in 1. Novio Cigar then have Libby Geach in 3 and Anastasia Kazmarek in lane 4. Keris Thompson swims in 5 for Nuneaton with Trafford Met's Rose Taylor Bernard in 6. In 7, Marie Faulkner from the city of Cardiff, and Daisy Sale in 8 for Conway. Coming in to the turn, and it's going to be a reasonable margin, exactly a second. Keris Thompson in 5 ahead of Rose Taylor Bernard in 6. Half a length to go now. The two 18-year-olds in first and second at the turn, as Thompson starts to leave Taylor Bernard behind. Taylor Bernard will need to be wary of Geach in 3 and Sale in 8. The two of them trying to steal her second place through this second 50. No one stealing the win from Keris Thompson. 122.44, a really solid margin. Sale does take second. She's 3 behind Thompson, and third place to Taylor Bernard.
Great swimming there as we move on to the first of our seeded heats, Heat 6.
Isabella Davis from Novio Cigar bursting through in lane 1 with Cardiff's Abigail Dowling in 2 and Maria McQuaid in 3. McQuaid having a strong meet so far this week. Joanne Andrews in 4 for Ellesmere. She's picked up a couple of golds. Ellen Matthews in 5 for Cardiff, with Nice Kessie Owen in 6. Wickham District Summer Martin swims in lane 7, and in 8 it's Lily Williams from RCT. At the turn, McQuaid, 36.87 on the clock, a couple of tenths on Joanne Andrews.
She's out lightning quick, Maria McQuaid, taking it to those centre lanes of Joanne Andrews and Ellen Matthews. Expect to see them come back fast. Ellen Matthews, a Cardiff swimmer. We know what that means about breaststroke at Cardiff. Different age groups. Maria McQuaid is in the 15-year-old age group, so she'll be trying to qualify for that final. But no doubt about the leader now on this second 50. Joanne Andrews pulling away from the rest of the field.
Andrews taking a touch at 1:17.43. Tight for second, just 600 separates Kessie Owen from Maria McQuaid, dropping to third in the end. Ellen Matthews in 4th, as we saw an arrowhead start to fall.
Yeah, great swimming from those girls as we move on to Heat 7.
Two heats to go in the breaststroke, with Wickham District's Evelyn Hopton swimming in lane 1. Nia Skinner in 2 for the Forest of Dean. Caradon's Megan Daniel in 3. And then Swansea University lock out the golden lanes with Olivia Mercer and Erica Sate. Scarlett Robinson swimming in 6 for Ulverston. Hereford's Ella Kindred in 7. And Ariana Ribeiro of Cardiff in lane 8. A 1:15.46 for Mercer coming into this race. A 1:16.36 for her clubmate Erica Sate. And at the turn, it is Mercer from Daniel from Sate. .25 to go. Mercer and Daniel shaking Sate here a little bit and forging a bit of a gap between themselves and the rest of the pool as Robinson starts to move past Sate into third. Megan Daniel will come back in a time of 1:16.57 to take out this heat. The 16-year-old will be competing in a different final to Olivia Mercer. The 22-year-old will then be in the opens. Mercer taking second and third going to Robinson. One more heat to come. Isabella Taffet-Salfa of Novio Cigar swimming in lane 1. Bridgeton County's Hannah Gardner in 2. It was Ellen Winstanley of Hereford who looked really good out of the blocks in lane 4. Ella Bissix in 5 for Swansea University alongside her now. And then Helen Gorman, crowd favourite from the city of Cardiff, swimming in 6. In 7, her clubmate Olivia Ling. And then Chirk's Ellen Davis swimming in 8. At the turn, 50, Ella Bissix with a 36.61 split. 2/3 of a second up on Ellen Winstanley. Gorman in third. And these three swimmers will spear their way back down the pool to close out the heats of the 200-metre breaststroke for the 15 and over age categories. We'll have more heats to come for the 12 to 14-year-olds in the early afternoon session. But we're going to finish with a bit of a thriller here because Winstanley and Bissix are inseparable inside the final 10. Underneath the flags they go. Slightly faster stroke rate from Bissix, but it is Winstanley who takes it with a 1:17.76. Bissix in second. Helen Gorman in third. Gardner fourth to see out the breaststroke. And now, before the 1500 takes place, we will move to our swim-off in event 312S, the boys 15 and over 50-metre freestyle. We'll have Morgan Pugh of Torvine in lane 4 and Swansea University's Eamon Smith in lane 5. Swim off, your race referee. The 19-year-old Pugh against the 22-year-old Smith, both of them looking for a place in the open final this evening. It is Pugh that reacted quicker to the gun. They go past 25 in unison, 15 metres and closing. Look at the power generated by both of them in their desperation to be in the final. Neck and neck under the flags. It's going to come down to the touch. Pugh takes it, 24-62. Just 1500ths between the two of them. Eamon Smith will not make it through to the final, but it's great to see the two swimmers looking over at each other, having a smile, good sportsmanship, and it's congratulations to Morgan Pugh, who goes through to the final this evening.
Well, at one point I thought they might even tie again. They looked neck and neck virtually the whole way, all over again. But from one of our fastest races to one of our longest now, the men's 1500 meters freestyle. Heat 1.
So in this opening heat of 3, we have Mateusz Shikula of Rwanda swimming in lane 2. The City of Cardiff's Ollie Botwell in 3. Newport's Christian Banjona swims in 4. The other side of the empty lane 5 is Kyo Burt in 6 for Novio Cigar. And another City of Cardiff swimmer, Frank Jenkins-Roberts in lane 7. Christian Banjona, the fastest seed with an 18:46.30, the only swimmer in this group with a sub-19 entry time. But they're pretty even through the first 50. Of course, you wouldn't expect to see anyone go flying out of the blocks in the opening length, given they have to go up and down this pool 30 times here in Swansea to complete the race distance. Because of the distance of the race, we don't have finals later on this evening. They are heat-declared winner races, as Kyo Burt leads at 100, 1:08.09 on the board to the 1:08.43 of Christian Banjona. So with these heat-declared winners, that means that we will keep you up to date with who is the fastest 15-year-old, 16-year-old, 17-year-old, and 18 and over swimmer as we go through our 3 heats. We'll have a champion in the various age groups.
We have a disqualification to announce in event 315, heat 2, lane 3. Heat 2, lane 3. We'd also like to put out a plea for any officials available to officiate during our final session. It'd be greatly appreciated if you could come and talk to either a member of staff at the reception or anybody down on poolside in the refereeing room. Thank you.
And if you're following the live stream on ARCAE Sports YouTube and you're thinking, well, hang on, I'm in a completely different place to Swansea, I can't get down there to officiate. I'm slightly confused about some of the announcements that have gone out. Just a reminder that as well as this commentary being on a live stream, it's also going into the venue, so that's why you might occasionally hear some announcements that make sense for people in the venue, but not so on the live stream. We do thank you for joining on the live stream. It's brilliant to have this event being able to be broadcast wherever you may be. More eyes on these really deserving young Welsh swimmers, showcasing strength in depth that Swim Wales has helped to generate And that is, of course, part of the reason why they've just had a really successful swim meet at the Commonwealth Games in Glasgow. 3 silvers and 3 bronze medals. A big improvement on their performance 4 years ago, which was, of course, always the target. And that includes a couple of medals for Matt Richards.
Just a reminder that our withdrawals table closes in 20 minutes. So if you have any withdrawals to make before the finals, make sure you do it. You have 20 minutes.
.500 metres through this opening heat of 3 of the men's 1500 metre freestyle. And Christian Banjona, the quickest seed, leading the way by the best part of 25 metres, but it's so tight for second place. Only 1600 separating Kyo Burr in second and Ollie Butwell in third at the latest turn. There are 4 15-year-olds in this heat: Sakula, Butwell, Banjona and Jenkins Roberts. So all of them looking to set the best time in their 15-year-old age group, with 3 15-year-olds to follow in heat 2. 1 16-year-old in this heat, that is Kyo Burr, who was holding that second place and now just drops down to third at the latest turn. 4 16-year-olds will follow in heat 2, and a final racer in that age category in heat 3. So Kyo Burr will have a fairly long wait to see whether the time he sets in this heat will stand up against the other swimmers in his age group. 1,000 metres down, 500 to go for our leader, Christian Banjona, 12:08.34. As he makes the most recent turn, and he's going to go past his nearest competitor, 25 metres into his latest leg. Then just passing 9.75. Finley Bennett waits poised on the edge of the pool for heat number 2. Ollie Butwell, a decent margin now for second place, 12:43.62. As he turns at 1,000, 12:52.93 for Kaio Burt in third. Burt, of course, setting a time for 16-year-old age group. Banjona and Butwell will be in provisional first and second, or gold and silver for the 15-year-old age group. A withdrawal to make you aware of in the 18 and over 200-metre individual medley. That's event 3-1-1. Ella Bissix has withdrawn to be replaced by Grace Gilling. And if you have misplaced your inhaler, we have one that has been handed into the commentary pantry. Misplaced your inhaler and you're in need of it, do come over to the pantry to collect it. Up to the bell comes our race leader, Christian Banjona. 17.54 as he makes his penultimate turn. So he's got a minute 46 to come back in to go underneath his entry time of 18:46.3. It's at a really competitive benchmark for the 15-year-old age group. A bit more of a spread out field due to the distance that these swimmers are going. Ollie Butwell coming now to hear the bell in second place. He drops to 17.55. And we will have the bell ring out for Kyo Burt, third in the pool, but leading the 16-year-old age category, just after Christian Banjona storms in to take the win in this heat, an 18:10.22, an almighty swim for Banjona. That actually shaved 36 seconds off his entry time. I say shaved, you've not shaved it, he's chopped 36 seconds.
He's definitely chopped there. An absolute chainsaw to that race. What a swim that was from Christian.
I mean, you've got to be delighted with not only you put in a swim like that, but just the fact that you don't have to then go and swim in the final, have to jog that fast.
I mean, it's very rare you have to swim a 1500 final after a heat, maybe at the top level like the World Championships or the Olympic Games. But to have a swim like that in the morning, getting up and early to do a 1500, I mean, it's relatively early, it's now almost 11 o'clock. However, getting up to do that at that sort of time in the morning, I know I certainly don't favour the morning 1500s, it's always an evening job. But yeah, no, great swimming there from Christian. And also Ollie Butwell's just come in there to go 19:11.54. That's 12 seconds off his lifetime best. So we are seeing some quite big marks being broken here. Alberto touches there under his entry time as well. So we're 3 for 3 underneath personal bests / season's bests.
Kyo Burt's 19:29.42 is the benchmark time for the 16-year-old age category, with 4 swimmers in the next heat trying to go after that time. 3 swimmers going after Christian Banjona's 18:10.22.
Having a really strong finish here. He's not giving up kicking the whole way in lane 2. Here's Matthias, and he touches there to round out heat 1. And we'll move on to heat number 2.
Heat 2, Hollywell's Thomas Baldwin swims in lane 1. At the Anaconda's Ocean Bowles in 2. Finley Bennett going in 3 for Pembrokeshire County. Cambrian's Dylan Williams in 4. The City of Cardiff have a pair of swimmers in 5 and 6, Brendan Duggan and Sebastian Parfit. Thomas Williams swimming in 7 for Novio Cigar and Hereford's Noah Wilson in lane 8. The fastest seed in this race, Dylan Williams with a 17:33.8, 2.5 seconds quicker than that of Brandon Duggan, and just over a minute quicker than the slowest entry time in this heat. As I say, 3 swimmers going after Christian Banjona's 18:10. They are Baldwin in 1, Bowles in 2, and that fastest seed Williams in 4. Finley Bennett turns first at 100 with a 1:03.73 on the board. And all of the swimmers from lanes 5 through to 8. It's Duggan, Parfit, Thomas Williams and Wilson trying to go sub 19:29.42, the time set by Kyo Burt. Finley Bennett, the only swimmer to not fit into either of those age categories. He will set the benchmark time for the 17-year-old swimmers, with 2 swimmers in that age group to follow in the third and final heat, which will mainly have swimmers in the 18 and over age category. .500 metres of racing in the bank, 1,000 left for our swimmers in this second heat, and it's Dylan Williams who leads with a 5:42.19 at that 500 metre turn. Finley Bennett holding second, just over 5 seconds further back, and then he has a margin of 3 seconds over Parfitt in third, and Duggan in fourth, who was only 2 tenths behind with Parfitt at the turn. The 2 City of Cardiff swimmers looking to swim in unison for most of this heat, and then we'll see at what point one of them decides to break and go for the best time. Both of them in that 16-year-old age category. So at the moment, our first, second and third are all in different ages, so we'll be setting times for different sets of medals. Well, we've had a lead change over the middle 500. Pembrokeshire County's Finley Bennett turning in at 11:39.64. The best part of 2 seconds on Dylan Williams of Cambrian. These two swimmers are going to go hammer and tongs at each other over the final 500 to try and claim the victory in this heat. As we see Duggan and Parfit's battle rage on in lanes 5 and 6, the two Cardiff teammates. Duggan with the narrow advantage on the inside of those 2 lanes. They are being followed closely by Thomas Williams of Novio Cigar in lane 7. Here is the bell. Finley Bennett, second at 500, ahead at 1,000. And now, with just 100 meters to go, he leads Dylan Williams of Cambrian. There's been a change in the battle for third between Brendan Duggan and Sebastian Parfitt. Parfitt in the outside lane of the two. Now moves himself ahead. Fifth still held by Thomas Williams in lane 7. As Finley Bennett makes his final turn. The far end of the pool, 16:55.66. He's looking to go underneath his 17:39. He's going to be close to that as he looks to set the best time for the 17-year-old age group, but we've had no swimmers complete yet. He's going to be pushed right to the end though by Dylan Williams. Williams coming back at Bennett. Bennett needs to be really wary here. What's he got left in the tank as the two swimmers come now to the wall right at the end. Lungs bursting, and it is Bennett who takes it in a time of 17:24.92, just over half a second behind. After 1,500 metres, Dylan Williams in 4. The Cardiff battle won by Sebastian Parfitt, third with a 17:38.87. Brendan Duggan comes home fourth, just 4 seconds behind his clubmate as the two have a chat over the lane rope after those brilliant swims. Dylan Williams, 17:29.57, good enough for the 15-year-old to take the gold medal in the 15-year-old age category. No 15-year-olds swimming in the next group. Sebastian Parfitt, well, he got a 17:38, and that is good enough to put himself into provisional gold, with the Duggan provisional silver for the 16-year-old age group.
Well done, swimmers. We'll move on to heat 3, our final heat of this morning's session.
Take your marks.
This third heat sees Novio Gwyneth's Owen Williams get off to a decent start in lane 1. Archie Neves of Swansea University in 2, with clubmate Ian Evans in 3. Swansea Aquatics' Owen Twigger is the top seed here, 17-year-old coming in with a 16:42.30. The man of mystery swims in lane 5 for Swansea University, with the City of Cardiff's Ben Merriman in 6. And a full Swansea Uni swimmer, Daniel Harris in 7. Conway's Reggie Samuel Park in lane 8. And so in this heat, with no 15-year-olds, with Dylan Williams having taken the title there. 17:29.57 is winning time. As Mystery and Evans come to the wall in lockstep with each other, just 200ths between them in favour of Ian Evans. There's one 16-year-old in this race, Reggie Samuel Park. He needs to go below that 17:38.87 of Sebastian Parfitt from the previous heat. Finley Bennett's time will be chased down by Owen Williams in lane 1, Owen Twigger in lane 4. They need to go sub 17:28.92. Both of them have entry times below that. And then our remaining swimmers will fight it out directly in this race to be the 18 and over champion.
Yeah, strong start there from the Swansea boys. It looked like they were doing a training swim at this point, racing each other like they will be in training under Nathan Hughes. Ex-British open water swimmer, so trust them to have some sort of endurance and maybe some tactical advice from him.
Well, I mean, if anyone knows about the 1500-metre training programme at Swansea University, it's going to be you, Alex Sargent. You'll know these 4 guys in the pool pretty well. Do they have different race tactics that they favour, or is there anything that you feel will allow one to stand out over the others?
So I actually don't know too much about these boys racing, but I know they'll be well conditioned. However, race plans typically in Swansea can vary all over the place. We have the classic 3 500s, which is what I tend to stick to. 500 meters of getting into your pacing and rhythm, 500 hold, and then 500 go. The other side of that, obviously, 5 300s works quite well. When you build 1 to 3, and then you hold on for dear life with 600 to go. Those 2 300s are going to hurt the most. At the moment, strong start from Ian Evans and Manav Mystery, those 2 Swansea boys. Looks to be Ian with the slight advantage at this stage, but Manav's got a comfortable lead over the rest of the field, and if he can sit at this comfy pace that he looks to be holding, it would be good to see what will happen in the closing stages. Just another general announcement. Please could the owner of a grey Mazda 2 with the number plate DG10FAA please report to reception. That's the owner of a grey Mazda 2 DG10FAA registration. Please report to reception. Unfortunately, you are parked in a way that is causing an obstruction in the rear car park. Thank you.
$500 down, 1,000 to go. Our leader, Ian Evans, with a 5:29.53 at the latest split. 3 and a bit seconds up on Man of Mystery. Mystery being pursued by Merriman of Cardiff in 6. And Owen Swigger from Swansea Aquatics in 4. So we'll be very aware of those 2 swimmers starting to just close in on him. Mystery also tries to keep pace with Evans, but he may be just conserving his energy through this second 500. Now, Alex, I'm someone that gets easily distracted. I find it hard to stay focused on one task for too long. The 1,500 metres, it's a good quarter of an hour, 20 minutes in some cases. It'll be a lot longer for me, actually, of being focused on your pace, on your stroke, and applying yourself. I mean, does your mind wander at all while you're in the race? How are you able to stay really focused?
I've definitely had some races where the mind will have wandered, but a race like this, which has got lots of action in this heat, these boys will probably be thinking about who they're racing, what their pacing strategy is, how relaxed it feels, maybe focusing a little bit on technique, but yeah, I'll let you into a little secret. Sometimes I do think about what I'm going to have for dinner afterwards. So I wonder if any of these boys are thinking of a big greasy Domino's pizza, because I think it would be quite well deserved after this. But Ian Evans leading the way at the moment then. He's got a PB on paper of 16:50.58, which is roughly holding 107.5. So we'll be able to catch base with you on that later down the line.
And how easy do you find it to know whether you are keeping to the pace that you want to, whether the split times are coming in as you want? Do you rely a lot on the coaches with the noises that some of them choose to make on the side of the pool as they wave their arms as well, or how do you keep pace?
It really does depend on the race itself. With context, there's races where you need that coach there to push you on. And then other times you'll just be in and around the race itself, being in those front groups. I mean, our field isn't as spread out as I thought it may potentially be, so a lot of these swimmers have someone next to them to race. A good little race unfolding is between lane 4 and lane 6. That's Owen Trigger and Ben Merriam. They're looking at each other along these lengths, and they're very, very even paced. And I also like the look of Reggie Park over in lane number 8, the young 16-year-old. He's in and around the mix of the medals. He'll probably be in and around the mix of the medals anyway in his age group. However, I mean, to win this heat means to win the meet, really. So, yeah, it'd be good to see if he can sneak onto that top 3. At the moment, our early leader, Ian Evans, starting to lose a bit of ground to these middle lanes, that being Owen Twigger and Ben Merriam. So them watching each other and pushing themselves is actually allowing them to catch the leader, who is at the moment on his own out in front.
And of course, during these heats at the different race meets, we play music within the arena. The viewers on the live stream might not be aware of that because it doesn't go out on the live stream due to licensing issues, but it does go out in the venue. Do you find that you have any tracks that you find are particularly helpful for keeping the right kind of rhythm?
Oh, most definitely. I've got a good playlist for pre-race playlists. Staying Alive by the Bee Gees is one of my go-tos. If you are listening to that, walking to the pool, you're in that right little tempo where you're not quite overstimulated, but also at that right point of, right, I'm ready to race, and I'm going to have to stay alive during this 1500.
Yeah, I mean, that is definitely a tune that gets stuck in your head once you hear it. So easy to then keep that rhythm as a result. We continue to see Twigger and Merriman make inroads onto the lead of Ian Evans. Mystery having dropped back now. Reggie Samuel Park holding 4th. Mystery level with Archie Neves, one of his Swansea Uni teammates in the pool.
Yeah, I think Owen Twigger's going to come up on Ian Evans, our early leader now. Look at that, within a second for the first time since the first 100. Owen Twigger having paced this pretty perfectly, I must say. He's come through on that second 500, built through it. So it'll be interesting to see who's got the final gear change in with 500 meters to go.
Twigger just 4 tenths behind Evans at 950 meters at 1,000. He will lead for the first time. 11:14.64 his split. 11:15.33 for Ian Evans. And then just 2.5 seconds off Evans is Cardiff's Merriman in lane 6. Reggie Samuel Park still holding 4. Mystery 5th. Neves 6th, but with 500 to go, either Mystery or Neves could easily beat the other, depending on when they decide to make a bolt for the door. What's the furthest out from the end that you've ever gone, I'm feeling good here, I'm going to go for it?
So about 900, it tends to be. If you have any good race, you find that next gear to go to. Like I said, the 5-300 race plan, you get to that 900 and you're still feeling okay, then it really is time to go. At the 2024 Olympic trials, it's where I won my bronze medal. I came through at the 900 meters to clinch that, really made the move and committed to it early. But yeah, I'd say the earliest I've ever gone is right from the first length. Sometimes you've just got to get out there and go for it and let it hurt, especially some in-season swims. You've just got to soak up the pain, because it gives you the confidence that when you get to that tapered meet that it's not going to hurt quite so much when you get there, and you've already gone through worse that year. So that's one of the big things my coach has taught me.
And if you're sitting in the stands or watching along on the stream, you're thinking, God, it sounds like Alex Sargent knows an awful lot about how to swim the 1500 metres. Well, that would be because he is currently ranked second best in the entire UK for swimming the 1500 metres. And ambitions for LA 2028, where it'd be incredible to see you there.
I mean, that would be the absolute dream, to represent my country at the Olympic Games. It's what all of us swimmers probably have dreamed of at some point whilst we've been swimming along. I know when I was a bit younger, I used to imagine myself swimming at the Olympics during some of these races, so maybe there's someone out there that's doing the exact same thing. And yeah, as I said, to represent GB would be absolutely unbelievable. And yeah, that's the aim, 2 years' time.
To go kind of pool by pool. I mean, for a lot of these young swimmers here at this meet, the chance to swim in the Wales national pool, really massive for them. And then, of course, you've got venues like Ponds Forge in Sheffield with all of its history, and the London Aquatics Centre, host of the 2012 Olympic Games, and with the history that was made through those Olympic and Paralympic events. LA, I mean, an iconic Olympic host venue, LA. I'm sure the swimming pool there will be an amazing place for these athletes to dream of getting to. We do hope to see some of them. As we were touching on earlier, Welsh swimming in a very good place at the moment with 6 medals at the Commonwealth Games, 6 silver, 6 bronze. So no doubt, Swim Wales, their swimmers will contribute a significant number to the GB team come LA 2028.
Most definitely, I think some of them, well, I mean, probably arguably the most famous name being Matt Richards. He's got the potential to bring home maybe Olympic gold come LA in that 200 metres freestyle, and also as part of that 4x200. Also got the likes of Tyler Melbourne-Smith trying to make the team, maybe on the 400 freestyle, and maybe even in that 4x200 heats or something along those lines. You've got Maddie Harris, Theodora Taylor, all big names that have the chance of making it to those games. That would be all Welsh representatives. On the open water side, we've got the likes of Hector Pardo, a constant swimmer in that Olympic scene. As we come to our 100 metres left to swim.
The bell for Owen Swigger, 15:46.17 as he turns. And, well, nearly 7 seconds up on Ian Evans holding second. Merriman still in third, 15:58.01 at that turn. But just 2.5 behind, Archie Neves in fourth. Reggie Samuel Park, having been passed by Neves, holding fifth in lane 8, and Mystery in sixth. Seventh for Owen Williams. He's only 3.5 adrift of Mystery.
Yeah, Owen Twigger's really had a great swim here. He's pulled away right from the early stages. Right from the later stages. At 1,000 metres, he started to come into his own, and the gap he's built in such a short space of time. I wonder what would have happened if he'd have gone slightly earlier. He's definitely had the best pacing strategy of the field. The rest of them have all sort of sat in those places now. Coming back very nicely in lane number 2 is Archie Neves down this last length, but it is Owen Twigger, your winner.
A 16:52.61 for the Swansea aquatic swimmer. Just outside his entry time, but comfortably underneath the benchmark time in the 17-year-old age category. So he will win the gold medal there. Coming back second in the pool, Ian Evans with a 17.73. That's going to be the fastest time for swimmers aged 18 and above. So he is also a gold medalist. Third in the pool, Ben Merriman, silver in the 18 and over category. Fourth is Archie Neves here, who'll take bronze. And fifth, Reggie Samuel Park. That time of Reggie Samuel Park, 17:08, is going to be good enough to see him as the gold medalist in the 16-year-old age category. So congratulations to gold medalist Reggie Samuel Park, to Ian Evans and Owen Twigger. They joined Dylan Williams as collecting gold in these various 1500 metre age categories. And that brings us to an end of the opening session of racing on day 3 of the Swim Wales Summer Championships, as our swimmers make their way out of the pool. We will take a short break. If you're following along on the live stream, this break will run from now until 12:45. So 12:45 is when the racing resumes. We'll come back on air at 12:40 to introduce that session to you, just an hour's time for that. And in the meantime, we will say thank you very much to our officials for their work in this opening session as they make their way off the pool deck. You're able to give them a round of applause here in the arena. You also have an hour until racing resumes. Swimmers racing in that session. Your warm-up will start in a minute's time and run through till 12:40. So we'll see you again on the live stream at 12:40 for session 8 of this meet, where we'll have the races we had this morning in the 12 and 14 age categories. See you then.
Welcome back to the live stream of the Summer Championships 2026. Swim Wales hosting these championships at the Wales National Pool. Welcome to all of you in the arena as well. Session 8 will shortly be underway, where we will see the same events that we had in this morning's session, but this time for swimmers in the 12 to 14 age category. So we will be starting off once again with the 200-metre individual medley. We'll just have the girls in the 200 IM today. The boys will swim tomorrow. And then the 50-metre freestyle sprints, the 100-metre breaststroke, and we'll close out with the 1500-metre freestyle. Just the boys racing that today. The girls will race the 1500 tomorrow. In order to get our racing underway, we do, of course, need our officials, so please give them a big welcome as they return to the pool deck here at the Wales National Pool. Our TD is Dave Avery. Fran Flint is our AOE. And we'll bring you our starters' names very shortly. Thank you, officials. You may be seated. Our starter is Ray Jupp. Our referees, Dave Avery and Marion Williams, and our TD, Gareth Bennett.
And after that blunder, we will move on to our first event of the day, the female 200 metres individual medley. This will be swum in 19 heats, and we start with heat number 1.
Take your marks.
Underway in this opening heat of 19 of the girls' 200-metre individual medley. Yola Morgan racing in lane 3 for Pembrokeshire County. Chirk's Francesca Hayden in lane 4. Bethany Hughes in 5 for Conwy, with Hereford's Morgan Feehan in lane 6. A decent 50 of fly for our quickest seed in this heat, Francesca Hayden in lane 4. She's going to come to the turn with a decent lead and is looking to go after her entry time of 3:13.98. She holds the lead at that turn as they go on to backstroke. Well, Feehan holds the lead, actually. Hayden in second, Hughes third, and Morgan fourth. And now evening up as our swimmers approach 25 on the backstroke. Very little to choose between them here.
Bethany Hughes building a solid lead through the backstroke. Now onto the breaststroke, looking to add to it, while Morgan and Hayden very close together in lanes 3 and 4. And Alex, it's great to see so many people that have come down here to the Wales National Pool to cheer on the swimmers in this middle session of the entire meet.
Yeah, certainly looks the most full out in the stands today. So big well done to all of you making your way to the Swim Wales National Pool today.
Hughes' lead preserved through the breaststroke. And now it's just a sprint back down the pool. A sprint that will see Hughes confirm herself as the quickest qualifier in this heat, but a sprint that will determine who out of Hayden and Morgan is able to finish second. Inseparable for much of the race after Morgan came back following a slightly slower flight. Coming into the end now with a 3:06.88, Bethany Hughes. Hayden gets that second place, 3:12.25. Just a second and a half ahead of Morgan. And coming into her final 10 meters, Morgan Feehan of the city of Hereford, looking to go under her seeding time of 3:32. She's just going to manage that here, 3:31.32.
As the swimmers clear the water, just a reminder of what's to come. Many, many more heats on this, and then some 50 freestyles. Lots of fast-paced action still in store to come this afternoon. We move on to Heat 2.
As our swimmers cross 15 metres, Ruthyn's Poppy Kay goes in lane 1. Megan Dobson in 2 for the city of Cardiff with the Isle of Man's Nia Littlejohns in 3. Madeline Snellgrove swims in 4 for Neath. City of Cardiff's Alice Evans in 5. Abigail Griffiths of Evesham in 6. Wrexham have Jessica Elson in 7. And in lane 8, it's Ophelia Ashfield representing Conway. And what a fly 50 this is from Snellgrove. Coming up to the wall, she's going to touch and turn in a time of 36.86. And now the following pack come in, 41.09 for Alice Evans, currently second placed. Snellgrove extending her lead from 50 at the 100-metre mark, and pursued by Dobson of Cardiff in lane 2. Dobson looks to be closing, as may well be her teammate Evans in lane 5. Evans will want to just keep one eye on the fact that Griffiths, Elson and Ashfield are all sneaking up on the outside, as the field very much bunches up on this breaststroke leg. One more turn to go. Snellgrove will hope she's done enough in this field of swimmers all in the 12-year-old age category. final turn at 2:22.09. Just under 2 seconds ahead of Dobson. So that lead is smaller than it was 100 metres prior. Elson holding third ahead of Griffiths in fourth. And our swimmers coming back down one final time in this second heat. Snellgrove still with the lead with 25 to go. But have a look at Dobson in 2. Have a look at Elson in 7, because they are both absolutely motoring. And they are closing on Snellgrove with every single stroke. Snellgrove hoping she's got enough left in the tank to stay in front as they come into the final meters. Snellgrove will take it. A 3:05.51, 3:05.91, just 4 tenths back for Jessica Elson in second place. Dobson taking third.
Wow, that was fantastic. What a close race towards the end. I think we had about 6 swimmers in a line at one point on that final 50. Great racing from those girls then as we move on to Heat 3.
Take your marks.
Sarah Dallimore of the City of Cardiff swims in lane 1. Elizabeth Gotobed of Torvine in 2. Bonnie Curis in lane 4, with no one immediately in the lane to her left or right, so it's slightly harder for her to keep track of where she is in relation to her competitors, but if anyone can do it, it's Curis. Darcy Hopkins in 6th for Penaril, and then Hollywell have the bottom 2 lanes, Bella Twist and Amber Nash. Nash leading at that opening turn with a 39.08 opening split. Just a couple of tenths up on Darcy Hopkins in lane 6 as our swimmers embark upon their way back down the pool on the backstroke 50.
Yeah, looking strong on this opening 100 is lane 6's Darcy Hopkins. And also going well in lane 8, Amber Nash. We've seen some outside lane action this week. Seems to be a theme of these heats. Amber Nash in the 12-year-old age group, so she'll be looking to try and make her way into a final later on this evening. As will Darcy Hopkins. If they can have a good solid swim here in the early heats, it'll put them in good stead. Leading at the way then, Darcy Hopkins, followed by Amber Nash, followed on this side of the pool by Elizabeth Gotobed.
And 5 swimmers across the width of the pool, battling for first halfway through this breaststroke leg. Dallimore trying to surge ahead in 1, but Gotobed, Curis, Hopkins and Nash all looking to keep pace with Dallimore. Gotobed maybe just tiring a little bit towards the end of this breaststroke, but I'm sure she'll come back on the freestyle. There's the turn, Dallimore leading. She's up by around half a second on Curis. Half a second. It's very little on a freestyle 50 when you've already put in 150 across 3 other strokes. But it looks like Dallimore is only going to build on that lead. Steaming down this final length. She comes into the final 10 meters with more than a body length's lead. While there's a 3-way, maybe 4-way tie for second at the moment. Dallimore takes it with a 3:02.17. Who's going to get the touch for second is Gotobed, despite losing her cap on the way. Hopkins taking third, Nash in 4th.
Huge swim there from our winner. We will clear the water as we are just having a quick look at a lane rope malfunction in the middle of the water. I believe it is in between lane 5 and 6, just a little piece of plastic. So we'll just take a look at that, but
Alex, obviously these swimmers in the younger age groups, I mean, how useful did you find it when you were coming up through the age grades as a swimmer to compete in the individual medley in terms of helping you find out which strokes you really enjoyed and you excelled at?
Well, it was fantastic to swim at these sort of meets when I was younger, especially in this 200 IM. Training all 4 strokes whilst you're young develops a good sense and feel of the water. Being able to do all 4 strokes is really important, not only for just able to do these medleys, but good practice in training. It's a good training stimulus. The 200 medley obviously consists of all 4 strokes, so the ability to swim all of those, you don't need to be able to be amazing at all 4, so you can get away with a few little weaknesses, especially in this 200 where it is so fast-paced. You've got to try and maximize your strengths, which leads to ultimately really entertaining racing to watch, especially at these Swim Wales Nationals. We saw the older age groups this morning. We'll get back to that after Heat 4.
Take your marks.
Heat 4 in the water. We have a good start for our orange-capped Evie Rosa Kellaway of Aberystwyth. For Maisie Owen in 1 for Neath. Novio Bangor's Leila Naguib in 2. Megan Bayan swims for Cardiff in lane 3 with Novio Gwyneth. Nellie Parry in 5. Habiba Jones is in 6 for Bebington. Caerphilly's Erin Farr in 7. And over towards those of you in the grandstand, Hannah Evans swims in 8 for the City of Newport. Kellaway leading at the turn from Bainham.
So we'll maintain a quick look at that lane rope whilst the swimmers are continuing to swim. As I was saying, the ability to do all 4 strokes has led to some very interesting different race plans. So me not being a breaststroker, I'd want to go out there and get a lead on this backstroke, and maybe that's what lane 4's Evie Rosa Kellaway is doing. The Aberystwyth swimmer in the orange hat, pink suit, very cool pink suit, I must say. It might be doing. We'll wait and see how her breaststroke shapes up, but the ability of some of the breaststrokers in the field to come back on these, let's say, non-breaststrokers has been really entertaining, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I love seeing how the lead gets shaken up, the different dynamics of the races, as we see some races where all of the swimmers are fairly evenly matched across the strokes, and then others, when there's 1 or 2, can just turn things on its head. And as you say, so often it happens on the breaststroke leg. It does look like Kellaway maybe being caught a little bit, but she did well enough through the fly and the backstroke that she's still going to hold a decent lead of around about 2.5 seconds over Bainham at the end of the breaststroke, and now they come back on the freestyle, and so it's all about staying ahead for Kellaway. Bainham and Naguib in 3 and 2. They're going to give it everything they can to try and haul Kellaway in. They are gaining. Bainham now around about the feet of Kellaway, but Evie Rosa Kellaway will just hold on. 3 minutes, 0.47 to take this heat. 3:01.62 for Bainham, and Naguib a 3:03.50 in 3rd.
Well, that was an awesome swim there from our centre lane. She won all the way from the first stroke, I think. And we will now move on to the next heat, heat number 5.
Take your marks.
Heat 5 in the water. Megan Williams of Namio Gwyneth in lane 1. And then Evie Butwell of Cardiff in 3. Clubmates Sarah Morgan to her inside in 4. Hereford have Megan Wilson in 5. Newport's Amelia Pasinskaite in lane 6. And then the other side of the empty lane, Amelia Foxwell, another Cardiff swimmer, in 8. Just a tenth separating Morgan and Wilson, the middle 2 lanes. On seeding times coming into this, that 10th was in favour of Morgan, but it is Wilson who has the margin at the 50-metre mark, and by 4.5 seconds over Morgan. Her lead is a more slender one over Amelia Fox, who held second at the end of the butterfly. While Foxwell continues to push Wilson here. Butwell of Cardiff is coming through on the other side as well. Butwell ahead of Wilson, ahead of Foxwell as they approach the all-important back to breast turn. Pushing off the wall is Butwell, a 1:22.38 her split there. Just over a second ahead of Wilson. It's half a second on Foxwell. Now in between Wilson and Foxwell comes Pasinskaite.
So with a commanding lead then, Evie Butwell, the City of Cardiff swimmer. She's had a good meet so far. I feel like I've said her name a fair few times this week already. She comes to the wall then, 25 meters to go. She looks very strong on this freestyle. Nice big leg kick. Also her teammate over in lane 8, Amelia Foxwell. Having a good freestyle split. The 2 Cardiff girls lead the way then. And it is.
Yeah, good freestyle splits, but also good breaststroke once to get themselves into that position. No surprise, Cardiff age grade swimmers doing well in the breaststroke. A win for Evie Butwell. Foxwell coming in second. Third for Pasinskaite, with Wilson in the end in 5th.
Yeah, breaststroke definitely a huge part of Cardiff's regime. Heat 6 then underway.
And Heat 6 sees Amelia Salmon racing in lane 1 for RCT, with Caerphilly's Amelia Jones in 2. Strutt Sharks have Alexa Wilson in 3. Brooke Manley, the quickest seed in this heat, from Cwmbran with a 3:01.61. Pembrokeshire County's Jessica Henson in lane 5. Namio Gwyneth have Becca Edwards in 6. Ella M. Evans of Cardiff in lane 7, and Emily Smith from Newport in lane 8. And at the turn, it's Evans, a 36.73 split. Gives her half a second on Becca Edwards. Brooke Manley in the golden lanes, holding 3rd. Evans and Edwards, 7 and 6, having a really good fight thus far in the race. Emily Smith in 8, trying to stay with them as well. She's looking to be gaining on Evans here as Edwards just pulls away slightly. Here's the turn for Amelia Jones in lane 2, leading with a 1:21.07. Just over a second was the margin at the turn. However, the launch off the wall in this back to breast turn can leave the picture looking remarkably different to where it was when the swimmers touched the timing pads. We have 5 swimmers battling for the lead as we go past 125. Jones in 2, Manley in 4, and then Edwards, Evans and Smith in 6, 7 and 8.
Yeah, very even across the pool then, maybe a tad more even than we've seen so far in the first 5 heats.
Jones leading at 50, 100, leading at 150 as well. Evans then in 7th, right on the other side of the pool. The closest challenger to her at that final turn. Will that be the case at 200? Have a look now in lane 6, Becca Edwards trying to drive her way through the middle, as is Alexa Wilson in 3. Wilson almost level now with our leader Jones, as they are both overtaken by Becca Edwards. This is a great swim in lane 6. Becca Edwards with the lead and into the wall, and she takes it with a 2:58.73. Second going to Alexa Wilson, third Amelia Jones. And Evans in the end in 4th, and a really competitive heat.
Fantastic swimming from heat 6. We'll move on now to heat 7.
Take your marks.
Ellie Rowlands of the Isle of Man, a terrific start there in lane 4. Coming into this with the exact same seeding time as Felicity Ganderton in 5, racing for RCT. So it'll be interesting to see how close they are at the end. Ganderton will need to come back against Rowlands, who's doing really well on the fly. Violet Swatman swims in 1 for Berkhamsted. Mono in 2 for Blythe. Mono's either Blythe in lane 2. Cora Payne in 3 for Dunstable. Torvine have Ava Morris in lane 6. Betsy Howell swims in 7 for Newtown, with Ivy Cole from Cardiff in lane 8. Rowlands, well, she might just be going all out from the off here. Perhaps similarly to the tactic that you would employ, Alex, wanting to make sure she's got a safe enough lead ahead of the breaststroke 50. See whether the other swimmers can catch up on her, or maybe she's just going to be ultimate on the all-round strokes.
Well, a couple of times we've seen these amazing athletes go out really fast, and they are just that. They are just fast. That tends to be the case some of the time. She looks good on this breaststroke, but maybe a more natural breaststroker might be able to close that gap. Off seed time alone, I'd imagine lane number 5's Felicity Garrison might make a move just purely because she's got such a quick entry time, but we'll have to wait and see how Ellie Rowlands holds on to this lead. Betsy Howes in lane 7 looks to be coming through the field as well, making a move on her 2 fellow lane mates. That's Eva Morris and Ivory Cole in lane 6 and 8 respectively. But hanging on to this lead then that she built, Ellie Rowlands, she looks great at the moment. 2:11.12.
Next best at the final split, Ivy Cole with a 2:16.79, and then look how the times flash up after her. Under 2 seconds from 2nd to 5th. And Swatman, Blythe and Payne fighting it out for 6th. But Ellie Rowlands, procession now for her as she gets inside the final 5. Laying those arms forwards, making sure her stroke length is still nice and long. into the finish she comes to record a 2:49.37, taking nearly 10 seconds off her entry time. Ivy Cole will finish in second with a 2:58 dead, third to Howes, fourth to Morris, fifth to Ganderton, all one after the other.
Yeah, phenomenal swimming there. So, we now have monitored our lane rope. We are sending in a lifeguard in to go and get it. And he's away.
Yeah, so the technique for getting under and over these ropes, Alex, what would you say is the best way?
An absolute vital part of lifeguarding, I must say. He's doing an excellent job, and I'm sure he'll get the racing underway again very, very soon.
And then the underwater repairs as well. I mean, is that something your coaches go through with you?
I mean, we'll have to find out. I mean, he's looking good at the moment. Can he finish strong?
Good ability to tread water here. Obviously, the lane rope is going to be holding him up a little bit, but still, you do need to keep your legs working throughout.
Well, he's actually using a professional technique known as egg beater kick. Very, very good terminology. And look at that, he's finishing strong. All the way to the wall.
Let's
give it up for our lifeguards. Your winner. Woo! As always.
Oh, and a bow as well.
A great
got to take
sport.
The applause when it comes.
What a great sport, and thank you very much to our members of staff. On to Heat 7.
Also, just a word on our technical director, Gareth Bennett. Textbook observation there from the side of the pool. I thought he contributed really strongly. It's a team effort.
Absolutely. As always, we'd like to thank the Swim Wales National Pool staff members. Fantastic as always, allowing us to put on these events, utilising the lifeguards. Turning our attention back to the racing then.
Up towards the first turn in Heat 8, and the lead with Phoebe Thomas in lane 3, racing for the City of Cardiff, just ahead of Evie Bidgood in 2, her clubmate. They also have Natalie Willman in lane 1. Tilly Shepherd-Morris swims in 4 for Rhonda. 2:56.80 is the time she's coming into this with. Celtic Dolphins' Chloe Harris is in 5. Another Cardiff swimmer, Amelia Cox, in 6. Newport's Olivia Clements in 7. And Erin Enoch in 8 for Novio Cigar. Cardiff will lead after 100. They could be first and second as they were at 50. Maybe even a sniff of first, second and third. Let's see, first and second and fifth and fourth as well. If they're 4 swimmers, and we know that they're going to do well through this breaststroke 50, looking to go with them. One Cardiff swimmer, non-Cardiff swimmer in the top 5 at the moment, Erin Enoch in lane 8 for Novio Cigar.
Well, hasn't lane number 6's Amelia Cox come into her own there? She turned in the wall in 4th at that 50, and I wouldn't be surprised if she's leading at the end of this one. An amazing breaststroke performance here. Great technique, really driving through. She's had a quick glance over to her compatriot in lane number 4. In 3, apologies. That's Phoebe Thomas. Amelia Cox leading the way, though, at the 150-metre mark. All the work done on that breaststroke 50. Can she keep it up in the closing stages of this race?
It's a brilliant battle between the Cardiff swimmers, holding the top 3 positions, with Enoch of Novio Cigar then in 4th at that last turn. Will Cardiff claim those top 3 positions, and in what order? Cox still leading as they cross the 50-metre marker. It is Thomas in lane 3 holding seconds, but narrowly. Enoch up into the top 3, I think, and pushing hard as Cox takes the win, 2:52.11. Thomas second, and Willman will take third by just 11 hundredths over Enoch. So it is a Cardiff 1, 2, 3.
Well, never count them out with anything breaststroke related. We will move on to Heat 9.
Take your marks.
Ella Thressel of Oswestry in lane 1. Bethan Roberts in 2 for Buckley. Wrexham have Layla Conlon in lane 3 with Fionn Morris in 4 for Pembrokeshire County. Crown Alpha's Matilda Chamberlain coming into this just 700ths off the pace of Morris. Betsy Jones in lane 6 for Holywell with Moulds Emily Weatherhead in 7 and another Holywell swimmer, Emily McEwen in lane 8. And McEwen, surprising to see her in lane 8 given what a strong swimmer she is. She's holding second at the first turn, just a little bit behind Bethan Roberts, herself in lane 2. So outside lane battle here.
Yeah, another one of those races where the outside lanes are doing really well. Lane number 8, Emily McEwen. We've heard a hell of a lot about her this week. Really good swimmer over in lane number 8, maybe looking to get another lifetime best here. The whole field separated by just a second, so should be relatively close on paper, but you wouldn't think that at the halfway mark. So we will see a change in leader at the 100.
Roberts with a 28 hundredths over McEwen. Again at the split, but McEwen looks to just have a little bit of an advantage on Roberts here. Morris and Jones, the next best placed on this breaststroke 50 to try and take the lead. And the stroke rate of Emily Weatherhead in lane 7, she's really going for it here and will find herself up amongst the top positions with 50 to go. Here's the final turn. Taking it first is Weatherhead. What an incredible 50 on the breaststroke there. 2:13.41, meaning she leads by a 10th over Betsy Jones. McEwen now down to 3rd. Anyone's race through this freestyle leg.
And all of a sudden, that 1 second on entry time looks a tad more realistic. The rest of the field coming back into a fray, but no doubt about your leader as she's streaking away in the final closing meters.
Betsy Jones having got faster and faster and faster. And her Holywell teammate may have led many points in the race, but it is Betsy Jones who takes it with a 2:51.40. Weatherhead second with a 2:54.33. We're just waiting for the time of Emily McEwen to be confirmed in order to know the exact finishing positions there, but it was won by Betsy Jones.
Take your marks.
Away they go in this 10th heat as we move past the midway points in our girls' 200-metre individual medley programme. Wonderful swim over this opening 25 from Awel Havowen of Novio Gwyneth in lane 6, being pushed by Ella Kendall outside her, racing for Conway. Aria Coles is in 1 for Neath, with Pembrokeshire County's Lottie Hawkins in 3. Rhonda locking out the middle 2 lanes, Isabel James and Gwen May. And then Nala Britton in 8 for Cardiff. Turning first after those good starts, Owen and Kendall, no surprise to see them there. Coles on the opposite side of the pool holding 3rd.
Strong start across the board then. No real leader at this point in the race. Very evenly matched across the 2 strokes we've had already. Maybe just coming through nicely in lane number 7, and lane number 3 is Lottie Hawkins and Ella Kendall. We'll have to wait and see at the wall. It is Lottie Hawkins, 1:20.51 for her. Leads by just over a second ahead of Ella Kendall and Isabel James.
He was up in the top 3 after the fly. Motoring now. Hawkins and James still tightly packed. There's May and Owen, Kendall and Britton start to try and move past them. Closer to you in the grandstand. Here we go. The final turn. James leading. May a second. Just 1100s back. Coles may well be enjoying being able to sort of swim her own race in lane 1. And no one next to her. And the swimmers focused on the people immediately to their left and right. As we see the battle to the wall here between our fastest 2 seeds, James in 4, May in 5. James ahead at the moment, but they may both yet be passed by Britton in lane 8, and I think Britton is going to get to the wall first. Yes, she is, 2:52.74. James in 2nd, May 3rd, 4th, Hawkins.
Amazing closing speed there from Nala Britton. As we move on to our next heat, heat 11.
Aberystwyth's Kaya Smigiero in lane 2. Firing herself off the blocks and rocketing down the opening 50. Ellery Taylor in 1, races for the City of Cardiff with Swindon Dolphins, Amabel Lovell in 3, Una Peace in 4 for the Isle of Man. Pembrokeshire County have Phoebe Dyed in lane 5. Dyed coming into this just a couple of hundred slower than Peace, but leading out of the 2 of them at the first turn. Peace in 3rd, Dyed 2nd. Grace Davis in lane 8 is the leader. Molly Francis swims in 6 for Newtown, with Newport's Evie Greensill in 7. Davis building on a narrow lead she had at 50. Turn it into a useful one at 100. Given the danger on the breaststroke of being caught by someone that you weren't expecting to suddenly see rocket up level to you.
Well, I think lane 8's turning into a bit of the new fast lane at this meet. Very, very quick. Lane 8 won the last heat, so no reason why she can't do it here. Grace Davies, long, strong breaststroke. Another good breaststroker in lane number 5, Phoebe Dyed. She looks good as well at this point. Could we see some of these girls in the final later? Almost definitely, I would imagine. Still plenty of racing to come though. But if they fight hard enough, I don't see why not.
That's the thing, there's 8 more heats after this, and there's just 3 finals that can come from all 19 of these heats. The 12-year-old, 13-year-old and 14-year-old final. As they turn for the final time in this heat, Grace Davis leading at a 2:07.28, Dyed in 2nd, Smigiero in 3rd, and it is going to be a 3-horse race between these 3 girls. Coming down with half a length to go now, and Davis, who has led throughout, looking to hold that lead over Phoebe Dyed in lane 5. Still it's Davis over Dyed. Smigiero holding that 3rd place. She won't be caught by Greensill from here, nor will Davis be caught by Dyed. As she touches now, we don't get the time on the board. Davis has taken this win. The second place goes to Phoebe Dyed with a 2:46.83. Third to Smigiero, 2:48.62. When Davis's time is confirmed, it will show that she is the winner of this 11th heat.
Yeah, we'll get those results posted and out, so don't you worry about that. There we go, 2:46.08 for our winner, Grace Davis. We move on to our next heat, Heat 12.
Take your marks.
As the 12th heat gets underway, Swim Wales would like to take a moment to thank Just Go, the official poolside accreditation sponsor. Their continued support helps deliver a smooth and professional poolside accreditation experience across all national, regional and development events. Swim Wales is grateful for their partnership and their ongoing commitment to the Welsh aquatic community. This 12th heat sees Grace Duggan race in lane 1 for Bridgend County with Swansea Aquatics, Scarlett Maitajaikina in 2. Sarah Munslow in 3 for Mono with RCT's Alyssa Brown in 4. Nell Williams in 5 for the City of Cardiff with Swansea Aquatics having another swimmer in this race. Betson Pinnock in 6. Another RCT rep is Amelia Jones in 7 with Imogen Taylor of Torvine in lane 8. And it is Taylor having a really good opening 75. Coming back now on the backstroke.
Yeah, looking good at the moment. The Torvine Dolphin of Imogen Taylor. We'll have to wait and see how this race unfolds, though. This IM proven to be really exciting this afternoon. We've had lots of outside lane winners, the last 2 heats being in lane 8, so no surprise to see her go out first. So it must be lane 8 thing, or just all of them are awesome. I think that one might be the case.
Yeah, incredible talent on display throughout this meet. Out each of the different strokes, the different distances. And fantastic to see the number of swimmers that have come in and beaten their entry times. Obviously, not everyone can come away with a medal, even fewer can come away with a gold, but the more people that can come away with improved PBs, improved season bests, and the better for the developments of Welsh elite swimming. Taylor leading at the final turn, 2:09.77. She's just under 2 seconds ahead of Betson Pinnock, 2 lanes to her inside. Maitajaikina all the way over in lane 2, holding third at that final turn. Maitajaikina locked in an almighty tussle here with Duggan in 1, and then Munslow and Brown in 3 and 4. Duggan coming through on Maitajaikina now. Still Taylor holding the lead in lane 8. Pinnock just looking to keep her hold of second place despite this really fast finish coming from Grace Duggan. Duggan could well come through here, and they both might get past Imogen Taylor. This is going to be so tight at the wall, and it is Grace Duggan. What a final 50 from Duggan. 2:50.77 for the Bridgend County swimmer, taking the win. Imogen Taylor second in the end, and third to Betson Pinnock.
Yeah, really close there. Less than a second separating our top 3. We'll move on now to Heat 13.
Take your marks.
Holly Wells to Cartwright has a good start. Caradon's Karis Jeffries in a lane to her inside in 2. Leslie Morris of Novio Sogar in 3, with Layla Williams swimming well in 4 for Newtown. Novio Gwyneth's Caranon Roberts is in 5, with Elena Gilwood in 6 for Swansea Aquatics. In 7, it's Emilise Curis of Novio Cigar, with Enfield's Poppy Berkovic rounding us out in lane 8. There's the first turn. Layla Williams leading, Taya Cartwright in second. These two using that fly to bolt away. Can they sustain it through the backstroke?
This time it's lane 1 that's decided to challenge the outside lane. So our last 4 heats have been won in lane 8, and lane 8, and then lane 1, the last heat. So could we see another lane 1 or lane 8 win here? I think lane 4's Layla Williams has something to say about that. She wants the win in this one. Fastest qualifier.
Swimming wonderfully well right now, Layla Williams. Cartwright in 1, doing her best to continue the trend of outside lane success, but another of the more central lanes sees Elena Gilwood gaining ground on our leader, Layla Williams. The touch at 150 will be between Williams and Gilwood. Williams with a margin of 1.3 seconds or thereabout over Gilwood. Cartwright still holding on to 3rd. We may well see her pull something back on the freestyle, given the way she swam the fly and the backstroke. But Williams leading with half a length left in this 200 IM. Gilwood in lane 6 against Cartwright in 1 for 2nd place. And up to the wall they come. Layla Williams taking it with a 2:45.11. In the end, Gilwood making 2nd place fairly comfortable. And 3rd for Cartwright, 4th Curious.
Huge swim there from Layla Williams, a 5-second season's best as we look at heat 14.
Take your box.
Nicola Kubic of Newport in lane 1. Clubmate Connie Ray Roberts in 2. Anya McShane swims in 3 for the City of Cardiff, with Torvine's Betsy Harris in 4 and Ariella Herring in 5 for Cardiff. Wrexham's Carolina Morgado is in 6. In 7, Wickham District's Gwen Keelock, with Molly Cooksey-Owen swimming in lane 8 for Cardiff. The opening turn sees Anya McShane lead, a 32.86 split, putting her in a lead of closing in on 2 seconds ahead of Connie Ray Roberts. McShane shaking off Roberts a little bit through this backstroke leg, shaking off the whole pool, to be fair. A 1:15.38 at halfway. Roberts still holds 2nd. Betsy Harris now up to 3rd. So Harris won't hold 3rd for long. Cooksey-Owen in lane 8. Straight back into this and should be up into 2nd. May well have a chance of leading against McShane come the final turn at 150.
As we've seen so many a times, Cardiff swimmers proving that they're a great breaststroke club. 1, 2, and 3 leading the way from Cardiff, all on that breaststroke leg. It is lane 3's Anya McShane and Molly Cooksey-Owen leading the way, the top 2. Can anyone challenge them on this freestyle leg? And could an outside lane win it again over in lane number 8?
Newport's Connie Ray Roberts doing all she can to try and haul in the two Cardiff leaders. The battle, though, will be decided between McShane and Cooksey Owen. Coming to the wall together. Oh, my goodness, just 300s. Molly Cooksey Owen taking it with a 2:44.88. Another lane 8 winner, as you say, Alex. Betsy Harris finishing in 5th, but Anya McShane taking 2nd, just 300s behind Cooksey Owen. On we go to heat 15 with our swimmers bursting through the first 15. Nina Powell in lane 1 for Novio Sogar, Morpeth Charlotte Harrison 2. Jade Van Zyl in 3, racing for the city of Cardiff with Liverpool's Ophelia Farnworth in 4. Caddy Jones in 5, another Cardiff swimmer with Torvine's Fionn Willis in 6. In 7, Eleanor Thomas represents Newport, while Lexi Lorne of Torvine rounds us out in lane 8. Here's the first turn. Caddy Jones, 33.22, giving her a 33 hundredths lead over Farnworth in 2nd. Fionn Willis of Torvine, looking very assured through the opening 100. It's a great backstroke leg and a lovely turn as well. Will she get the drive off the wall? Well, not compared to Ophelia Farnworth. That is a textbook back to breast transition from Ophelia Farnworth. That's seen her go from probably about 4 meters back on Willis to now leading and building that lead as they go past half length on the breaststroke. Final turn for Farnworth at 2:02.38. Caddy Jones closest to her in the pool, both on time and in terms of lanes. Van Zyl, the other side, a 2:08.50, holding 3rd. Farnworth and Jones will look to pull away from the rest of the pool here in the middle lanes. Farnworth, that lead being extended, having gained it just under 100 meters to go. And she will continue to drive her way to the wall. A lovely swim from Farnworth gives her a win with a time of 2:40.96. Second place, just under 4 seconds behind, Caddy Jones. And 3rd in the end is Eleanor Thomas in lane 7. Heat 16 sees our outside lanes starting better than the middle. Megan Morphy of Cumbrian in 1, City of Cambridge's Olivia Page in 2, Isabel Pavlovsky of Rushden in 3, Wrexham's Caitlin Elson is in 4, the Swansea Aquatics is Everly Beasley in lane 5. In 6, Amber Chowan races for Novio Banga with Pembrokeshire County's Elizabeth Davis in 7, and in 8, Newport's Alara Harper. The lead with Morphy, Davis on the other side of the pool, and Chowan just to her inside, holding 2nd and 3rd at that fly to backstroke turn. Decent contest this in lane 6, 7 and 8 between Chow and Davis and Harper. Davis just holding a slight advantage. And it's helping them move past Morphy, who led at 50. Leading at 100 will be Elizabeth Davis with a 1:15.18. It is a narrow lead. And it's one that's almost completely disappeared as they go past 15 on the breaststroke. Davis will have to keep fighting hard, the Pembrokeshire County swimmer. Morphy continues to do well over in lane 1 as Emily Beasley looks to get herself up amongst that competition with the leaders in 6, 7 and 8. Towards the final turn, and it's going to be Harper tumbling over in the lead, a 2:03.88. Second, Davis. A third, Chowan. Fourth, Morphy. Newport's Lara Harper, hoping that that's a breaststroke 50 can be the foundation block for her to win this 16th heat. But if she's going to do that, she has to stay ahead of the fast finishing Everly Beasley in lane 5, and that might not be possible. Beasley coming here. Oh, Harper just about holds on. 1300ths of a second. Lara Harper takes the win in a 2:40.61. Second, Everly Beasley with that charge at the end. Davis third, Chowan fourth. And we'll move now to heat 17.
First of our seeded heats then underway. Heat 17.
Caddy Evans from Penareel swimming in lane 1. Saren Pitt in 2 for Cardiff with clubmate Sophia Davis alongside her. Rosie Roberts in 4 for Torvine. She also has a teammate in the water, Alex Sheridan in 5. Kira Van Zyl is in 6. The third Cardiff swimmer in the pool. Swansea Aquatics' Paige Williams in 7. And just like Cardiff, Torvine have 3 swimmers in this. Isabel Price in 8. Rosie Roberts leading from Alex Sherrod at the turn. Torvine from Torvine by 9500ths.
Strong at the moment then is Rosie Roberts from Torvine. But we did see Alex Sherrod in the 200 meters breaststroke last night, and she was fantastic in that. And the 100 freestyle, if memory serves correctly. We got a couple of our Cardiff girls in here, so don't expect to not see them on the breaststroke leg pulling up alongside.
Torvine in the middle 2 lanes, and then Cardiff flanking them on either side. Lanes 2, 3, and 6. Here we are on the breaststroke. What can Cardiff do? Well, they do look to be cutting in. They're catching Sherrod here. Can Roberts or Torvine stay ahead? The quickest of the Cardiff swimmers right now. Saren Pitt in lane 2. That's Van Zyl also getting a march on. Van Zyl definitely ahead of Sherrod, and it might be Van Zyl actually who will be the lead Cardiff swimmer into the final turn. Roberts of Torvine continuing to lead, a 1:56.97, her final split, 1:59.91, so just under 2 seconds back is Kira Van Zyl. Sherrod holding third for now, Pitt in 4th and Davis in 5th.
Yeah, no doubt about your leader here then in lane 4, Rosie Roberts. Streaked away from the field on that backstroke leg, and she's not looked back since. Coming with 10 meters to go, no doubt about your leader.
Swimming beautifully here and taking out the first of these seeded heats in a time of 2:32.22, and a draw for second, 2:36.05. Sheridan Van Zyl both kicking and driving so hard for the wall at the close there. Nothing to separate them at the end.
Yeah, absolutely nothing to separate them. They'll be ready to race again tonight in those finals, I'm sure of that, as we move on to Heat 18.
Take your mark.
2 heats to go, and we have Sienna Hopton of Wickham District in the water in lane 1. In 2, Ella Ems of Cardiff, Novier Bangers, Medi Mellor in 3, Pipsweet Roberts in 4 for Torvine. Newport then have Evie Donaldson in 5 and Beatrice Manship in 6, with Wrexham's Noelle O'Hara in 7. And in 8, from Bolton Metro, it's Rosie Byrne. Up to the wall they come, and the turn taken by Ella Ems, 31.84, leading over Noelle O'Hara. Sienna Hopton in lane 1 in 7th at the moment, but the 400-metre individual medley champion in the 12-year-old age group. One of 4 golds she's won so far at this meet. She'll be keen to add the 200 IM to her crown, her list of titles. She is racing here directly against Beatrice Manship in lane 6. They're the only 12-year-olds in this heat. The majority of the swimmers 14 years old, a couple of 13-year-olds as well. And it's one of the 14-year-olds, Ella Ems, who continues to lead over Evie Donaldson and Noelle O'Hara.
Yeah, looking good here. In lane number 2 is Ella Ems. Good breaststroker. Fighting for a 14-year-old age group spot in those finals.
Seven metres until the final turn for Ella Ems. Here she goes, 1:58.65, but it is close. Just around half a second over Evie Donaldson of the city of Newport. Her teammate, Manship, in 5th at the moment. And Donaldson, look at this return 50. For Donaldson in the freestyle, she is smoking the pool here. Coming in with a 2:36.10. She should go comfortably underneath that here. And a great swim from Donaldson to take the win in a time of 2:32.35. Ella Ems, who'd led every previous split, coming back in 2nd. It's going to be tight for 3rd, but just edged by Medi Mellor over Beatrice Manship.
Great swimming there from those young ladies. We'll move on to our final heat, Heat 19.
That's 25 metres. It's a good start from Catherine Matthews of Cardiff in lane 6. Jessica Gray-Thomas of Conwy races in 1 with Gail Lawn in 2 for Torvine. Wickham District's Nora Jefferson in 3. Isla Berner in 4 for Novio Cigar. Torvine's Darcy Reasons is in 5. And Ellie Ryan of Cardiff in 7. Abigail Parry in 8 for Novio Cigar. And at the first turn, the lead is still with Catherine Matthews after that great turn. 31.63 her split. Berner in 2nd, Jefferson 3rd.
We have a disqualification to announce in this event. Heat 14, lane 1. Heat 14, lane 1. Sorry. In the water then, in lane number 4, is Isla Berner. She turns at a 1:10.88. A phenomenal swimmer. We've seen her lots this week. She'll be fighting for a spot in the 13-year-old final. Darcy Resens from Torvine Dolphin is our 14-year-old in this heat, the only 14-year-old in this heat, so the rest of them are all fighting for positions. Darcy Resens will have to beat what's been done in the heats before if she wants to make it through.
So the field reasonably close after the breaststroke leg. Just over half a second, Isla Berner leads over Nora Jeffson and Matthews, who had led 100 metres prior. Reasons in fourth. And they come back down the pool with Jeffson charging hard after Berner to try and take the lead. She looks like she's drawing level here and now, getting ready to overtake, but how about Reasons in five as well? Three swimmers locked together, coming in formation towards the wall, and it's all going to be about the touch, and it's Reasons that takes it. 2:33.43, 2400s ahead of Isla Berner herself, 1100s in front of Nora Jeffson. A wonderfully tight finish there. Reasons, Berner, Jeffson, and Matthews in fourth.
Wow, that was close, wasn't it? But we're in store for a lot of close ones in this next one as we turn our attention to the other end of the pool for the men's 12 to 14 years, 50 meters freestyle. This will be swum in 14 heats. And as always, we start with heat one.
Addison Davis of Merthyr Tydfil swimming in lane two with Torvine's Ridian Hopkins in three. Luke Stockton in four for Tadcaster with Wrexham Stilling Greaves in five. Johan Gray in six for Pembrokeshire County. And Jack Jones in lane seven. Racing for Novio Banga. The lead is with our lane four swimmer Luke Stockton. 34.34 the time that he came into this with. And he's pulling himself clear of the other swimmers. And will finish in a very nice 32.02. Second, Zach Jones. Third, Johan Gray. Fourth, Dylan Greaves. As we move now to heat two.
Moving on to heat number two. In one, Jasper Groves from Conwy. In two, Owen Edwards from Torvine Dolphin. In three, Edward Millman from City of Newport. In four, Gethin Lewis from Neath. In five, Finley Watmore from Pembrokeshire. In six, Levy Ironside from Neath. In seven, Finley Clisset from Cardiff. And in eight, Matthew Davis from Barry. Strong start then in the middle of the pool. Gethin Lewis from Neath pulling away from the field. He's got half a body length under the flags. Can anyone challenge him in the last final meters? They can't. It's Gethin Lewis, 31.81. Second place there, Finley Watmore, 32.55. And third, Edward Millman, 32.85. Moving on to your next heat, heat three.
Orphea Preminger of Cardiff in lane one. Gethin Evans in two for Bridgend County. Caerphilly's Alex Pittman in three. Carter Tyan in four for Cardiff. Buckley's Joe Lunt Sullivan in five. Tristan Hudson Godfrey in six for Penarth. Cambrian's Maxwell Bryant in seven. And Llewellyn Balch in eight for Newport. Very even. Inside the final 15 they come. This race could go any direction here. Belch and Godfrey in 8 and 6, both trying to get slightly ahead. Preminger as well in 1 for Cardiff. Who gets it? It is Preminger. 32-30 for the win by just 100th over Llewellyn. Belch all the way over on the other side of the pool, and he was only 400ths ahead of Tristan Godfrey. An incredibly tight heat, and the outside lanes taking 1 and 2 as we move to heat 4.
Well, a tiny bit of a goggle malfunction gives me time to just remind all the swimmers to get round down to marshalling in time for their race. And it looks about like we've got those goggles fixed. Let's see. Too tight, too loose? No, just right. Sound like Goldilocks there. Awesome job there from the team. Moving on to heat 4. In 1, we have Toby Mander from Conway. In 2, Gabriel Brotesque from City of Newport. In 3, Joshua Allen from Co-Cardiff. In 4, Rhys Williams from Cambrian. In 5, Taliesin Parry from Brecon. In 6, Evan Rowlands from the Isle of Man. In 7, Sebastian Bello from Torvine Dolphins. And in 8, Cameron O'Mahony from Bridgend. Lane 5's Taliesin Parry leading the way then with 5 meters left to go. Into Gabriel Brotesque. Those are your top 2. In 3rd is Toby Mander. We move on to heat 5.
In Heat 5, Harry Howell swims in lane 1 for Choke with Novio Cigars, Morgan German in 2, William Hale in 3 for the City of Newport, Pembrokeshire County's Ewan Monin in 4, Oscar Pavlovsky in 5 for Rushden, Torvine's Walter Abbott in 6, Thomas Davis Green is in 7 for the City of Cardiff, and Hereford's Tom Hamer in lane 8. Davis Green doing well here for Cardiff. He will be pushed all the way by Monin in 4, with Hale just coming past Monin now as well, and it could be one of the two of them that gets a touch. It is indeed Hale, 30.81. Second was Davis Green, just clinging on in the end. Monin taking 3rd, and 4th going to Morgan German. As we head now to heat 6.
In 1, Archie Hammer from Newton. In 2, Taryn James from Bridgend. In 3, Dylan Griffiths from Newport. In 4, Lou Jenkins from Cardiff. In 5, Harrison Bishop from Barnstable. In 6, Oliver Munt from Pembrokeshire. In 7, Z. Prince Kutalaji. And in 8, Herbie Leachy from Pembroke. Looks like lane number 4 leading the way here. That's Lou Jenkins. Also going well in lane 7 is Prince Catalunge. Those are your top 2, with 3rd going to Oliver Munt. Back down to the other end then for heat 7.
Lucas McLaren of the City of Cardiff swims in lane 1. Lanes 2 to 6, all within 600ths of a second of each other on entry time. Novio Cigars, Matteo Sassona, the first of those. James Bowles, the second. Yellow ball in lane 4 for Pembrokeshire County, with Conway's Taylor Prince in 5. Jonas Evans in 6 for Mould. Newmarket's Alexander Irish is in 7. And in lane 8, it's Jacob Lee for the City of Cardiff. Lee and Bull looking the strongest here towards the finish, but Bull being caught possibly by Bowles and Sassona. Bull holds on at 29.59. Bowles taking second. Third collected by Lee in lane 8, who was just able to hold on at the end, and McLaren in 4th. Up next, Heat 8.
Halfway through the heats then, and then in heat 8, lane 1, Jacob Tasker from Buckley. In 2, Lucas Gillingham from RCT. In 3, Jake Davis from Newport. In 4, Zeke Tennant from Eastbourne. In 5, Ethan Woodward from Bridgend. In 6, Owen Wu from Newport. In 7, Joshua Taylor from RCT. And in 8, Morgan Gray Williams from Conway. Lane 3 looking strong. That's Jake Davis. He leads the way under the flags as he goes to his legs. 29.02 for Jake Davis. Zeke Tennant takes the silver medal in that heat, and Owen Wu comes in 3rd. Back down to the other end then for heat 9.
Heat 9 in the water with Felix Marquis Jones of Novio Cigar in 1, clubmate Thomas Morgan in 2, Lucas Williams in 3 for Swansea Aquatics, with RCT's Fletcher Martenko in lane 4. Merthyr Tydfil have Ben Garrett in 5. In lane 6, it's Max Grimston with Oliver Lee in 7, racing for Mono, and Edenbridge's Charles Barrow in lane 8. Martenko, Garrett and Grimston in 4, 5 and 6, all pulling really hard here to try and get the touch, but it's going to go to Martenko in lane 4, a 28.68 for Martenko, second Garrett, third Grimston, and Morgan coming back strongest of the rest.
Just a quick general announcement, please maybe not stand or sit on the steps. Let's make sure we're utilising the lovely seats we've got available. Please no sitting on the stairs. Let's get back to the action then with Heat 10. In 1, Teddy Worrell. In 2, Ollie Banks. In 3, Harry Moore. In 4, Harry Voice. In 5, Isaac Farley. In 6, Daniel Liu. In 7, Harry Banner. In 8, Max Staples. Daniel Liu able to give this another go. Leading the way then in lane number, I want to say 4. And it was just good call there at the wall. Harry Voice, 28.32 versus Max Staples, 28.43, and Harry Moore, 28.6. On to Heat 11. Could we please have quiet in the corner down by marshalling? Okay, so if you're in marshalling, let's have some quiet for the starts.
We're away with Jaden Gray-Thomas in lane 1 for Conway, Harrows, Maxim Roberts in 2, Isaac Edwards in lane 3 for Wrexham, Penzance's Kyle Evans-Williams in 4, Barry's Thomas Dubois in 5. In lane 6, it's Nicholas Griffiths of Nuneaton with Crawley's Leo Howells in 7, and in 8, Penarreal's Thomas Collins. Just 8 to 10 800ths of a second separating 5 of these swimmers, and that is borne out with how close they are coming to the wall. This could be absolutely anybody's. The times flash up in unison. A 28.52 is the winner for Maxim Roberts in lane 2. Second, Evans Williams, just 100th behind. And third is Leo Howells. And just before we move on to Heat 12, just a reminder to those gentlemen that stayed sitting on the steps in the spectator area when Alex very kindly pointed it out a moment ago that that's a health and safety hazard you've been reminded about before every session. If you could please sit in the seats.
First of our seeded heats then, Heat 12. In 1, Fraser Hughes from Cardiff. In 2, Henry King. In 3, Freddie Hughes. In 4, Sam Jones. In 5, Sam Evans. In 6, Oscar Hewitt. In 7, Brendan Pugh. And in 8, Henry Lewis. And it's going to be Sam Jones. No questions asked. Gets the job done. 25.92. Wow. That is quick. Well, I think we'll see him again later on this afternoon in those finals. We move on to Heat 13.
Thomas Agnew of Taunton Dean swims in lane 1 with Real Dolphins Harry Nuttall in 2. And Theo Bancroft is in 3 for Mono. Penarreal's Ethan King in 4. Michal Mrozinski in 5 for Conwy. Wrexham have Heath Williams in lane 7. And in 8, it's Drew Bevan from Novio Cigar. And our Golden Lanes in a two-way battle here for the lead. King and Mrozinski. Underneath the flags they go. King just ahead of Mrozinski. Is coming down to the touch. And it is King by 1300ths. Mrozinski in 2nd. 3rd going to Theo Bancroft alongside them. On we go to the 14th and final heat of the boys 53.
Underway then in Heat 14, the fastest heat of the day. Lane 1, Geraint Jones from Amersham. In 2, Charlie Dehan. In 3, Dylan Watkins. In 4, Noah Jones-Walker. In 5, Oscar Harvey-Sullivan. In 6, Rhys Jenkins. In 7, Noah Cook. And in 8, Ethan Miller. Too close to call then. 4 swimmers in a line under the flags. They go to the wall. It's going to be lane number 3, Dylan Watkins, 27.29, followed by Oscar Harvey Sullivan, 27. Also 27.49, 27.29 was our winner. Apologies. We move on to the girls. Heat 1.
In this first heat of 21 of the girls' 50 Hereford's Morgan Fian swims in lane 1. Cardiff's Nancy James in 2. Bethany Hughes in 3 for Conway. In 4, it's Kaya Kentel of Chirk. Hollywell's Martha Langridge in 5. Gwendolyn Bostock in 6 for Wrexham. Pembrokeshire County's Brooke Hope in lane 7. Eleanor Mackenzie in 8 for Mono, going really well here. There was just a tenth of a second between the middle 4 swimmers on seeding times, but Mackenzie in 8, just turning those times on their head. She should still make it to the wall with the win. She was being caught in those closing meters, but Mackenzie takes it. James in 2nd and Hughes 3rd.
We move on then to Heat 2. In 1, Amaya Gunderson. In 2, Amber Nash. In 3, Gracie Fox. In 4, Charlotte Banks. In 5, Francesca Hayden. In 6, Olivia Jenkins. In 7, Esme Meredith. And in 8, Nalan Lewis. There we go, yeah, you got it. Lane 8 looking superb at the moment. That's Nyla Lewis. Also, at lane 4, Charlotte Banks, our fastest qualifier. 33.74 for Charlotte Banks. Moving on now to Heat 3.
Heat 3 sees Nia Littlejohns of the Isle of Man swimming in 1. Emily Smith in 2 for Newport. Novio Banga's Sarah Thomas in 3. Maisie Owen in 4 for Neath, with Cardiff's Megan Dobson in 5. Amelia Morgan in 6. Ellery McCann in 7 for Torvine. And the Isle of Man's Poppy Killy in lane 8. And we come now to the final 15. The lead with Dobson, Morgan, McCann and Killy in 5, 6, 7 and 8. But they're being challenged by Emily Smith in lane 2, and Smith could be the one that pulls her way through here. Towards the wall she goes. 33.6 for the win. 33.96 for 2nd for Amelia Morgan. 3rd, Dobson. 4th, McCann. On we go to Heat 4. Seren Dallimore of Cardiff in 1, Edith Prince in 2 for Swansea Aquatics. Pembrokeshire County have Olivia Arnold in 3, Isla Griffiths is in 4 for Tenby. Another Pembrokeshire County swimmer is Jessica Henson in 5, with Isabel Roberts in 7 for Abergavenny, and Caerphilly's Erin Farr in lane 8. Again, another nice even heat as Isla Griffiths in 4 just starts to claw her way out of the clutches of the other swimmers, but 2nd will be very, very tight. 1st is Griffiths, 2nd Arnold alongside her, 3rd Seren Dallimore in lane 1. Heat 5 around the corner.
In 1, Bonnie Curris from Novio Cigar. In 2, Heidi Williams from Wrexham. In 3, Emily Jonas from City of Newport. In 4, Seti Wynne Jones from Novio Gwynedd. In 5, Lily Cole from Barry. In 6, Lola Jones from Heads Valley. In 7, Camilla Davis from Conway. And in 8, Gabby Littree from Torvine Dolphins. Swimming well then in lane number 2 is Heidi Williams. Looking very strong indeed in the closing stages of this 50. 33.18. Takes the touch to win there. Great swimming. Moving on to heat 6.
Seven of these 8 swimmers within a tenth of each other on entry times. The only one that wouldn't have been was in lane 8, not swimming here. Robin Reed in 1 for Heads Valley. Swansea Aquatics, Amelia Clay in 2. Bella Twist in 3 for Hollywell. Mono's Isabel Munslow in 4. In 5, it's Hannah Evans from Newport with Hereford's Megan Wilson in 6. Darcy Edwards in 7 for Abertillery. And it is Edwards and Wilson in 7 and 6. Who are looking good here, but now through comes Amelia Clay in 2, followed by Munslow in 4, and it's Clay who takes it with a 32.71. Munslow second, third Edwards, fourth Wilson. Up next, heat 7.
It's meant to be me, yeah. In 1, Evie Butwell. In 2, Megan Williams. In 3, Ella Kendall. In 4, Evie Shepherd. In 5, Constant Foster. In 6, Sophie Austin. In 7, Amelia Thomas. In 8, Brooke Murray. And taking the win there is Constant Foster with a 32.01. We have a couple of DQs to announce. In the men's 50 meters freestyle, heat 9, lane 8. Heat 9, lane 8. And also heat 10, lane 5. Heat 10, lane 5. Your race, referee.
Off they go in heat 8, Carolina Morgado in 1 for Wrexham. Celtic Dolphins, Megan Hughes in 2, Nina Powell in 3 for Novio Cigar. In 4 from Pembrokeshire County, Lottie Hawkins. Nell Williams swims in 5 for the City of Cardiff. For Hollywell's Betsy Jones in 6, Novio Gwyneth's Becca Edwards in 7, and Myla Sullivan in 8. Racing all Torvine. Just 100th between Hawkins and Williams coming into the water. Neither of them in the lead at the moment. That is with Hughes in lane 2. Closest challenger to her, Betsy Jones in 6. But no one is going to be catching now, Megan Hughes. There she goes, 31.78. A triumphant performance. Betsy Jones is second. Third, Carolina Morgado. And we go to heat 9.
In 1, Camille Holness. In 2, Chloe Bate. In 3, Erin Anook. In 4, Nicola Kubica. In 5, Awel Half Owen. In 6, Nellie Parry. In 7, Batesman Pincock. And in 8, Charlotte Harris. These swimmers are only separated by 6/100ths of a second on paper. Can anyone change that result? 32.7s for the lot of them, so a PB would be under that time. And look at this from lane 2, 31.04 for Chloe Bates, the winner of heat number 9. We move on to heat 10.
Just the 6 swimmers in this 10th heat. Tilly Jones in 2 for Brecon. Caerphilly's Amelia Jones in 3. The other side of the empty lane, Layla Conlon of Wrexham in 5. The new de facto fastest seed in this heat. Cardiff's Amelia Foxwell in 6. Maisie Blackburn in 7 for Cambrian, who's having a stormer. Scarlett Clausen in 8 for Conway. And surely there'll be no catching Blackburn from here. No, Tilly Jones is going to give it her best shot, and she will take second, with Blackburn holding on for first. 31.29 for Blackburn, 31.91 for Tilly Jones in second. Third, Amelia Jones, and we move to heat 11.
In 1, Imogen Taylor. In 2, Layla Nagib. In 3, Seren Louise Price. In 4, Charlotte Howard. In 5, Erin Williams. In 6, Esme Mason. In 7, Amelia Paskanakti. In 8, Violet Swatman. Lane 4, Charlotte Woodward doing exceptionally well at this stage in the race, leading the way. She's going to take the touch there, 31.28, followed by Amelia from Newport. Moving on to heat 12.
Noelle Blakely of Flitwick in lane 1. Bianca Santoro in 2 for the City of Cardiff, with RCT's Alyssa Brown in 3. In 4, it's Newtown's Molly Francis. Felicity Ganderton in 5 for RCT, with Conway's Phoebe Roberts in 6. In lane 7, Swindon Dolphins Amabel Lovell with Ava Rose Davis of Novio Cigar swimming in lane 8. And it's her and Phoebe Roberts in 6, leading the charge down to the wall here at the finishing mark at 50. Phoebe Roberts now just moving clear herself. She should take the win here, and she does in a 31.27. Second is taken by Ava Rose Davis, with third going to Molly Francis in lane 4 as we go on to heat 13.
In 1, Ella Thrussell. In 2, Tilly Shepherd-Moss. In 3, Christina Foldy. In 4, Phoebe Dyed. In 5, Chloe Harris. In 6, Daisy Williams. In 7, Olivia Clements. And in 8, Karen On Roberts. Lane 4 was Phoebe Dyed, doing an excellent job of retaining her fastest seed here. She's going to go to the wall first, 31.45, followed closely by Olivia Clements. And third there was Daisy Williams. Moving on to heat 14.
Heat 14 in the water with Anna Jones in lane 1 for St Neots, Wickham District's Gwen Keylock in 2, Bessie Morris is in 3 for Novio Cigar, RCT's Amelia Jones in 4, the City of Cardiff have Amelia Cox in 5 and Nala Britton in 6, in 7 it's Eleanor Thomas of the City of Newport with Cambridge's Emily Hopkins, rounding us out in lane 8 and having another really good swim. Cambridge with a number of swimmers here, we're having very strong meets. Although now Hopkins just being caught as we get into the closing stages. Could it be Jones all the way over on the other side? No, Hopkins holds on for first by 13 hundredths. Jones taking second and Nala Britton in third, just another 6 hundredths behind Jones, with heat 15 up next.
In 1, Thea Cartwright. In 2, Isla Hughes. In 3, Catherine Williams. In 4, Mia Francis. In 5, Lucy Scott. In 6, Ellie Rowlands. In 7, Lexi Lawn. And in 8, Maria Jasinska. Going well is Maria Jakinska in lane number 8. Also going well down here Closest to me, furthest from you in lane number 1 is Thea Cartwright. But lane 5's Lucy Scott coming through nicely to take the end here. But it is Maria Jakinska, your winner there, 30.85. Our first sub 31 of the week.
Heat 16 off the blocks with Emelise Curis in 2 for Novio Cigar. Cardiff's Anya McShane in 3. And 4, it's Grace Davis from Newport with Mono Sarah Munslow in 5. In lane 6, Sienna Hopton from Wickham District. The Isle of Man's Megan Williamson in 7. And Ophelia Farnworth in lane 8 from Liverpool. And this is so even. All 7 swimmers coming past the 15-metre marker together. And now as they go under the flags, possibly Munslow just reaching out ahead. And Munslow will get to the wall second by 7/100ths of a second. Grace Davis taking the win. And third going to Olivia Farnworth.
Heat 17. In 1, Nella Owen. In 2, Molly Cooksley-Owen. In 3, Bethan Rowlands. In 4, Grace Duggan. In 5, Laura Harper. In 6, Abigail Parry. In 7, Fionn Willis. And in 8, Ruby May Morgan Bassini. Lane number 5 going very well then. That's Lara Harper in the centre lane. She's got a lovely stroke here. Looks too effortless to be a 50-metre freestyle for her. Touches the wall there, 30.33, followed by Fionn Willis, 30.56, and third there was Molly Cooksley-Owen. Heat 18.
Freya Fordham of Newport in lane 1. Wickham District's Nora Jefferson in 2. Lola Grace Jones in 3 for Torvine. Clubmate Betsy Harris in 4. Sarah Pitt in 5 for Cardiff. Another Torvine swimmer is Macy Davis in lane 6. Heads Valley's Lucy Charrington in 7. And Jada Van Zyl in 8 for the City of Cardiff. The middle 4 swimmers separated by just 200ths on paper coming into this. But the win looking like it's going to come from lane 5 or above. Here we go to the wall in unison. It is Seren Pitt, a 29.56 in lane 5 by 1200ths over Macy Davis. Third going to Van Zyl in lane 8. And we move on to the first of our seeded heats, Heat 19.
In 1, Kairesis Magiro. In 2, Caitlin Ellison. In 3, Alex Sherrod. In 4, Noelle O'Hara. In 5, Evie Donaldson. In 6, Ella Ems. In 7, Ellie Ryan. And in 8, Blair Morris. Lane 6 going very well here. Ella Ems, she's had a fantastic meet so far and she's streaking away from the field here. To the wall she goes. 28.65 for our winner. Great swim. Second there, Evie Donaldson, 29.08. And Noelle O'Hara coming in at 29.11. Round out your top 3. Moving on to Heat 20.
Lane 1's Rose Jeffries is representing Mid-Sussex with Cardiff's Katrin Matthews in 2 and Sophia Davis in 3. Novio Cigar with the 2 golden lanes, Isla Davis and Isla Burner renewing their rivalry in the pool. Rosie Roberts in 6 for Torvine. Clubmate Sophia Prosser outsider in 7 and Emily McEwen of Hollywell in lane 8. How will these 2 Novio Cigar stars get on in the middle 2 lanes, trying to push themselves into the lead here, but going with them Sophia Davis in 3, and it is Isla Burner, 28.86. Katrin Matthews in the end getting up into 2nd. Isla Davis in 3rd. Sophia Prosser 4th. And we move to our 21st and final heat of the girls' 50-metre free.
In 1, Layla Williams. In 2, Caroline Musty. In 3, Olivia Page. In 4, Pippa Sweet Roberts. In 5, Maddie Malore. In 6, Caris Thomas. In 7, Megan Morphy. And in 8, Elizabeth Davis. Pip Sweet Roberts then powering through this 50 freestyle. Teammates just done it in the heat before. She does it now. 28:17. Underneath her entry time. That was super quick. As we now move on to our next event. That will be the men's 100 meters of breaststroke. This will be swum in 7 heats. And we start, as always, with heat 1.
The opening heats of 7 of the boys' 100-meter breaststroke. And we have Novio Cigar's Idris Marquis Jones swimming in lane 1. Herbie Leahy in 2 for Pembrokeshire County. Barry's Matthew Davis in lane 3. In lane 4 and 5, 2 swimmers with identical seeding times of a 1:33.90. That's the City of Newport's William Hale and Conway's Toby Mander. Tadcaster's Luke Stockton swims in 6th. With Owen Edwards of Torvine in 7 and Merthyr Tydfil's Addison Davis going in lane 8. At the wall, William Hale, that top seed in this heat, leads with a 43.05. Just about half a second back is Luke Stockton. And as they make their way towards a half a length to go, it is Hale, Mander and Stockton in 4, 5 and 6, spearheading this charge to the wall. And the tip of that spear starting to emerge in the form of Toby Mander. And Mander with 15 metres to go now, clear water in front of him. And he can let himself off the leash and run away to the victory in this first heat. And hopefully for himself, secure a place in the finals later on with a 1:33.77. Second place, William Hale. Third, Luke Stockton. Those 3 comfortably in front. 4th place collected by Matthew Davis.
Great swimming there, boys. Could we have all remaining swimmers down to marshalling then for this 100 metres breaststroke? We start heat 2.
Two of Irons, Owain Jones in lane 1. Sebastian Cousins of Pembrokeshire County in 2. Cardiff then have swimmers in lanes 3, 4 and 5. Chloe Jenkins, Orphea Preminger and Aaron Navatnaram. Luke Picken in 6 for Sandwell. Newport's Gabrielle Brostek in 7. And Fletcher Martenko in 8 for RCT. Navaratnam into the final 5 of this opening 50, and he should turn in the lead. He does here, 41.40 for Navaratnam. Jenkins second.
Yeah, looking good at the moment. In lane number 5 is Aaron. Rest of the field looking very strong as well. We're not seeing that, as you said, in the last heat. Typical spearhead. Looks a little bit more like a W at the moment.
Navaratnam continuing to lead into the final 15, but he would do well to be wary of Fletcher Martenko all the way over in lane 8. Not to mention Lou Jenkins, who's finishing really strongly here. And Lou Jenkins could well come through and take this off Navaratnam. No, Navaratnam holding on. He had enough. He'd done enough in the opening 50. A 1:28.58 for Navaratnam for the win. Jenkins in second, and third going to Jones.
Moving on now to heat number 3.
Heat 3 underway with Ryan Burnside in lane 5 for Oswestry. Getting a decent launch off the blocks, and now being caught and passed by Ethan Miller in 7 for Ruthin. Swindon Dolphins have Dylan Hughes in lane 1 with Archie Hamer in 2 for Newtown. Conway's Jasper Groves is in 3. Oliver Munt in 4 for Pembrokeshire County. In lane 6 we have Thomas Davis Green. He's racing for Cardiff. With Stephen Owens in 8. Also representing the same club. Ryan Burnside turns in the lead. He's got a lead of just over 4/10 on Ethan Miller.
Strong at the moment with a high stroke rate in lane number 5 is Ryan Burnside, using those legs to really push himself forward. Going with him in lane number 7 is Ethan Miller. It's going to be a close one between these two boys. In third at the moment, maybe lane 4's Oliver Munt. Under the flags they go then.
Burnside in 5, comfortably going to take this one. And it'll be a decent margin as well for Miller in second over the rest of the pool. Oliver Munt picking up 3rd place.
Well done, swimmers. We move on to heat 4.
Surfacing with most of the swimmers in a straight line. Ewan Monan is in 1 for Pembrokeshire County. Ronda's Dylan Lloyd in 2. Yellow Ball in 3. Another Pembrokeshire County swimmer. Wrexham's Gresham Burry in 4. Max Grimston in 5 for Buckley. Conway's Lucas Vitalis is in 6 with Harrison Bishop in 7 for Barnstable. And Oscar Hewitt swimming in lane 8, racing for Mono. As they bob their way towards the turn at 50, it's Grimston leading from Vitalis and Burry.
Going strong then in those centre lanes. Lanes 4, 5 and 6 looking really good. That's Gratian, Mac and Lucas. Trying to go with them is Oscar Hewitt in the outside lane. But lane 6 is Lucas Valentes. Moving through the field very nicely on this second 50. Showing some back end speed.
Vitalis, smooth, nice long reach. He will take this win. The fight for second, well, it should be between Grimston and Hewitt, but there's a chance of Burry as well. Vitalis winning with a 1:22.03. Grimston second, third Hewitt, fourth Burry, and just 4/10 between second and fourth as we go on now to heat 5. Heat 5, the first of our seeded heats in this boys' 100-metre breaststroke. It sees Maxim Roberts of Harrow swimming in lane 2. Isaac Farley racing for Kufili in lane 3, but in the cap of the Turks and Caicos Islands. Logan Maggs in 4 for Leicester Hollywells. Noah Jones-Walker swimming in 5. In 6, Jake Evans from Wrexham. Eastbourne's Jace Tennant is in 7. And Drew Bevan in 8. Representing Novio Cigar. Come to the wall, pretty evenly spread. The lead with Roberts. Farley in 2nd. Maggs in 3rd.
Look at the line that is in there. You could throw a blanket over this right now and not one of them would poke out. Cozy in this heat then. Lane number 2 maybe making his move in the later stages.
Yeah, Roberts looks to have just shifted up a final gear in these closing 25, as has Maggs. Maggs will come back in 2nd, Roberts in 1st. 3rd is going to go to Isaac Farley. I'm not sure how Turks and Caicos performed at the Commonwealth Games, but Farley should get through to the finals with that. And we move to Heat 6. Two more heats of this comp, and we have Iridian Frampton from Millfield in lane 1 with Wantage's Oliver Lloyd in 2. In lane 3, Hollywell's Patrick McCullough fighting hard. Thomas Morgan in 4 for Novio Cigar, looking to try and just nudge himself into an early lead. Elliot Hargreaves in 5 for Hereford. Cardiff Zach Jones in 6. Felix Marquis Jones of Novio Cigar is in 7. And in lane 8, it is Max Staples. The Cardiff swimmer could well be up amongst them at the first touch. Morgan in 1st, Jones 2nd, Hargreaves 3rd. Morgan drives his way back through this second 50. Pulling that water very powerfully. A more languid style for Hargreaves next to him. And Hargreaves just feels like he might gain each stroke, but then Morgan manages to stay ahead, and it's a 1:16.58 finish for Morgan in 1st. Hargreaves in 2nd, and then a bit of a gap before the rest. Zach Jones finishing 3rd. On we go to our 7th and final heat of the boys' 100-metre breaststroke. Heat 7 with a pair of Williams in lanes 1 and 2. Lucas of Swansea in 1. Wrexham's Heath in 2. Oliver Sweatman swims in 3 for Cardiff with another Wrexham swimmer. Isaac Edwards in 4. Zeke Tennant in 5 for Eastbourne. In 7, it's Charles Barrow from Edenbridge. In 6, it's Charles Barrow. In 7, it's Jaden Gray Thomas of Conwy. And in 8, Swansea's Oliver Backup. To the wall and at the turn, Isaac Edwards, 35.57, more than a second up on Charles Barrow.
Yeah, looking good in this final heat is Isaac Edwards. Fastest time on paper. He's converting that into being the fastest time this afternoon, I'm sure of that. Looks quick as he comes with 15 metres left to swim. The Wrexham swimmer entered on a 1:15.51. He could be close to this here, if not underneath it, that would be good. 1:14.96.
Strong race from Edwards, which will give him plenty of confidence ahead of the 14-year-olds finals this evening. Second there going to Sweatman and third to Barrow.
Great swimming there, boys. We will move on to the female 100 meters breaststroke. This will be swum in 10 heats. And we start with heat 1. So we've got this 100 meters breaststroke, and we've also got a bit of 1500 meter freestyle action left to go in this afternoon's sessions. The finals stacking up to be very exciting. But we've got this 100 breaststroke to go first. Heat 1.
Emily Smith swims in 1 for Newport in this first heat of 10 in the girls' 100-metre breaststroke, with Megan Dobson from Cardiff in 2, Phoebe Thomas in 3 from the same club. Conway's Bethan Hughes, the fastest seed, with a 1:39.75 in this race. Hollywell's Bella Twist is in 5, Camille Holness in 6 for Swansea Aquatics. Newport have Hannah Evans in 7, and then it's Amaya Gambasam in lane 8 for St Neots. How about this opening 50 from Camille Holness? She turns at 43.03, and now at 46.06, the rest of our swimmers follow her. Canvassam holding that second place ahead of Twist. Holness belying her entry time, belying her heat number to swim a really good opening 75. I'm sure she'll be able to see it through to the 100 here. Coming in with a 1:41.15. She's 15 meters to go, and now the clock gets 1:20. So it's going to be a huge drop from her entry time. Gamvassam still holding second. Thomas with a narrow lead in third, could take second herself. A 1:33.74 for Holness. Second does go to Phoebe Thomas. Third, Gamvassam.
Well, I think that girl over on poolside shouting for her teammate there swam every meter with her there. Sometimes feel like that myself. We move on to heat 2.
The support means so much to all of these swimmers. And of course, in an arena like this, it really reverberates around the place. And so just builds the atmosphere wonderfully. We know that atmosphere is going to be massive come the final session this evening. Great to hear the crowd, and such great voice now, with Isabel Munslow swimming in lane 1 for Mono. Evesham's Abigail Griffiths in 2, Emily McEwen in 3 for Hollywell, and Cardiff's Megan Bainan in 4. In lane 5, it's Tenby's Isla Griffith. Erin Enoch in 6 for Novio Cigar. Wrexham's Jessica Elson in 7. And in 8, Ophelia Ashfield racing for Conwy. The turn sees the lead with Ashfield in 8, and second place, Munslow in lane 1.
Talk about close final, this one. Sorry, close heat. Of course, this is only the heats as we move them into the finals tonight. But look at this. Everyone fighting for their positions, and that's what it's all about. Fighting for those positions tonight, or fighting for a PB. It's good racing out here at the Swim Wales Summer Nationals.
Towards the wall they come, and it's going to be Griffiths in lane 2 that takes it in the end. A 1:35.84.
second Enoch, third Munslow. Ashfield, he led at 50, ending up in 5th. We'll move on to Heat 3. Charlotte Batt swims in 1 for Hollywell. Strut Sharks, Alexa Wilson is in 2. In 3, Amelie Thomas of Rhondda. Mono's Caroline Musty in 4. In 5, Chloe Bate from Cardiff is having a really good opening 25. Brooke Manley in 6 for Cumbran. Caphilly's Amelia Jones in 7. And Layla Naguib in 8. Racing for Novio Bangor. And it could well be Naguib and Bate that come into the wall together, fighting for the lead, as they will then turn and charge their way back down to 100. Bate with a 42.68 at the turn. Naguib a 44.49. Bate will surely have done enough to be top 2 at the very least here. Naguib, she needs to keep working really hard because the rest of the pool is fighting hard to catch up after that electric opening 50 from Naguib and Bate. And they will come to the 15-meter marker with the rest of the pool in a straight line. Naguib, I think, will have done enough as Chloe Bates cruises in to the wall. She takes it with a 1:30.58. But how about this now in lane 1? Charlotte Batt, can she steal second? Naguib just holds on. 1:36.35 for Naguib, 1:36.52 for Charlotte Batt in third.
Yeah, great swimming from that heat there as we move on to Heat 4.
Bronwyn Robinson of Bridgend County swims in lane 1 with Hollywell's Millie McPherson in 3. Scarlett Maita Jaikina of Swansea Aquatics is in 4 with Ava Blythe in 5 for Mono. Nice Tilly Polverino in 6. In 7, Tilly Jones swims for Brecon. And in 8, it's Jessica Hansen representing Pembrokeshire County. In line formation, our swimmers approach the turn. Maybe they go with Tilly Jones, so 42.9 for Jones in the lead. Maita Jaikina holding second in lane 4.
Strong here then is Scarlett Mikatrina.
This is a really tight race, much tighter than many of the heats that we have seen. Maita Jaikina in 4, just ahead of Jones. But between them, Blythe and Polverino doing their best to get up amongst the top positions. Maita Jaikina comes back, 1:31.11. Second will go to Tilly Jones. And then Blythe, by just a couple of tenths, takes third over Polverino. Nia Littlejohns of the Isle of Man in lane 1. Bonnie Curis in 2. Venovio Cigaro is not hanging about.
Novio Bangor's Sarah Thomas is in 3, with Natalie Willman in 4 for Cardiff. Dolphins' Megan Hughes in 5, Olivia Dashfield in 6 for Pembrokeshire County, and she is also having a blistering opening 50. Ellery Taylor in 7 for Cardiff, with Hollywell's Betsy Jones in 8. Jones pushing past Taylor, trying to keep pace with Dashfield. Dashfield 41.50 at the turn, 42.48 for Bonnie Couris in 2nd. .30 meters for our leader, Dashfield. And still, she looks comfortable. Nice long strokes, big kicks. And pushing up into 2nd place. Megan Hughes in lane 5. Past Bonnie Couris at that electric start. And you got to say, Hughes is catching Dashfield, but she's not going to have enough water to get all the way. Dashfield takes it in a 1:28.81. 2nd to Hughes, 3rd to Couris. The 3 of them comfortably ahead of the rest of the pool. Babington's Habiba Jones swims in lane 1. Mia Francis in 2 for Pembrokeshire County. In 3, Owl Hath Owen for Novio Gwyneth. Rhonda's Gwen May is in 4. In 5, Aria Coles from Neath. Lane 6 is Felicity Ganderton racing for RCT. And then the other side of the empty lane, Ariella Herring in lane 8. Representing the city of Cardiff, and looking to take a lead into the wall. .42.04 at the turn, a 2.5 on Mia Francis in 2nd.
Please, could we have the first heat of the men's 1,500 metres freestyle? Down to marshalling, please. Thank you. Look at this, we've had some fantastic swims from lane number 8 this afternoon already. Plenty of action, including our lifeguard getting in. Aurelia Herring trying to maintain this lead as she comes down into the final 15 meters.
It is getting as tight as a tin of herrings now as Gwen May comes through in lane 4. Gwen May gets a touch, 1:30.87. 900ths behind her is Ganderton in 2nd. And then just around 0.3 further back, Herring will take 3rd at the end.
Heat 7.
Amelia Rose Lennon of Novio Cigar swims in lane 1. Keris Jeffries of Caradon in 2. Carolina Morgado in 3 for Wrexham. All of them and the rest of the pool are going to have some work to do to catch Jada Van Zyl, the way the Cardiff swimmer is going already in lane 4 with a lead at 30. Emily Weatherhead, she's doing her best to go after her for Mould. Newport's Evie Greensill in 6, Matilda Chamberlain 7 for Cowan Alpha, and the Isle of Man's Una Peace is in lane 8 at the turn. It is Van Zyl and Weatherhead who are the leading pair, just over a second between them. Half a length left. Van Zyl of Cardiff is still leading. Weatherhead in second. These two putting clear water between themselves and the chasing pack. The battle for third. Well, it could be Chamberlain in 7, or it could be Lennon in 1. Both swimmers bedecked in red caps, and now it is Lennon pushing through. Jeffries in 2 going with her, but Van Zyl taking the win in 4 with a 1:26.04. Weatherhead taking second, and Lennon will confirm herself in third.
Great swimming there. As we move on now to the first of our seeded heats, we start with Heat 8.
Take your marks.
Tilly Shepherd Morris of Rhondda in lane 1, with Lucy Charrington of Heads Valley in 2. In 3, Cardiff's Caddy Jones, Gail Lawn from Torvine in 4. Penarill's Caddy Evans is in 5, with Sophia Davis in 6 for Cardiff. And Davis looking pretty good here. A Manship of Newport is in 7, with Betsy Howes from Newtown in 8. And Howes looks likely to be challenging Davis into the turn along with Lawn. It is Lawn with a 38.21 at the opening turn. Charrington holding second. And with half a length to go, it looks like an all too familiar sight. One of the Lawn swimmers from Torvine cruising to victory. In this case, it's Gail. 10 metres for Gail Lawn to go here, coming in with a 1:21.26, so she should go beneath that. Holding second at the moment, Lucy Charrington. Gail Lawn does take it with a 1:20.74. Charrington back in second. Third goes to Caddy Evans.
Is setting the bar high then for our first seeded heat. More action packed to come then in Heat 9.
Take your marks.
Nicola Kubich of the City of Newport in lane 1. Bethan Rowlands of Chester is in 2. It's Kingston's Isabel Eastwood in 3. Lexi Lawn in 4. Lucy Summerfield from Novio Sogar is the one stealing a march on this opening 50. Then the other side, the empty lane, a two-way battle between Charlotte Harris and of Morpeth and Cardiff's Eloise Williams-Jones in 8. Williams-Jones looking to shake Harris and try and go toe-to-toe with Summerfield in 5. There's the split for Summerfield, 38.55. Lawn second, Williams-Jones third. "20 metres for Lucy Summerfield, leading in the red cap of Novio Cigar. Torvine's Alexi Lawn following her back at the moment. Third, then very close between Isabel Eastwood in lane 3 and Eloise Williams-Jones in 8. Here's your winner, 1:21.55 for Lucy Summerfield. Second, Lawn. Eastwood does get third ahead of Williams-Jones by about a second and a half in the end. Let's have a look at these starts. No surprise to see a good one from Torvine's Macy Davis in lane 4. This is our 10th and final heat of the girls' 100 breaststroke. Davis coming in with the fastest time in the comp, a 1:20.26. Amabel Lovell, a Swindon Dolphin, swims in 1. Paige Williams in 2 for Swansea Aquatics. Then in 5, Sienna Hopton from Wickham District. Enfield's Poppy Berkovic in 6. Rushton's Isabel Pavlovsky in 7. And in 8, Phoebe Roberts from Conway. Davis turns first ahead of Hopton and Berkovic. There they go, past the half-length marker. Macy Davis of Torvine, just a head and shoulders in front of Sienna Hopton of Wickham District in lane 5. But now look at Hopton, eating up those meters. And Hopton draws level, and to the flags they go. And this final heat, could it spring a surprise? Hopton comes through, and to the wall in a 1:22.49 to take the heat by a quarter of a second. Macy Davis second. Paige Williams coming through for third, by the way. What a final there. And a high five as well between Davis and Hopton. Really nice to see. They'll both be back in their respective finals. Davis in the 14-year-old one, Hopton in the 12-year-old one. And that concludes the girls' 100-meter breaststroke.
We will now move on then to the 1500 meters freestyle. This will be heat declared winners, so we can crown some of our medalists. We will start with heat 1.
These 7 boys launching themselves off the blocks and into the water as they embark upon 30 lengths of this Wales national pool. Harrison Bishop of Barnstable swims in lane 1. Rushton's Oscar Pavlovsky in 2. In 3 from Mould, it's Jonas Evans. Taylor Prince in 4, racing for Conway, with Newmarket's Alexander Irish in 5. In lane 6, Matthew Stanford Jason, representing Salisbury with Cambrian's Rhys Williams in lane 7. We've got 4 12-year-olds in this heat of 7. Pavlovsky in 2, Evans in 3, Irish in 5, and Williams in 7. So the 3 of them racing directly against each other for times to be the provisional leader of the 12-year-old age category in this 1500 free. And then Bishop in 1, Prince in 4, and Stanford Jason in 6, all in the 13-year-old age category. So they will be setting times in the age category above. And it is one of those 13-year-olds, Matthew Stanford Jason, that leads at 100. A 1:12 dead on the board. Second is Taylor Prince, another 13-year-old. Third, currently held by Alexander Irish in between them, one of the 12-year-olds. Taylor Prince, the fastest seed, and he comes in with a 20:24.25. So we'll see whether he can go underneath that here in this first heat of 2 of the boys' 1500 free.
Just a reminder that our withdrawals desk will close in 20 minutes. So you have 20 minutes to make any withdrawals before the final session. So head over there, make your withdrawals. Thank you. just a quick general notice. If you have any bags in the changing rooms, in the cubicles, please make sure you go and move those. Those are not to be stored in the cubicles. If they are still there in the next 5 minutes, they will start to be moved to lost property. So please go and move your bags if they are in their cubicles. As mentioned, this is not a storage area. You can leave your bag on poolside, not in the cubicles. Thank you.
Again, coming up to 500 down, 1,000 to go. Jonas Evans leading in lane 3. A 6:28.28 at that latest turn. 6:29.96 for Taylor Prince. Evans going after the 12-year-old title. Prince the 13-year-old title. There are no 12-year-olds in the second and final heat, so the fastest 12-year-old will win the title. Prince will have to wait and see. Should he finish as the fastest 13-year-old, there's another 2 swimmers of that age in the next heat that could take the title from him. Third place currently with with Matthew Stanford Jason, I should say, in lane 6. And a withdrawal to make you aware of an event 3 to 4, the 13-year-old 100-meter backstroke. Oscar Hewitt has withdrawn to be replaced by Dylan Lloyd.
Till the end, are you?
Yeah, I'm going to give you them now.
No, it's fine. I'm getting much for this. I'll stick them in my bag.
2/3 of the way through the race for our leader, Jonas Evans, who touches and turns with a split there of 12:59.81. And a sizable lead. He's 15 meters past that, 1,015, as his closest rival, Taylor Prince, comes past the 985 mark. He now hits 1,000 with a time of 13:27.26 on the board. So with 500 meters to go, Prince should be confident of setting the benchmark time for the 13-year-olds. Jonas Evans looks to be cruising his way to the 12-year-old title here at the Summer Championships. There is the bell for Jonas Evans of Mould. The first of the swimmers to hear it. And such is his performance in the pool that it's going to be another full length before we hear that bell ring out for anybody else. Taylor Prince in second has a comfortable margin over Alexander Irish to hold that second place. But by the time Prince hears the bell, Jonas Evans will be on his final 50. He turns now at an 18:44.53 as Taylor Prince comes towards his penultimate turn. The bell rings in lane 4 for Taylor Prince, and he turns at 19:03.07 as Jonas Evans continues his unstoppable march towards the 12-year-old title here. Coming in with a 20:46 dead, he records a 19:18.22.
That's just fantastic. Not only has he just broken that 20-minute mark, he's absolutely smashed it. Almost taking 1 minute 30 off of his entry time. What a swim, young man. You should be proud of that.
Alex, he doesn't even look to be that tired. I mean, he must be, because that was a phenomenal effort. But he looks like he could do it all over again.
Oh, I think if you'll ask him now, he'd probably shake his head. That was a hell of an effort there across all 1,500 meters.
I mean, I would be being carried out on a stretcher if I'd just done 1,500. Whereas, I'm not going to say what fraction of my age Jonas Evans is, but yeah, phenomenal performance.
Well, I think I even need a stretcher sometimes, and I'm another fraction of your age.
Taylor Prince in second, but in first for his age group provisionally with a time of 20:21.12. So we will see whether either of the two 13-year-olds to come in Heat 2 can beat that 20:21.12. As a third place in this heat, second place in the 12-year-olds, so silver medal coming the way of of Matthew Stanford Jason in lane 6. Sorry, he's 13 years old, so he'll qualify second there for the 13-year-old age category. And then really tight here, Alexander Irish does take fourth, a fifth to Reece Williams, a sixth to Harrison Bishop.
Some fantastic swims there. Really, really good effort, lads. Well done. We'll move on to our final heat, heat number 2.
Take your box.
Well, our second heat's underway, and there's boys in this heat that haven't long been out of the pool since they were competing in the 100-metre breaststroke. Ridden Frampton, one of those for Millfield in lane 1. Cardiff have Rhys Jenkins in 2, Freddie Hughes in 3 for RCT, with Hollywell's Patrick McCullough in lane 4. Sam Evans is in 5, racing for Pembrokeshire County. And in 6, it's James Bowles of Novio Cigar. In lane 8, Ted Carpenter, racing for Swansea Aquatics. So, as I say, Jonas Evans safe with gold in the 12-year-old category, 19:18.22, his winning time. Taylor Prince, provisional gold in the 13-year-old age category with a 20:21.12. The two swimmers that could try and usurp him there are Rhys Jenkins in lane 2, Ted Carpenter in lane 8. Both of their entry times are lower than that. At 100 metres, the lead is with Patrick McCullough, our fastest seed. He comes in with an 18:16 dead. Second place, Sam Evans alongside him. Sam Evans with a seeding time 10 seconds slower than that of McCullough. 10 seconds could easily be turned on its head over the course of 1,500 metres of freestyle swimming. Third of the race completes, and McCullough continues to lead, 5:56.21, and he's pursued by Sam Evans. They remain our top two, the gap just over 3 seconds after the opening 500.
So in this heat, we actually have some open water champions, medalists from the Swim England Open Water event. Last weekend on Saturday, Swim England hosted the national championships. Patrick McCullen, who is actually leading the race at this point in lane number 4, came away with the gold medal for Wales. And in second in that age group was James Bowes, who's also in this heat. So big shout out to them and well done for their medals in the 5K open water event last week.
This battle continuing to rage between Patrick McCullough in 4 and Sam Evans in 5. Evans refusing to drop off the pace of McCullough. Question will be whether McCullough is biding his time to find a point at which he's going to go up a gear and pull away, or whether Evans is just going to keep sitting just off McCullough. And it will be he goes for the burst at the end. I mean, he does look to be making a little bit of a shift here. Sam Evans closing in on McCullough. He's going to have 300 metres to go at the next turn. This may be one of the pivotal points in the race. Of course, McCullough might also respond. A few withdrawals to make you aware of. In event 3-2-3, the girls' 12-year-old 50-metre freestyle final, Erin Enoch has withdrawn to be replaced by Betsy Jones of Hollywood. In event 3-2-3, the girls' 12-year-old 50-metre free as well, Sienna Hopton has withdrawn to be replaced by Erin Enoch, which doesn't quite work. In event 3-2-4, the boys' 13-year-old 100-metre breaststroke, Dylan Lloyd has withdrawn to be replaced by Thomas Davis Green. In event 3-2-1, as the bell rings out for our leading pair, Patrick McCullough 16:56.32 at the penultimate turn, 16:59.23 for Sam Evans. That 3-second margin between them has remained largely unchanged for the last few hundred metres. And coming in third at the bell, as he has been all race long, Rhys Jenkins, a 17:18.47, which means he has 3 minutes to do the final 100 metres to confirm himself as the 13-year-old champion. Event 3-2-1, the girls' 12-year-old 200-metre individual medley, Emily Weatherhead has withdrawn to be replaced by the first reserve, Phoebe Thomas. Into the finish they come, and look at this challenge, it's going right down to the wall, unbelievable! Sam Evans, 18:08.37, winning by 2/10. The entire race, McCullough was ahead. The whole way through that 1,500 metres, Sam Evans bided his time. He waited and waited and waited, and there he celebrates, and well he might, taking the title on the last stroke of the 1,500-metre race. Unbelievable stuff. Rhys Jenkins comes back third in the pool, but first for the 13-year-olds. Wow. Alex, what a result that was. What a finish, 1,500 metres, and to snatch it in the last couple of strokes.
Yeah, that was phenomenal. That reminded me of the Olympics a couple of years back. Bobby Fink coming through on that last 50. Wow, that was a really, really good race.
Fourth place for Freddie Hughes, fifth for James Bowles. And then we've got Ted Carpenter and Ridian Frampton making their way through the final lengths. McCullough going 8 seconds or 7.5 seconds under his entry time. Evans dropping from an 18:26.06 to an 18:08.37. There's that 2/10 margin between those two swimmers. Continues to sit up there on the board around the Wales National Pool. Testament to the incredible finish that we just saw. Ted Carpenter came home in 6th. And here comes Millfield's Ridian Frampton. Back in lane 1 to finish our boys' 1,500-metre freestyle race.
Fantastic job there from those boys. You can clear the water. Well done.
Clear the water swimmers, clear sides, please. Clear the sides.
I mean, Alex, a tactical masterclass that, to have the patience to sit just behind 3 seconds, well, for a lot of it, actually, Evans was about 6 seconds off McCullough through the opening 1,000. As he went into the final 5, he was around about 3 seconds adrift, and he just sat there consistently and waited until those final 50 metres to pounce. A tactical masterclass.
Yeah, absolutely. I do wonder if Patrick McCullough actually saw him coming at all on that last length, or maybe thought he'd done enough with 50 to go. But tells you to keep your head down into the wall. But what a swim that was from Sam Evans. He, yeah, mega swim. And we are now ready to release our officials. So please put your hands together for our officials.
And with our officials exiting the pool deck, that brings us to an end in session 8 of the Summer Championships. We are through the midway point of this meet. We will be back shortly for the final session, which starts at 5:15, scheduled to run until about 7:30 this evening. One of our later finishes at the meet. So if you're following along on the live stream on ARCAE Sports YouTube, we'll see you about 5:10 for the intro to the session. And for those of you in the arena, a little bit of a break.
And in this evening's final session, the referee is Dave Avery. Your AOE is Fran Flint. And the starter, Martin Walters. Thank you very much, officials. You may take your seats. Well, a really exciting final session. The racing to begin in just a few minutes' time. Welcome back to everyone in the arena here at the Wales National Pool. Will Shepherd taking you through the action. Alex Sargent alongside me. Alex, one final time this meet, sadly. But a really good session for you to go out on.
It is indeed. Unfortunately, I've got to go home for the weekend, but we shall probably be following along on the live stream when I am at home. But yeah, it's been great commentating these last 3 days. Lots and lots of PBs. A lot of great swims, and most importantly, lots of memories and fun had. We will start today with the women's 200 individual medley, and then we have the 50 freestyles and 100 breaststrokes, and also that mixed 4x200 freestyle. Now, the relays last night were electric, so if you can stick around till the end to watch those, make sure you do, because they were separated by 1/100th of a second last night. They probably go again tonight for redemption in this mixed 4x200 freestyle. But as I said, we begin tonight with the women's 200 individual medley.
Yeah, those relays absolutely unbelievable, and more drama to come for sure this evening. And I know I speak for all of us here at the National Pool, Alex, and everyone that's been tuning in on ARCAE Sports live stream, when I say thank you very much and how much we've appreciated all of your insight that you've been able to bring. It's great to call the action here alongside someone who has swum at the very top level and really knows what they're talking about. One more session for us to do together. And don't worry if you are watching along the live stream, we will be in good hands as well the next couple of days, with Finlay Bennett and Jake Lee stepping in to the hot seat left by Alex Sargent. But we are now ready to meet our finalists in the opening final of this evening's session. Event 314, the women's 200-metre individual medley, and we start with the para final. And we begin in lane 2. Representing Novio Cigar, it's Laurie Philpotts. In lane 6, from the city of Hereford, Morgan Feehan. In lane 3, from Torvine, Pippa Lawn. In 5, Lily Rice swims for the city of Cardiff. And in 4, another city of Cardiff representative, it is Rose Williams. Finalists, your race referee. The hush around the arena here at the Wales National Pool, giving a sense of the anticipation ahead of this action-packed finals session. And into the water we have our 4 para swimmers swimming 4 lengths of the pool, 1 length in each stroke, beginning with fly. And the start Rose Williams has got off to here on the butterfly, powering her way to a 32.89 opening split before starting her backstroke leg. Our other 3 swimmers coming to the wall relatively in unison, all posting times around the 41s and 42s. We'll see how close to their heat times these swimmers can get in this final session. Rose Williams just about to come under the flags ahead of a turn from back to breast, powering off the wall, a 109.72, her halfway split.
She looks fantastic at this point in the swim, down that 100-meter mark. She is qualified in a 2:33.54 after this morning. So it'll be good to see what she can do here. See if she can get that time back down. She has just swum at the Commonwealth Games and back down from Glasgow here, racing at Swansea.
Yeah, awesome commitment to the Swim Wales community and also to her own personal development to make sure she's getting in as many races as possible. The final turn for Rose Williams, so 155.12 on the clock as she turns. Lawn, Rice and Fian all turned at 100, around about the 130 mark. As Williams comes into her closing 25. A 2:33.54 was Williams' time in the heats this morning. And she's looking good to go sub 2:30. Just about, yeah, 2:29.87. Wonderful swim from Rose Williams. On to their final 50s go Rice, Lawn and Fian will be there very shortly. Look at the speed on the freestyle 50. These athletes are putting in as they go after the best possible time to be compared to the para records. Rice under the flags herself and posting a 3:11.35, just over her heat time earlier on, as Lawn comes in with a 3:17.57. Fian trying to beat a 3:31, and she's got 5 seconds to do it. She's looking good here. Yes, she's done it. 3:29.78.
Clear the pool, please, swimmers either side.
Moving on now then to our able-body finals. In this next race we have the 12-year-old final.
And we will start in lane 8 with the City of Cardiff's Phoebe Thomas. In 1 from Wrexham, Carolina Morgado. In lane 7, Evie Butwell swims for the City of Cardiff. In 6, it's Betsy Jones representing Holywell. In lane 3, Cardiff's Jada Van Zyl. In 5, from Wickham District, Sienna Hopton. And in lane 4, Beatrice Manship. Finalists, your race referee. Off they go. The beginning of the fly 50. Decent starts from Morgado and Van Zyl in lanes 1 and 3. Manship going with them in 4 as well. And this is a stacked pool. Van Zyl winning the 100-meter freestyle last night. Manship the 200 free on Wednesday. And of course, the performances that we have seen from Sienna Hopton to this point. 4 golds collected, including the 400 IM on the opening day, a 50-meter breaststroke and a 100-meter backstroke the same day, and a 200-meter breaststroke yesterday. So expect whatever position she's in at 100 meters, expect to see Hopton start to power through at that point. Right now, it is Van Zyl leading after the fly and halfway through the backstroke. I think Morgado just about holding on to second place, but level with Manship with Hopton and with Phoebe Thomas in lane 8. This is really tight.
And so looks good here at this stage in the race. 1:14.47 for her. She qualified this morning in a 2:46.56, almost 5 seconds slower than her next closest opponent, Beatrice Mansom, in lane number 4. So we'll have to see how this breaststroke sets them up for that final 50, but going well in lane number 3 is Gallardo Van Selt.
Well, Botwell in lane 7, getting a shift on as well. Of course, you would expect that from a Cardiff swimmer on the breaststroke leg. Manship and Hopton making inroads on Van Zyl with 1 turn to go. This could be a 3-swimmer shootout on the return 50 of freestyle. Look at them come to the wall very, very closely together. Just 12 hundredths between Manship and Hopton in lanes 4 and 5. And only around a second further back was Van Zyl. Manship really motoring.
Yeah, it's a 3-horse race, almost your medals confirmed in those centre lanes. What way will they go, though? As putting in a swim of her life is Beatrice Manship, pulling away from the field, really stamping her authority on this final.
The Newport swimmer cruises to the wall in the end with a 2:40.14, just ahead of Sienna Hopton, and Van Zyl taking 3rd. Gold Manship, silver Hopton, bronze Van Zyl.
Yeah, great swimming in that final. And wow, wasn't that just a superb race down that third 50 as we move on now to the 13-year-old final.
Swimming in lane 8 for Novio Cigar, Abigail Parry. In lane 1, Torbine's Gail Lawn. In 7, Ellie Ryan represents the city of Cardiff. In 2, from Swansea Aquatics, Everly Beasley. In 6, Conway's Jessica Gray-Thomas. In lane 3, from the city of Cardiff, Catherine Matthews. In lane 5, Nora Jessen swims for Wickham District. And in lane 4, swimming for Novio Cigar, Isla Berner. Finalists, your race referee.
Take your marks.
A big kick of the starting block, a statement of intent from Beasley. In lane 2, it's Matthews of Cardiff, who's got off to the most promising start here as our swimmers tear past 30 metres. The other side of the pool, her Cardiff teammate, Ellie Ryan, going really well. Also, could well be a Cardiff 1-2 at the first turn. Well, Berner sneaks up. 32.10 for the Novio Cigar start.
Yeah, 3 swimmers in a line, slightly different to our last final. Bit more of a close race. We'll have to wait and see how the breaststroke shakes it up. At the moment, it looks very, very evenly contested. And we have a beautiful spearhead final.
Here's the all-important back to breast turn. Is there anything to choose between Berner and Jeffson? They emerge on opposite points of the stroke, but still level. And here comes Matthews in 3. She's just eating up that water in front of her, catching the leading pair.
Isla Berner having a fantastic meet so far. Wonder if she will claim gold in this after this breaststroke leg. Swimming really, really well. Nora Jefferson looking good as well.
Here's the final turn. Burner from Jefferson. Just a 35/100ths between the two of them. Sprinting back now on the freestyle. Matthews emerges from her turn in a solid third place. She should not be caught despite the hard charging of Gray Thomas, Ryan and Parry in lanes 6, 7 and 8. But this battle for gold is between two swimmers and two swimmers only. Burner in 4, Jefferson in 5, and they come down now to the flags into the red zone. Burner with a clear lead, and she takes it. It's gold with a 2:30.65, silver for Nora Jefferson. There's the bronze for Katrin Matthews.
And significantly under what they went this afternoon. Fantastic swimming from those two girls to take the gold and silver medal. And also Katrin Matthews to get the bronze. We move on now to our 14-year-old final.
Swimming in lane 8 for the City of Cardiff, Sophia Davis. In 1, the second of 4 Cardiff swimmers, Seren Pitt. In lane 7, again from Cardiff, Ella Ems. In lane 2, the first of 3 Torvine representatives, Alex Sherrod. In 6, our final Cardiff swimmer, Kira Van Zyl. In lane 3, from Torvine, Darcy Reasons. In 5, Newport's Evie Donaldson. And in lane 4, representing Torvine Dolphins, Rosie Roberts. Finalists, your race referee. Good starts from our latest set of finalists in this 200-meter individual medley. 50 meters of fly, 50 meters of backstroke, 50 of breaststroke, and finishing up with 50 meters of freestyle. As we see which swimmers can claim an advantage on the fly leg. Coming in to the turn in lanes 4 and 7. In the lead are Rosie Roberts and Ella Ems. Just under half a second separating the two of them.
Rosie Roberts, Torvine Dolphins, they've been dominating in these younger age groups in most of the events we've seen. So you'd like to think they dominate in this 200 IM. Well, at the moment it looks like they're 1-2, maybe even 1-2-3. See how Alex Sherrod is. We know she's a phenomenal freestyle athlete, so watch her come back on the final length. But Rosie Roberts and Darcy Resins, they look strong at this point in the race. Who's got the strongest breaststroke now? That's what we'll be able to tell.
Well, keep an eye on the Cardiff quad in the outside lanes on this breaststroke 50. A chance for either Cardiff or Torvine potentially to lock out the podium, but how big would it be for Newport and Evie Donaldson to upset the party and take a medal for her club? Still no change in our leader, despite the jostling for position behind her. Rosie Roberts coming into this with a 2:32.22, continues to march forwards. 1:56.01 at her final turn. Reasons holding second. Donaldson in bronze medal position right now for Newport, which means Cardiff would miss out on a medal despite 4 swimmers in this final. And it does look like that's going to be the case because lanes 3, 4 and 5 are absolutely gunning it here. There's going to be no catching them, but who will wear which medal come the end, because Donaldson is steaming through here. This is a brilliant swim by Donaldson into the red, and it's going to be Donaldson. Yes, it is. 2:29.77 for gold. Fantastic. Rosie Roberts silver, Darcy Reasons bronze. What a swim, Alex.
What a race we were treated to just then. It really could have gone any of those three girls' ways. But it is Evie Donaldson, your Welsh champion. We now move on to the girls' 15 years final.
In lane 8, swimming for Morpeth, Juliet Chambers. In lane 1, it's RCT's Mia Ryan. In lane 3, Ariana Ribeiro representing Cardiff. In 2, Lily Williams swims for RCT. In lane 6, Nideli Lewis-Jones of Wrexham. In 3, from Novio Cigar, Freya Burns. In lane 5, it's the City of Cardiff's Isabel Allen. And in 4, from Ellesmere, Molly Bates. Finalists, your race referee.
Take your marks.
Off the blocks they go, and let me tell you, this is a stacked pool as Freya Burns gets off to a brilliant start in lane 3. It is a stacked pool, but none more so, arguably, than in our golden lanes. Molly Bates, the winner of the 400 IM. Can she repeat that success over half the distance? She will need to be so wary of Isabel Allen alongside her. Allen having collected gold in the 1 and 200 meter freestyle. So we know that no lead is going to be safe for any swimmer in this pool when Isabel Allen is about, because she could storm through that final 50. And right now, all of our swimmers in a great position. The lead is still with Freya Burns after that storming opening 50 on the fly, but everybody set up to challenge come the second half of the race.
Yeah, well, we saw Molly Bates win that 400 IM on the opening night, and she did that by just pushing that breaststroke to the limit. So we'll have to wait and see what she does here on this 50. She's up and away on her stroke, and she's already starting to make up some ground on our leader. The field nice and even at the moment, starting to level out with about 6 girls still in contention with medals. Don't rule anyone out on this breaststroke leg. Over in lane 7 is Ariana Ribeiro. She looks very powerful. May not be enough, though, to close in on our leaders, but coming through nicely in lane 6 is Idol Lewis-Jones. She looks very strong at the moment. She takes over the lead. She's going to be turning at the 50. And as we know, as you said, Isabel Allen is our freestyle specialist of the group. So it's going to be hard for anyone to outtouch her, I think, down this final 50.
Yeah, the lead is only just over a second for Lewis-Jones. I don't think that is safe from the threat of Isabel Allen. There's work to do for Molly Bates. She maybe just missed a kick on the turn from back to breast. The glide was very long. She's holding bronze at the moment, under threat from Lily Williams in lane 2. But right now, the battle for gold is going to come down to Lewis-Jones and Isabel Allen. And Allen is coming through here, and Allen will take the touch for gold. 2:32.45, silver for Lewis-Jones, and bronze, Molly Bates.
So close, and it was all done in that last 5 meters. Well done, swimmers. We will move on to our 16-year-old final.
Racing in lane 8 for Novio Gwynedd, Alau Edwards. In lane 1 from Torvine, Ariana Sullivan. In 7, it's another Novio Gwynedd swimmer, Esilt Ak Rees. In 2, Orla Rose Lewis of Torvine. In 6, a third swimmer from Novio Gwynedd, Marley Roberts. In lane 3, Olivia Ling of the City of Cardiff. In 5, a second City of Cardiff swimmer, Edith Lee. And in 4, from Warrington, Emily Hall. Finalists, your race referee.
Take your marks.
Well, this should be a little bit more of an open contest. There's not quite in the same number of gold medals won by this set of swimmers. A different selection here than have been in some of the other finals in this age group. But the big threat is that of Emily Hall, the Warrington swimmer in lane 4. She's going to be beaten to the turn at 50 by Edith Lee. 29.98 the opening split for Lee. 8 tenths behind is Emily Hall.
Yeah, Edith Lee walked out there like a girl on a mission. She looked like she was going to be purposeful down that first 50, and she most definitely was. Utilised that confidence she was carrying and really pushed that first 50. Coming through nicely is our almost favourite on paper, some could say, in lane 4, Emily Hall. She's already a winner in the 200 fly last night. And she looked very good indeed on that event. So she's got some endurance, is what we can say. Let's see how her breaststroke is on this 50. She's fastest seed by almost 10 seconds here in this race. What do you think? Edith Lee taking it to her in lane number 5?
Edith Lee having a very, very good swim. Desperate to make sure she gets up amongst the medals. An interesting formation that we have in the pool here with a diagonal line of swimmers from lanes 4 through to 8. And then lanes 1, 2 and 3 just that little bit further back. Hall looking strong, looking determined. But Edith Lee putting in a beautiful swim here, holding on to that second place. Her seeding time, or her heat time I should say, compared to Hall, is 8 seconds back. There are not going to be 8 seconds that separate these two swimmers at the end of the race. It is going to be much, much tighter than that. Lee making sure that she had enough in the tank to cement a medal in this 200-meter IM final. It will be Hall for gold. It will be Lee for silver. The battle for bronze is really tight between Lingen 3 and Robertson 6. But here's your gold medalist, 2:26.53 for Emily Hall, silver for Edith Lee, and bronze will go to Olivia Ling.
Wow, close race for a bronze there between those two girls. But no doubt about our leader and silver medalist, Emily Hall and Edith Lee, taking those respectively. We will move on now to our 17-year-old final.
In lane 8, from Bridgend County, Hannah Davis-Jones. In 7, from Amersham, Sophie Morgan. In lane 1, RCT's Grace Brady. In lane 2, Hannah Gardner of Bridgend County. In lane 6, Swansea Aquatics, Maris Williams. In 3, Torvines, Emmy Sherrod. In lane 5, representing Cardiff, Gwenlyn Evans. In lane 4, from Novio Gwyneth, Ava Dyfor Clark. Finalists, your race referee. Really good start from Dyfur Clark in lane 4. Ready, seeing our swimmers shape into a wing formation up towards the opening turn.
Looking good already down this first 50 is Effa Clark. Novia Gwyneth swimmer looks very strong indeed. 29.33 out is super fast. She's not wasting any energy getting going, is she? Right from the gun, every stroke she has taken with force and power. Also going well in lane 3, Emmy Sherrod and Gwendolyn Evans in lane 5. We'll have to wait and see what Effa Clark's breaststroke is like. She qualified 1 second ahead at this point in the race this morning. So we'll have to wait and see.
400ths is all that separates second place Emmy Sherrod from third place Gwendolyn Evans. But Sherrod getting such fantastic launch. Evans, I should say, getting such fantastic launch off the back to breast turn there. And she's going after Dyfur Clark with real gusto here. And we could well see a change of lead by 150. Dyfur Clark has had it all her own way thus far in this final, storming out in a brilliant 50 meters of fly, following that up with the backstroke. But how about that breaststroke leg from Gwendolyn Evans? Turns at 152.12. She has a lead of 99 on this return leg of freestyle. Is there anything that Dyfur Clark can come back with? Or has Evans paced this race with a tactical masterclass to take gold? Battle for bronze currently between Sherrod in 3, who at one point thought she was on for silver, and Williams in lane 6. But Gwendolyn Evans will come in now to take gold in a time of 2:26.49. Dyfur Clark for silver and bronze for Emmy Sherrod.
Great swimming there at the 100 mark. I thought Effa Clark might have done enough, but that breaststroke split there from Gwendolyn Evans was phenomenal. Great, great swimming, girls, as we move on to our next final. The 18 and over 200 medley open final.
Racing in lane 8 for Novio Bangor, Grace Gillingham. In lane 1, RCT's Owen Hughes. In 7, it's Daisy Dewsbury of Swansea University. In 2, from the Forest of Dean, Nia Skinner. In lane 6, Ulverston, Scarlett Robinson. In 3, Swansea University's Katie Rees. In lane 5, Mari Gibson of the City of Cardiff. And in 4, Torvines, Karis Crook. Finalists, your race referee. Well, the women's 400-meter IM champion at this Summer Championships is in the pool. Mari Gibson swimming in lane 5, the 18-year-old representing the City of Cardiff. Wanting to repeat the feats over half the distance, just 50 of each stroke rather than 100. And it's a 50 of fly that should see her turn in the lead here. 30.69 her opening split. Dewsbury holding second at the moment, with Karis Crook the fastest seed in third.
Yeah, looking really good. Mari Gibson, the Cardiff swimmer. We know something about Cardiff. It means they've probably got a good breaststroke, as we saw in the final before. So we'll have to watch as the race develops. Looking good in lane number 4 is Karis Crook, and also going really well in lane number 3, the Swansea University swimmer, Katie Rees.
Differing tactics here from Gibson and Crook. Gibson right over to the lane rope on her outside. Crook in the middle of her lane, and it's Crook who turns first. A decent backstroke 50, more than decent. And now sets about on her breaststroke leg. But as you say, Cardiff swimmer means a breaststroke leg to die for, and that is what Mari Gibson is putting in here. Katie Rees as well, gaining on Karis Crook, and Rees could find herself in second at the final turn. Don't count out Robinson in lane 6 either.
Katie Rees, our 200-meter breaststroke champion, so she's come back through very nicely, but going really, really well is Mari Gibson. She doesn't want to give this lead up. Look at the leg kick on the. Look at the leg kick behind her here as she comes down into this final 50. Fighting for the medals behind then is Karis Croak, Katie Rees, and Scarlett Robinson. Who's going to get their hand on the wall? Karis Croak coming back, but has the Cardiff swimmer Mari Gibson done enough?
This is going to be really tight. You said Gibson's not going to want to give the lead up. She had 3.5 with 50 to go. What's it going to be at the wall? Just holds on by 1/10 of a second. Mari Gibson, your gold medalist in the 400 IM and the 200 IM here at the Summer Championships 2026. Silver goes to Karis Crook, and Katie Rees securing bronze.
What a fantastic fight that was for bronze as well. Head down into the finish. Great swimming from all of those girls. We move on now to our next event. We turn our attention to the other end of the pool for the Splash and Dash Blue Ribbon event, the men's 50 meters freestyle. We start with our para final.
Just the one swimmer in this para-final, swimming in lane 4, representing Swansea University, Isaac Johnson. Finalists, your race referee. Isaac Johnson getting a 36.55 in the heats this morning. We know he can go faster than that in the finals, but he will go especially fast if we have everybody here at the Wales National Pool in his corner, cheering him on as he motors up to 25 metres gone, 25 to go. Isaac Johnson, the pride of Swansea University, will go past the 15-metre marker here. 25 seconds on the clock as he goes into the final 10, approaching the flags. There's the 30-second marker, looking to beat 36.55. Coming into the final few metres, there's the touch, 36.45. Isaac Johnston.
What a flamboyant swim that was. Fantastic race from Isaac. We move on now to our 12-year-old final.
Swimming in lane 8 from Tadcaster, it is Luke Stockton. In lane 7, it is Gethin Lewis of Neath. In 6, Newmarket's Alexander Irish. In 5, Herbie Leahy of Pembrokeshire County. In lane 4, Lucas Williams from Swansea Aquatics. In 3, Moulds Jonas Evans. In lane 2, Toby Mander representing Conwy. And in lane 1, from the Isle of Man, Evan Rowlands. Finalists, your race referee. And away they go in this opening final of the 50-meter freestyle. Sprinting their way down the pool. So closely matched in this final. Lucas Williams in lane 4 with a narrow lead, but going with him every stroke of the way. Herbie Leahy in 5. And now the move from Jonas Evans in 3. It's between Evans and Williams will get the touch by 12 hundredths of a second. Gold for Williams, silver Evans, and bronze for Leahy.
Great swimming there, boys. Please clear the water. We will move on to our 13-year-old final.
Swimming in lane 8. From Crawley, it's Leo Howes. In 7, Charlie DeHaan of Holywell. In lane 6, Mono's Oscar Hewitt. In 5, from the city of Cardiff, Rhys Jenkins. In 4, his clubmate, Sam Jones. In 3, Holywell's Noah Jones-Walker. In lane 2, Noah Cook of Torvine. And in 1, from Cardiff, Max Staples.
.25.92 was the time from our swimmer in lane number 4 this afternoon. Can he go any quicker? He had almost 2 seconds on the entire field in the heats, and he's making sure he's giving every second of that now. Look at the lead he has on one length of the pool. Sam Jones to the wall. 25.71. Amazing swimming there. Silver medalist there is Noah Jones-Walker. He touches in a 27.4, and Oscar Hewitt goes a 27.55. But your winner, Sam Jones. We move on now to our 14-year-old final.
In lane 8, representing RCT, Freddie Hughes. In 7, Fraser Hughes of the city of Cardiff. In lane 6, Mono's Theo Bancroft. In 5, Michał Mrozinski from Conwy. In lane 4, Penaryl's Ethan King. In 3, Sam Evans from Pembrokeshire County. In 2, from Torvine, Dylan Watkins. And in lane 1, representing Swansea Aquatics, Oscar Harvey Sullivan. Finalists, your race referee. Mrozinski flying high off the blocks and into the water there. He and King in the golden lanes. The only 2 swimmers to go sub a 27 in the heats earlier on today. But right now, they are under serious threat for the gold medal from Fraser Hughes, swimming in lane 7. He's already got 2 titles so far at this meet. He's not going to get another one here, though, because Ethan King comes through in lane 4 with a 26.34 for gold. Silver does go to Fraser Hughes, bronze to Mrozinski.
That makes him the 150 swimmer, so he is the double champion in our sprint freestyle events. Great swimming there. We'll move on to the 15-year-old final.
Swimming in lane 8 from Torvine, Zach Williams. In 7, Dylan Williams of Cambrian. In lane 6, the City of Cambridge's Alexander Pashley. In 5, Reese Lynch represents Ellesmere. In 4, it's Taunton Dean's Leo Woodrow. In lane 3, Tobias Luke Bastion of the City of Cardiff. In 2, Novio Cigars, Max Elms. And in lane 1, from Guildford, Lucas Goody Didiego. Finalists, your race referee. Into the water they go. Emerging first in lane 7, Dylan Williams. King just did the double in the 14-year-old age group. Having won the 100, he won the 50. The man that won the 100 in this, Leo Woodrow, in lane 4. He's the guy who is steaming through here, clawing that water behind him and pushing into a lead as they go underneath the flags. And Leo Woodrow all the way to the wall for gold. The 25-17, silver to Lynch and bronze to Pashley.
Well done, swimmers. We now move on to the 16-year-old final.
Racing in lane 8 for Torvine, Joshua Wong. In 7, the City of Cardiff's Harry Miles. In lane 6, Cardiff's Blake Davis. In 5, Novio Gwyneth's Elliot Milieu. In 4, Maximus Major from Torvine. In 3, Conway's Reggie Samuel Park. In lane 2, Enzo Shilan Griffiths of Novio Gwyneth. And in 1, Tiverton's Benjamin Greenslade. Lists, your race referee. Away they go. Maximus Major in lane 4, coming into this with a 24.57. No one else went sub 25. That 24.57 would have been good enough to qualify him for the Opens final. Right now, he is storming away in lane 4. Close to him, Mileur in 5. And on the other side, Park in lane 3. They're contesting it for silver, but gold does go to Maximus Major, the Torvine swimmer, in a time of 24.38. Mileur silver, bronze to Park.
What a swim that was. Really, really fast indeed. Same again in the 17.
Let's go for it.
Welcome to Poolside, your 17-year-old finalist.
Swimming in 8 from Pembrokeshire County, Ben Morgan. In 1, Moulds Elliot Evans. In lane 7, now Parry of Novio Gwyneth. In 6, the City of Cambridge's Alfie Page. In 5, Johan Mills of Torvine. In lane 4, representing Stockport, Dylan Hughes. In lane 3, it's Mount Kelly's Oliver Doughty. In 2, Hollywell's Oliver Langridge. And now we will have in lane 1, Elliot Evans of Mould. Finalists, your race referee. Oliver Doughty, the winner of the 100-meter freestyle. Well, if he's going to do the double here, he needs to do it from lane 3. Our winners so far have come from the golden lanes, and that could well happen again here. Dylan Hughes looking very good in 4, level with Johan Mills in 5. It's going to be a 3-way shootout between Doughty, Hughes, and Mills. They will take the medals, but in what order? Gold to Hughes, silver to Doughty, and bronze to Mills, just 2/10 separating each of the medals from one another.
Well, that was faster than it was this morning, so fantastic job from those boys as we move on to our final 50-meter final for the men's, the 18 years and open final. This is set to be a cracker. So without further ado, your finalists.
Swimming in lane 8 from Swansea University, Daniel Johnston in 7. Also from Swansea University, Sebastian Major. In 6, Maxon Friday of the City of Cardiff. In 5, Black Lions, Nahum Fisher. In 4, Dexter Poole of Swansea University. In 3, it's a 4 Swansea Uni rep, it's Morgan Greenway. In 2, Cardiff have Bradley Price. And in lane 1, swimming for Novio Gwynedd, Lucas Thomas. Finalists, your race referee. Our swimmers here looking for a first gold of the meet. They are level as they go past 15, but we may well start to see our golden lanes punch forward as they cross the halfway distance. Into the final 15 they come, and we do see Greenway, Poole and Fisher in 3, 4 and 5 start to separate themselves. Greenway could have this here to the wall. No, it goes the other way. Fisher, Poole, Greenway. Gold, Fisher, silver, Poole. Bronze to Greenway. And just 0.02 of a second was all that separated silver from bronze.
Great swimming there from those boys. So we move on to our female 50 meters freestyle. And we start that with our para final.
Swimming in lane 5 from the city of Hereford, it's Morgan Fearn. And in lane 4, Heidi Rogerson of Cambrian. Finalists, your race referee. Into the water go our 2 finalists in this para contest. Both swimmers racing with an S10 classification, so their times will be compared directly to each other. The 19-year-old Rogerson in lane 4, the 14-year-old Fearn in lane 5. Level as they go past 25. Rogerson now trying to forge a little bit of a lead for herself into the final 15. And here they come. A 37.11 for Fearn earlier on today. A 35.32 for Rogerson. Let's see if they can both get underneath those times. Into the wall they go. Rogerson takes it with a 34.97 and a 36.66 for Fearn. They do both knock out those times from earlier on.
Great swimming there, girls. Please clear the water. And we'll move on to our 12-year-old final.
Swimming in lane 8 for Hollywell, Betsy Jones. In lane 7, Camille Holness of Swansea Aquatics. In 6, Novio Cigars, Emilisi Curis. In 5, from Mono, Caroline Musty. In lane 4, Jade Van Zyl of the City of Cardiff. In 3, Hollywell's Emily McEwen. In 2, Olivia Clements races for Newport. And in lane 1, it's her clubmate, Amelia Pasinskaite. Finalists, your race referee. Jodie van Zyl of Cardiff, the latest swimmer to attempt to do the 50 and 100 metre double here at the Summer Championships. She is going to have to fight all the way with Caroline Musty. There were just 2 tenths that separated them in the heats earlier this afternoon. And right now it is advantage Musty as they approach 10 metres remaining. In bronze medal position right now, McEwen, but McEwen could improve on that here. It's going to be so close at the wall. 900ths is all that separates gold from silver, with the gold going Cardiff's way, going Van Zyl's way. Silver for Couros, bronze, McEwen.
Great swimming there, girls. We move on to our 13-year-old final.
Swimming in lane 8 for Wickham District, Nora Jeffson. In 7, it's Cambridge's Olivia Page. In 6, Noelle O'Hara of Wrexham. In 5, from Cardiff, Katrin Matthews. In lane 4, Novio Cigar's Isla Berner. In 3, also from Novio Cigar, Isla Davis. In 2, Ellie Ryan of Cardiff. And in 1, Aberystwyth's Kaya Smigiero. Finalists, your race referee. Well, Nora Jeffson, Isla Berner and Isla Davis between them already have a staggering 6 gold medals at this meet. Could a 7th one be coming the way of that trio? Berner in 4, Matthews looking for her first gold for Cardiff in lane 5, and she's every chance of it here. How about Olivia Page in lane 7, right up amongst it, but now coming through in 4, Berner to the wall with a 28.50. She takes gold, silver for Matthews of Cardiff, and bronze for Davis.
Another gold medal there for Isla Berner, adding to quite a vast collection that's going to occur at the end of this week. We move on to our 14-year-old final.
Racing in lane 8 for Torvine, Rosie Roberts. In 7, Medi Mella of Novio Bangor. In 6, Torvine, Sophia Prosser. In 5, from Cardiff, Ella Ems. In 4, another Torvine swimmer, Pip Sweet Roberts. In 3, it's Evie Donaldson from Newport. In 2, Cardiff's Sophia Davis. And in lane 1, from Cumbran, Megan Morphy. Finalists, your race referee. Off they go. There will be no triple in the freestyle sprints in this age group. Darcy Reason's not swimming in this one. Evie Donaldson's already picked up a gold tonight. Pipsweet Roberts in lane 4 will be desperate to add another one to her collection. 100 back and a 200 fly have already gone her way. Can she win over a third distance, a third stroke? Here we go. Into the final 5 meters. It is Sweet Roberts that's leading here. Look out for Donaldson. Donaldson with silver, bronze for Ems, but it is gold with a 27.99 for Pip Sweet Roberts of Torvine.
Pure elation there in lane 5 with the relief of getting a medal. That's what it's all about. We move on to our 15-year-old final.
Going in lane 8 for Novio Cigar, Isabella Tappet-Salper. In 7, Trafford Met's Florence Marr. In 6, Cardiff's Aurelia Innocent. In 5, from the Isle of Man, Olivia Williamson. In 4, Hereford's Ella Kindred. In 3, Eastbourne's Amy Grace Bull. In 2, from Wickham District, Evelyn Hopton. And in 1, Swansea Aquatics, Evie Goodman. Finalists, your race referee. Off they go. In the first of our women's finals, we move from the girls to the women's section, and they are level as they go to 20 meters. Past the 25 they come. Here's Ella Kindred in lane 4, trying to find a way to get herself ahead and stay ahead of Olivia Williamson in lane 5. Lane 3 is Amy Grace Bull coming through as well. She should get a medal here. The gold to Ella Kindred, 27.78. Silver Williamson, 28.23. Bronze is taken by Amy Grace Bull.
Wow, some serious times being dropped here. 27.7. That's all well under what she went this morning. Fantastic job there. We move on now to our 16-year-old final.
Swimming in lane 8 from Bournemouth Collegiate Schools, Catherine McMaster. In 7, Ariana Sullivan of Torvine. In 6, Ellesmere's Joanne Andrews. In lane 5, Summer Martin of Wickham District. In 6, Pembrokeshire County's Grace Nichols. In 3, Megan Daniel from Caradon. Torvine's Imogen Gibbons in lane 2. And in 1, Serenity Thomas of Novio Gwyneth. Finalists, your race referee. Into the water they go. Megan Daniel already with 2 golds prior to today at this meet, including over this distance in the breaststroke. Joanne Andrews, she has 3 golds, including the 100-meter freestyle. Which of them could triumph here, or will it be one of our golden lanes? Grace Nichols in 4, Summer Martin in 5, trying to get ahead of the pedigree of the 2 girls I mentioned first. But there is Grace Nichols at 27.47 for gold. Joanne Andrews takes silver. Bronze for Summer Martin. Grace Nichols, the quickest qualifier, taking the honours.
Word on swimmers, we move straight on to our 17-year-old final.
Racing in lane 8 for the city of Cardiff, it is Ava Rose Bastian. In lane 7 for the same club, Emily Grace Bastian. In lane 6, Colchester's Ava Fuller. In 5, Ava Hughes Rolls of Torvine. In 4, Novio Gwyneth's Ava Doifer Clark. In 3, Novio Cigars Libby Geach. In 2, Ella Banks of Welshpool. And in lane 1, from Oswestry, Lexi Roberts. Finalists, your race referee. Doifer Clark will barely have had time to catch her breath between the 200 IM final and this 50-meter freestyle. She came home with silver in that IM, but she was the gold medalist in the 2 and the 1 free. She wants to make it a triple here, and I've got to say, it looks like nobody would be able to stop her, because she is already a body length ahead as she charges into the wall to win gold with 27.19. Silver for Libby Geach, and it is bronze for Hughes Rolls.
Great swim there, 27.1. Super quick. We'll move on to our final heat then. Final, I should say. 18 and over, final.
Swimming in lane 8 for the City of Southampton, Alexandra Bassett. In 7, Swansea University's Abigail Crawley. In 6, on her 19th birthday, Cumbrand's Poppy Offside. In 5, from Cardiff, Rebecca de Torres. In 4, Isabella Jones of Novio Cigar. In lane 3, Torvine's Karis Crook. In 2, Cardiff's Honor Fox. And in lane 1, Emily Lush swims for Swansea University. Finalists, your race referee. Neither of the 18 and over 200 and 100 meter freestyle champions are swimming in this final, meaning it's an opportunity for those that are to take a lovely gold medal to add to their collection. Isabella Jones swimming the only sub-27 time in the heat this morning, and she looks like she's there to set another time similar to that, but one that will end with gold, 26.42 in lane 4, silver to Rebecca de Torres, bronze Honor Fox in lane 2.
Wow, medals coming from all over the place there. It's lane 4, Isabella Jones, 26.42 for your Welsh champion. We move on then to the men's 100 meters breaststroke. We start with our para-final.
Just the one swimmer in this para-final. Swimming in lane 4 for Torvine, Luke Hopkins. Finalist, your race referee. Into the water goes Hopkins. A 1:32.47 was the time that he set in the heats this morning. Working hard, already past 25 meters, as he looks to go even faster than that here. Hopkins racing with an SB9 classification. It's a physical classification. As he approaches the turn, it'll be interesting to see the splits. He clocks a 43.56. He's a good chance of going under 132, Alex.
He does with that, definitely down that first 50. Luke Hopkins. He's going very well indeed, I must say. Powering through his strokes.
Approaching the final 15 meters. And the thing that will make sure that Luke Hopkins definitely goes sub 132 is the support of all of you here at the Wales National Pool as we cheer him on home inside the final 7 under the flags. Luke Hopkins, there's the 131 coming up. He's going to be just above, but still an almighty swim in the final. And to do that as the only swimmer in the pool, wonderful to see. Luke Hopkins.
Great swimming there. We will then move on to our able body finals, starting with our 12-year-old final.
Swimming in lane 8 from Pembrokeshire County, Herbie Leahy. In 1, representing Barry, Matthew Davis. In lane 7, Luke Stockton of Tadcaster. In lane 2, Luke Pitkin of Sandwell. In lane 6, Conway's Toby Mander. In 3, another Conway swimmer, Jasper Groves. In 5, from Swansea Aquatics, Lucas Williams. And in lane 4, Zach Jones of the City of Cardiff. Finalists, your race referee. As our boys' 100-metre breaststroke finals begin, Swim Wales would like to take a moment to thank Jesco, the official poolside accreditation sponsor. Their continued support helps for a smooth and professional poolside accreditation experience across all national, regional and development events. Swim Wales is grateful for their partnership and their ongoing commitment to the Welsh aquatic community. Should be no surprise to those of you that have been following this meet so far to see Zach Jones spearheading his way down to the turn at 50 metres. The young man has won 3 golds already, and that includes the 50 and the 100-metre breaststroke to add to the 400 IM he won on the opening day, looking to make it a breaststroke triple to bring up his 4th gold of the games. He's marching his way back down the pool. In silver medal position right now, Lucas Williams in lane 5, and then it is tight for bronze. Mander in 6, Stockton in 7, and Groves in 3.
Yeah, looking to get his sweep of the gold medals on the breaststroke events. Under the flags he goes to complete the triple.
Zach Jones of the City of Cardiff, gold in a time of 1:18.81. His 1:20.18 in the heats was good enough, but he's taken even more time off that here. Incredible to watch. Silver for Williams, bronze for Groves.
3-4-3. Doesn't get better than that. Well done, Zach Jones. We will move on now to our 13-year-old final.
Swimming in lane 1, Oliver Muntz of Pembrokeshire County. In 7, Eastbourne's Jace Tennant. In 2, from Ruthin, Ethan Miller. In lane 6, Noah Jones-Walker of Holywell. In lane 3, from Cardiff, Max Staples. In 5, Zeke Tennant of Eastbourne. And in lane 4, Eden Bridges, Charles Barrow. Finalists, your race referee. Well, in lane 6, we have Noah Jones-Walker, the champion in this age group for the 50-metre breaststroke. In lane 5, Zeke Tennant, the champion in the 200-metre breaststroke. Meeting in the middle here, who of them will be the one that could take the crown? Or could it be our fastest qualifier to this final? Eden Bridges, Charles Barrow. He came in with a 1:18.65. Only he and Tennant could go under 1:21 in the heats. And so we may well see an arrowhead start to form at the turn here. It is Barrow from Tennant by just 0.05 of a second at the turn.
Added to his name. And if Charles Barrow can find another gear like he's trying to, he could sneak his own gold medal, but it is Zeke Tennant.
Yeah, Tennant, well, he was 0.05 down at 50. It's 0.05 up at 100. Silver for Barrow, and Max Staples coming home for bronze.
Well done, swimmers. We'll move on to our 14-year-old final.
Racing in lane 8 for Wantage, Oliver Lloyd. In 1 from Swansea Aquatics, Oliver Batcup. In lane 7, the City of Leicester's Logan Max. In 2, Maxon Roberts of Harrow. In lane 6, racing for Cardiff, Oliver Sweatman. In 3, Hereford's Elliot Hargreaves. In 5, from Novio Cigar, Thomas Morgan. And in lane 4, racing for Wrexham, Isaac Edwards. Finalists, your race referee. All of our finalists recording times in the 120s and below in the heats this afternoon. The only swimmer to go sub 115 with a 114.96, Isaac Edwards in lane 4. The young man who has won the 50 breast and the 200 breast coming into this race. It is his to lose, but he is going to be pushed all the way by the other swimmers in the pool, not the least, Thomas Morgan, who is only 900ths off him at the turn.
But Isaac Edwards, champion in the 50, champion in the 200. He's got the triple to potentially think about here as motivation with 25 meters left to go. How much does he want this third gold medal? But also, how much does Thomas Morgan want his first gold medal? That is the questions that will be answered now.
Morgan determined through this race to make sure it was not plain sailing for Isaac Edwards, but Edwards just with so much glass coming through, and he's dropped even more off his time from the heats. 1:14.31 for gold, silver Morgan, bronze for Hargreaves.
The winner of your triple. We move on now to the 15-year-old age group.
Swimming in lane 8 for the City of Newport, Benjamin Soban. In 1, Torvine's Noah Jones. In lane 7 from Rhondda, Shimon Sekula. In 2, Salisbury's Samuel Stanford Jason. In 6, from Swindon Dolphins, Logan Lovell. In 3, Nicholas Taylor representing Torvine. In lane 5, Cambridge's Alexander Pashley. And in 4, Ethan Wolseley races for St Neots. Finalists, your race referee. Let's have a look at the starts. Going long underwater, maximizing the advantage of the lack of friction. Wolseley and Pashley in 4 and 5. Wolseley eyeing up a repeat of what Isaac Edwards has just done and making himself a triple gold medalist across the 3 breaststroke events. He's coming into the wall in contention for first, but it's Nicholas Taylor who will lead at the turn by 25 hundredths.
Going again for the Triple Crown then is Ethan Wolseley. He's got some stiff competition here from Nicholas Taylor. Could snatch away his Triple Crown here if he's not careful. Ethan Wolseley may be tightening up in the closing stages, but surging forward, Nicholas Taylor to the wall.
And the Torvine Dolphin does it. 1:11.79.
good enough for gold. Silver for Wolseley, bronze for Pashley. Alex, what a win against the odds.
Absolutely fantastic result there. Very close race as well. We'll move on to our 16-year-old final.
In lane 8, from Aberystwyth, Oliver Larigo. In 1, Brodie Giles of Bridgend County. In 7, it's Pembrokeshire County's Rhys Thomas. In 2, from Torvine, Joshua Vong. In 6, the City of Cardiff's Harry Miles. In 3, from Novio Gwynedd, Enzo Shilen Griffiths. In lane 5, another Cardiff swimmer, Archie Thomas. And in lane 4, representing Novio Cigar, Finlay Phillips. Finalists, your race referee. We've seen 1 triple crown of breaststroke banked. We have seen 1 snatched away. Finlay Phillips will be aware of what has just happened in that previous final and will be determined not to let the same happen to him in lane 4 as he goes for his own 3rd gold medal. Alongside him, Archie Thomas of the City of Cardiff. He put in a swim just 7/10 slower than that of Phillips in the heats this morning and will lead into the wall by just 4 hundredths. Inside the final 30, Phillips and Thomas locked together. The battle for bronze, currently led by Shilen Griffiths and by Rhys Thomas in lane 7. But there is a chance for almost any of the other swimmers to get it. As for gold, well, Archie Thomas is coming through for Cardiff, a 109.74. Silver to Finlay Phillips. Bronze will be at the wall, and it's Shilen Griffiths.
Wow, what a swim again. Snatching away that triple win. Maybe a bit of commentator's curse us mentioning it. We'll move on to our 17-year-old age group.
In lane 8, from Kingston, Thomas Evans. In 1, Hollywell's Oliver Langridge. In lane 7, Kai Hughes of Novio Bangor. In 2, from RCT, Rhys James. In lane 6, from Pembrokeshire County, Finlay Bennett. In 3, Johan Mills of Torvine. In 5, Ellesmere's Jake Neves. And in lane 4, from RCT, Freddie Brock. Finalists, your race referee. Look, I don't believe in commentators' curses. Athletes are the masters of their own destiny. There is someone who could do the triple here, but I won't say who it is, just so we can make sure there is no risk of a commentator's curse. Our swimmers tear past 25 with Freddie Brock of RCT in the lead. A 1:12.48 earlier on. That was almost a second ahead of Jake Neves in lane 5. Here they are at the turn. Freddie Brock, 33.13 on the clock. Rhys James in lane 2, holding silver right now.
Well, if we're not mentioning who the swimmer is that can win the triple, we can just about say that they're in good position to maybe do it. Sorry, I keep turning into a spectator during these races. They're so entertaining. Lost for words. 10 meters to go then for Freddie Brook. And maybe I can just sneak it in. He is going to win the triple.
Well, he's taken a couple of glances left and right to check that he is safe. Yes, you are, Freddie Brook. 1:10.56, and there it is. Count them, Freddie Brook. 3 gold medals. Silver for Neves and bronze for Mills.
Congratulations. What a way to win the triple as well. Pure dominance of that final. And we will then now move on to our 18 and over final.
Racing in lane 8 for Ruchford, Thomas Lloyd. In 1, it's Torvine's Alfie Doyle. In lane 7, Cale Tennant goes for Respawn. In 2, the City of Cardiff's Evan Davis. In lane 6, from Wrexham, from the Commonwealth Games, from Swim Wales, Rhys Darby. In 3, Swansea University's Luke Hoey. In lane 5, Cardiff's Oliver Jones. And in 4, it's another Swansea University representative, Jack James. Finalists, your race referee. Well, the pressure is off for us in this, Alex. No 50-meter breaststroke champion in it. No 200-meter breaststroke champion in it. Oh, no, I'm wrong. Oliver Jones is in here, the 200-meter breaststroke champion. Lucas Staines, who won the 50, not racing in this 100. Oliver Jones swimming in lane 5 for Cardiff. Jack James looking very, very solid in lane 4 already. 1:04.24 this morning. And up to the turn he goes. 29.30 at the split. The only swimmer in this final to go sub-30, although Oliver Jones only 100th over it.
Well, I don't think he's taken a single easy stroke here. Just pure power from the beginning, and that's what he's got to do. He doesn't care what your list of achievements is. He's just going to rip out the book. He's going to win this 100 breaststroke. I'm going to call it from 15 out. Dangerous game.
Jack James storming into the wall. It's going to be gold for James, 1:02.99. Silver for Jones, and then tight for bronze. Who gets there? Rhys Darby. You're not just a Commonwealth Games medalist. You are a Swim Wales Summer Championship medalist.
1:02.99 for Jack James. That is lightning quick. Wow, how'd you follow that? I think moving on to the girls is a good idea. Let's move on to the para final.
2 swimmers in this race. In lane 5, for the City of Cardiff, it is Lily Rice. And in 4, representing Torvine, Pippa Lawn. Finalists, your race referee. Away they go in our opening final of the women's 100-meter breaststroke. Pippa Lawn of Torvine, a 16-year-old in lane 4, 1:47.16 earlier on today. Lily Rice, a 1:47.84, the 22-year-old racing for Cardiff. So this should be a really close final. Different classifications for the two swimmers, so their times will be compared once we know them. And we will be able to determine the winner following the race. But we should be able to see them go pretty much head-to-head based on those heat times earlier on. At the turn, it is Lawn with a 49-48 split, Rice with a 51-81. $15 meters through this return 50. Lawn preserving that margin as they come into the closing 25. Nice long reach from Pippa Lawn. As Rice pursues it, trying to close that gap, looking to utilize the glide is Lily Rice underneath the surface. 2 strokes between breaths. And here goes Lawn underneath the flags. Remember, 147s for both of these swimmers earlier on. It's going to be a 144.27 for Pippa Lawn. That's really impressive. And a 149.26 for Lily Rice.
What a great swim that was. Well, we'll clear the pool and we'll move on to the 12-year-old final.
In lane 8, representing Wrexham, it's Carolina Morgado. In 1, from Calne Alpha, Matilda Chamberlain. In lane 7, Swindon Dolphins, Amabel Lovell. In 2, Amelia Rose Lennon of Novio Cigar. In lane 6, the City of Newport, Beatrice Manship. In 3, Moulds, Emily Weatherhead. In 5, the City of Cardiff's Jada Van Zyl. And in 4, from Wickham District, Sienna Hopton. Finalists, your race referee. Off the blocks they go, and surfacing in unison around 10 meters out from the start. And getting to work on this opening 50 as we start to see a little bit of an arrowhead start to form from our middle lanes. Hopton and Van Zyl, Weatherhead and Manship. They've had such success so far at this meet. And of course, previous ones as well for Swim Wales. Coming into this with a 122.49 is Hopton. Van Zyl a 126.04. She'll hope to go below 126. Hopton leading from Weatherhead at the first turn. Hopton breaking clear here. I think we've called her name a few times, going for gold just the 3 times on Wednesday. Once again yesterday, she nearly got gold in the 400 and 200 IM earlier as well. She's surging her way towards the wall here and looking good for silver. Amabel Lovell in 7. Sienna Hopton, tell your parents you need a bigger trophy room because that is a 5th gold of this meet. Silver to Lovell and bronze to Weatherhead of Mould.
Great swimming there, girls. We'll move on to our 13-year-old final.
In lane 8, from Celtic Dolphins, Megan Hughes. In 1, Pembrokeshire County's Olivia Dashfield. In lane 7, Bethan Rowlands races for the City of Chester. In 2, from Cardiff, Eloise Williams-Jones. In 6, Kingston's Isabel Eastwood. In 3, Heads Valley's Lucy Charrington. In lane 5, Lexi Lawn of Torvine. And in lane 4, someone she might well know, it's Torvine's Gail Lawn. Finalists, your race referee.
Take your marks.
Surfacing in an impressive lead is lane 3's Lucy Charrington. 124.32 this afternoon. She finds herself ahead of the 2 Dolphins, although they are now really getting to work to try and take that lead. Bethan Rowlands in lane 7, looking strong as well. Up they come to the turn. Who will get the touch? Gail Lawn with a 37.67 opening split. Charrington holding second. Lawn in third right now. The Lawn family, well, they've had a lot of races to celebrate, a lot of victories to cheer. Could they get 2 girls on the podium here? Could they even get a 1-2? It's Gail Lawn leading the way back. Lexi Lawn locked in a battle with Lucy Charrington. One of them will get silver, the other will get bronze. Gail Lawn for the wall, gold with a 119.56. Silver goes to Lexi Lawn by 100th of a second at the very end of the race there. Charrington with bronze, and a hug from the 2 Lawns.
Fantastic swimming there, and a great sibling rivalry. We will move on to our 14-year-old final.
Racing in lane 8 for the City of Newport, Nicola Kubic. In 1, it's Enfield's Poppy Berkovich. In lane 7, from Swansea Aquatics, Paige Williams. In 2, Caddy Jones of the City of Cardiff. In lane 6, another Cardiff swimmer, Sophia Davis. In 3, representing Penareel, Caddy Evans. In 5, Torvine's Macy Davis. And in lane 4, Lucy Summerfield of Novio Cigar. Finalists, your race referee.
Take your marks.
The quickest seed, Lucy Somerville, a 1:21.55 in the heats. That was over a second quicker than Macy Davis of Torvine. The way Davis is setting off here with Summerfield, I'm sure that she can go quicker. They will have stiff competition, not the least from Caddy Evans in 3. And the way Nicola Kubic has started in lane 8, Kubic is embracing the philosophy of if you have a lane, you have a chance. Up to the wall they come. Summerfield turning in the lead. Davis just behind. Caddy Jones currently holding third. Neither our 50 or 200 meter breaststroke champion in the water here. Kira Van Zyl not looking to get the triple. Lucy Summerfield of Novio Cigar into the final 10. She should have done enough here. Macy Davis for Torvine. Can she hold on to the silver, or can Caddy Evans steal it for Cambridge? At the wall,
It is Lucy Summerfield for gold, silver for Macy Davis, and it's bronze for Penarol's Caddy Evans.
Wow, what a swim that was from Lucy Summerfield. Pushed right the way from the beginning. We'll move on to our 15-year-old final.
Racing in lane 8 for Novio Cigar, Holly Patterson. In 1, it's Conway's Phoebe Marsden. In lane 7, Novio Cigar's Isabella Taffet-Salford. In 2, Ariana Ribeiro for the City of Cardiff. In lane 6, Ella Kindred of the City of Hereford. In lane 3, from Novio Cigar, Isabella Davis. In 5, Abigail Dowling, another Cardiff swimmer. And in lane 4, the third Cardiff representative in this final, Maria McQuaid. Finalists, your race referee.
Take your marks.
Mostly even starts for our swimmers. In this first of the women's final now that we're at 15 and over. Maria McQuaid from Cardiff. 1:19.04. Nobody else was able to get below 1:22. So, will this be a demonstration for Maria McQuaid, an opportunity to flex her muscles and win by a big margin, or can somebody flip the script and take this gold medal home themselves? Maria McQuaid leading at the turn, 36.17, Dowling in second. Maria McQuaid leading with half a length to go. Looking good to maybe take silver here. Ella Kindred in lane 6. Dowling in 5 will need to come back if she is to have a chance of claiming that silver medal. And Isabella Davis in 3, also with a chance of something here. But gold and the breaststroke triple to Maria McQuaid of Cardiff in lane 4 with a 1:16.94. Silver does go to Kindred. Bronze to Dowling.
And she claims her triple champion. Well done to Maria McQuaid. We move on to the 16-year-old final.
Racing in lane 8 for Conway, Daisy Sale. Going in 1 for the City of Cardiff, Olivia Ling. In lane 8, Turbines, Orla Rose Lewis. In 2, Matilda Forrest of Bolton Metro. In lane 6, Wickham District's Summer Martin. In 3, from the City of Cardiff, it's Ellen Matthews. In lane 5, Joanne Andrews from Ellesmere. And in lane 4, Caradon's Megan Daniel. Finalists, your race referee.
Take your marks.
Well, where would you put your money in this final? Joanne Andrews swimming in lane 5. She's won 3 golds, the 200 free, the 100 free, the 100 back, so she knows this distance off by heart. Megan Daniel, she's already won 2, including the 50-meter breaststroke. But then we have our 200-meter breaststroke champion, Ellen Matthews, swimming in lane 3. 3, 4, and 5. Pedigree personified as they come up to the turn at 50. 36.08 on the board with a 700th second lead. Joanne Andrews over Megan Daniel. Matthews in 3rd. Where are you going, Alex, at this point?
25 meters for our leading trio. Matthews maybe taking the bronze here, with Daniel and Andrews fighting it out for gold. Andrews, who's won 2 titles over 100 meters. Daniel, who won the 50-meter breaststroke. It goes to Megan Daniel, and it goes to her by just 0.09 of a second. Silver, Joanne Andrews. Bronze, Ellen Matthews.
Fantastic swims from those girls. We now move on to the 17-year-old final.
Swimming in lane 8 for Winsford, Holly Buckley. In 1, it's Darcy Davis of RCT. In 7, Amershim's Sophie Morgan. In lane 2, Libby Geach races for Novio Cigar. In 6, representing RCT, Nancy Hughes. In lane 3, Chirk's Ellen Davis. In 5, Hannah Gardner swims for Bridgend County. And in lane 4, for the City of Hereford, Ellen Winstanley. Finalists, your race referee.
Take your marks.
Our penultimate final in the 100-meter breaststroke underway. What a start from Ellen Winstanley of Hereford. A 1:17.76 in the heat is an almighty qualifying time to come into this final with. She has already got the title in the 400 IM, which of course includes 100 meters of breaststroke, and it's that 100 meters of breaststroke, Alex, that can so often be pivotal in the 400 IM. It would have been the backbone of her title there.
Most definitely, and she is flying, Ellen Winstanley, down this 100 meters. She's leading the way. Interesting, she didn't opt to do the 50 and the 200. Perhaps she qualified for those at British, looking how good her breaststroke is. But look at this, no doubt about your leader in this final, streaking away on this second 50.
Gardner looking good for silver in lane 5, and then very tight for bronze. Nancy Hughes in 6 for RCT. Ellen Davis, the 50-meter breaststroke champion, in lane 3. Up to the wall, Ellen Winstanley at a canter. A 1:17 earlier on, a 1:13 here. A drop of 4 seconds from heats to final. Unbelievable.
Wow, what a swim.
Currently, that 1:13 would be good enough to win the Opens final based on those swimmers' heat times. That is how good Ellen Winstanley is. And a silver for Hannah Gardner and a bronze for Ellen Davis.
Fantastic. We now move on then to the Open final, our last individual race of the day.
Racing in lane 8 for Nuneaton, Keris Thompson. In 1, the Forest of Dean's Nia Skinner. In lane 7, Swansea University's Erica Sate. In 2, from the City of Cardiff, Helen Gorman. In lane 6, Ulverston Scarlett Robinson. In 3, from Neath, Kessie Owen. In lane 5, it's Swansea University in the Golden Lanes, it's Ella Bissix. And in 4, clubmates, Olivia Mercer. Finalists, your race referee.
Take your marks.
2 Swansea University swimmers in 4 and 5, swimming in home water. And as we heard there, with plenty of support, no shortage of support either for Helen Gorman
Big cheer when she came out. It is those Swansea uni swimmers who are getting off to the best start, though. And the lead will be contested between them at 50.
Well, at the 50, it's going to be Olivia Mercer, I think, just 35.55 to Ella Bissix, 35.67. But Liv Mercer looks strong here, powering through on these strokes. It's between those two girls. If anyone wants to join them, it's going to be hard work for them. But look at the race we have on our hands between teammates trying to make a move to join them in lane 6 and 7. Is Scarlett Robinson and Erica Seat. But look at this, Liv Mercer, Ella Bissix fighting to the wall. Maybe tightening up just a little bit now is Ella Bissix, but Liv Mercer in a field of her own in this final 10 meters. Look at this. 1:17.51 for Liv Mercer.
The silver going to Robinson in lane 6. A really good swim in that final 50. Sate taking the bronze, and it was so close between the top 5. Look how many went sub 1:19.
Yeah, Liv Mercer takes the win then in our final individual race of the night. We move on to some fun, action-packed mixed 4x200 freestyle mixed medley relay. We start with Heat 1.
Lining up in lane 6, it is our team from Neath. In lane 5, having won 2 titles last night, it's Pembrokeshire County. In lane 4, City of Cardiff's A team. In lane 3, Holywell. And in 2, it's the City of Cardiff B. Finalists, your race referee. Just the 2 relay finals for you today in the 12 and 13 and 14 to 16 age categories. This is the 12 to 13 one. The champions in this age category over half the distance yesterday, 4x100, were the City of Cardiff. So they go in lane 4. They're led out by Reese Jenkins, and it's Jenkins who's putting them into an early lead as they approach the 50-meter turn. In 2 is Cardiff's B team, led out by Zach Jones. Noah Jones-Walker goes first for Holywell. Yellow ball for Pembrokeshire County. And in lane 6, Neath start with Aria Coles. Well, Cardiff so quick over the opening 50. Now Holywell pulling back here, and Jones-Walker could be ahead of Jenkins at the 100-meter turn, and indeed he is, by only 300ths, however, and Jenkins gets a good drive off the wall to immediately regather that lead. Cardiff B in 3rd right now, Pembrokeshire 4th, and holding 5th are Neath. Our teams ready themselves on the starting blocks as we approach the first changeover with Hollywell and Cardiff. Jones, Walker and Jenkins continuing to battle. It's been a really good opening 200 from both these young men. They change over, the lead just with Cardiff at the moment, and only by about 0.3 of a second. In for Cardiff is Catherine Matthews, Betsy Jones for Hollywell, and Matthews is not hanging about. Cardiff B, they hand over as well. Jada Van Zyl now in the water, as do Pembrokeshire County, not far off that third place. They send in Elizabeth Davis, while Neath put in Gethin Lewis. Well, neck and neck between Cardiff and Hollywell through the opening 200. Catherine Matthews has said, I've had enough of that. I am putting my team into an imposing lead halfway through her 200-meter leg. She clocks in her team at 3:26.42, which means that they are going to have a lead of 7 seconds over Hollywell. Cardiff B still in third, but the gap is smaller than ever. Pembrokeshire County closing up here to under 2 seconds behind. 300 metres completed of the total race distance of 800. Neath continue in 5th place for now. The midpoint changeover. Cardiff sending in Ellie Ryan. Hollywell, well, they have been caught by both of the teams that were just behind them. They send in Charlie DeHaan, but Pembrokeshire County, who passed Cardiff B and were catching up there to Hollywell, they put in Oliver Munt. Max Staples now for Cardiff B. So it goes Cardiff A, Hollywell, Pembrokeshire County, Cardiff B. And really close between the latter three there. Neath now asking Tilly Polverino to try and get them back up into the medal competing positions. Well, Hollywell having looked for a period like they might be hauled in by Pembrokeshire County and Cardiff B. They're going in the opposite direction now. They're trying to claw back towards Cardiff A. Make sure that at worst they come away with silver. Charlie DeHaan has swum a fantastic third leg here for his side. Pembrokeshire County still ahead of Cardiff B. Cardiff A coming in to the final change. Ellie Ryan will hand over to their team's anchor, Sam Jones. I mean, what a guy to bring in when you want to make sure of your gold medal. A Hollywell change sends in Emily McEwen. Again, not a bad name to have finishing off your relay. Pembrokeshire County. But in Lottie Hawkins, while for the City of Cardiff B, it will be Molly Cooksey-Owen. Neath making their way towards their final change. Look at the pace of Sam Jones for Cardiff A. They've nearly caught Neath here. Levi Ironside in for Neath. Sam Jones on the turn. Hollywell holding second as they approach 100 metres to go, and it is really tight between Pembrokeshire County and the City of Cardiff B. Cardiff B, of course, leading in the early stages in that battle for third before Pembrokeshire County passed them. They've held that position since, but now Cardiff B up into the bronze medal position. They know they're going to get gold. Could they have two teams on the podium here? Split by Hollywell. Into the wall for gold. Sam Jones and the City of Cardiff. A winning time of 9:12.26. Neath have 100 metres to go. Here come Hollywell for silver, and the battle for bronze rages on. Cardiff B should be able to see it out here. They're gaining on Hollywell. It's a really good final 100 from Molly Cooksey-Owen for Cardiff B. Hollywell in for silver. 9:43.42 their time. Cardiff B take bronze with a 9:50.85. Fourth for Pembrokeshire County. And through the final turn, Neath and Levi Ironside. Alex Cardiff winning the 4x100 in this age group and now adding the 4x200. They've got a formidable side.
Well, I mean, they have the 100 and 200 metre champion in Sam Jones anchoring them, so I think they'll find it quite hard to lose some of those touches, not to mention the other three awesome swimmers that put him in a position like they did tonight, way out in front, and all he had to do was bring it home. That being Reece Jenkins, Catherine Matthews, Ellie Ryan. Fantastic job.
And well done to Neath coming back in fifth place there, which means we have our medalists in the first freestyle relay.
And with that then, we move to the final race of day number 3, our mixed 14 to 16 years, 4x200 metre freestyle final.
Let's meet our teams. Swimming in lane 7, it is Wrexham B. In lane 6, Neath. In 5, Pembrokeshire County. In 4, Wrexham A. In 3, Novio Gwyneth. In 2, it's the City of Cardiff's A team. And in lane 1, the City of Cardiff B. finalists. Your race referee.
Take your marks.
And away they go. City of Cardiff B off the mark with Hugo Harvey in the water in lane 1. Sebastian Parfit for Cardiff's A team in 2. And so Shilan Griffiths gets Novio Gwyneth underway in lane 3 with Erin Devon on the opening leg for Wrexham. Seeded in lane 4. Pembrokeshire County, winners of the 4x100 metre freestyle in this mixed division. Yesterday evening, the 14 to 16 age category, they start with Sam Evans in lane 5. Neath go with Harry Roberts Truman out the blocks in 6. Well, it's Teddy Worrell who starts Wrexham's B team in lane 7. At the 100 metre turn, Novio Gwyneth leading, 1:05 on the clock. And being chased every stroke of the way by Cardiff, who may now be moving into a lead themselves. Pembrokeshire County currently in 3rd. 4th for Neath just outside them. Cardiff, 2nd at 100. They're going to be 1st at 2 as they go into the first changeover. Pembrokeshire County, they move up into 2nd, and it is 3rd for Novio Gwyneth. Swimmers sent in there for Cardiff, Brandon Duggan. For Pembrokeshire County, Grace Nichols. For Novio Gwyneth, Esil Ak Rees. Tobias Luke Bastian takes over for Cardiff's B team, currently lying in 4th. In 5th is Neath. They have Carrie Bessex in the water now. 6th is Wrexham's A team. Heath Williams racing for them. And Wrexham's B team have Daly Lewis Jones in lane 7. Duggan turns halfway through his 200 with a 3:05.17 on the board. That means a 7-second lead over Grace Nichols and Pembrokeshire County right now. Pembrokeshire County hotly pursued by Ekut at Rees of Novio Gwyneth and Tobias Luke Bastian of Cardiff B. .25 metres to go until the middle change for Cardiff's A team. Faith Richards poised on the blocks. Then we will see Freya Thompson, Alau Edwards and Ariana Ribeiro step up for Pembrokeshire County, Novio Gwyneth and Cardiff B. They will launch themselves in, one after the other. Holding 5th. Wrexham's A team, Caitlin Elson takes over. Wrexham B will change now to Victoria Madra.
I'm not going to lie, this is making me want to race now. These relays, they look really, really good fun. Maybe next year I'll have to talk with Swim Wales and see if I can do an 800 alongside them.
Do you have a fantasy relay team? And is it the GB team?
From the GB team, wow. 4x2 3. I think I'd have to stick with the boys that are doing it. But if we went mixed, I think you've got to put James Guy on the team. He is the relay king. I think you've got to put either... Oh, it could be both Freyas, to be fair. It could be Freya Anderson and Freya Colbert. And I think, without a shadow of the doubt, you've got to put Duncan Scott on the back end and see if he can bring it home. Yeah, that would be my dream team. Send Jimmy Guy off first, like a bat out of hell. And yeah, put Freya Colbert and Freya Anderson in the middle. And then Duncan has to do all the work on the back end. Oh, and Matt Richards would have to swim the heat, obviously, because he's a Welshman. Sorry, I'm biased. I like Jimmy Guy, that's all.
Cardiff, with their last change, sending in Jessica Isles to anchor them to what they hope will be a second relay gold of the night. Pembrokeshire County, once holding on to second place, are now in third, because Novio Gwyneth in lane 3 have taken that second place. Edwards hands over to Elliot Milieu. And Pembrokeshire County, well, they're now in fourth after that change as well. Now drop another position. Reese Thomas into the water. And the City of Cardiff B have Aurelia Innocent going for them. Pembrokeshire County answering back, getting back up into that third place. Neath in lane 6, send in Henry Lewis. Wrexham B with Isaac Edwards. Wrexham A have Jake Evans already in the water.
What about you? If you couldn't use any of the 4 that I used, who would your team be?
You have just picked the 4. Well, obviously Matt Richards will be in there. You've got to know your audience. Yeah, that would be my 4. And I mean, the GB success in relays recently, it has been incredible to see. And the defense of that men's 4x200 title, having won it in Tokyo to get it again in Paris, was such a historic moment. And I think, for me, really showcased just how good swimming is in the UK right now.
Most definitely, and it all starts at these sort of meets where the relays are prioritised. Now look at this. Cardiff coming in to take the win in both heats.
An 8:35.50 as Jessica Isles comes home for Cardiff A. Gold in the 12 and 13, gold in the 14 to 16, and it's going to be silver here for Novio Gwyneth, anchored home by Elliot Milieu. They get back in an 8:48.95. Pembrokeshire County will hold on to confirm themselves in bronze as the wall is touched by Reese Thomas. Cardiff B are just going to take fourth, ahead of Wrexham A, coming back in lane 4 with Jake Evans nearly overhauling that Cardiff B side. Yeah. And then a fight for 6th place between Wrexham B and Neath.
Correct.
It's going to be Neath that take it.
Great racing there from those lads and lasses, women. fantastic as we finish that relay off. God, it's been a long day.
It has been a long day, but it's been a great day. Really enjoyable once again. Day 3 in the books here at the Swim Wales Summer Championships. 2 more days to go in the longest meet on the Welsh swimming calendar. Of course, it all gets back underway at 8:50 once again tomorrow morning. Another packed schedule. We're going to see the 200 IM. Today it was the turn of the women. Tomorrow it will be the men. The 50-meter fly will follow that, and into the 200 backstroke. And then for those middle and long-distance fans, we have a treat for you. We will have the women's 1,500 and then the men's 400. And the only thing that's going to make tomorrow less enjoyable than today, Alex, is the fact that sadly you won't be up here in the commentary gantry. And when we've got so much distance tomorrow, not having your expertise on that will be a real loss. But hopefully you'll be tuning in and watching the stream on ARCAE Sports.
Most definitely. I'll drop in and out, I'm sure, whilst I'm at home tomorrow. But yeah, no, thank you very much for having me here. It's been a pleasure to commentate and watch all the swimming that we have been lucky enough to witness. And for the final time then from me, thank you very much to our officials. They have been fantastic, and they will continue to be over the next couple of days. So please give it up for them.
They have been brilliant, as have our supporters here at the Wales National Pool, not to mention the coaches and, of course, the swimmers themselves. 3 down, 2 days to go. We do hope you'll join us again tomorrow in the Wales National Pool and on ARCAE Sports YouTube for more swimming action from the Swim Wales Summer Championships 2026. For now, it's goodbye from me, Will Shepherd.
And it's
I'll leave you
goodbye
to sign
from
off,
me.
Alex.
Goodbye from me. Thank you very much.